HP with the Sheriff. It's the only thing worse than having to take that fight out in the open when there's this many rifles on the other side. They're trying to play the RNG, but the wall is helping, blocking, absorbing some of those shots, even though there's a gap in it that EDG are now going to use as they make their way through. There's a TP out of Aldon, and a third kill! A real chance for EDG to fight back in this round. It's something left. Low HP on Smoggy with the decay. And it's an op to work with for something. Now the heals come through. That op needs to land its shot. The time already running. Can something even save the rifle at this point? He's got to run fast, and looks like he'll just about be caught.
Yeah, they've got rid of him. That's so much damage done by EDG, and honestly, I don't know how Don managed to do as much as he did, pushing into the Cypress Pit, finding a gap, and getting 3 kills off the back of it. Again, that's another low buy round for EDG. Okay, well that one, yeah, fair enough.
And then he paranoias into a shrouded step like that. 2 very quick shots when you're, essentially nearsighted. Not bad at all.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's whether or not they're able to now capitalize on it. Because they have done that a couple of times where they've made things a little bit more costly. Either way, though, again, it's going into this slow push towards the B site. A death ball coming out from the side of PaperX. They have managed to sort of play with their opponents. Bear in mind, they've only seen Mindfreak. Now they'll have the information and can finally start getting that rotation in. Kankan is going to be nowhere near the action, and Littleborough is going to be making sure that plant is in. I don't think they're going to be able to deny. Oh, no, they have. Okay, that's something that will at least buy a bit of time.
Yeah, no operator to play with for PaperX after losing it last round. EDG on the retake. Kankan's going to be a big factor for them. If they can open up some of these sight lines, have to get past the Viper wall, the util down from Omen, and they're actually passing it on the PaperX side, running it down, taking fight after fight with nothing but success. And we talked about this operator. Well, it's now all that's left of EDG's defensive side. This retake will not happen, and he might not get out of here. Just about making it around into spawn, but they're hot on his heels. He wants to take some shots, but none of them are landing. 5 HP and a classic to close it out. Unlucky for Kankan. He has that up, he's on the wrong side, and by the time he gets to the right side, there's no one left to help him.
Yeah, they've done really well with just these early round pushes. Like, note that this is different to what we've seen from PaperX already. A lot of their eco rounds have gone towards the B site, but more importantly, they've sent Mindfreak there pretty much every single round. So, logically, when EDG see him taking that first fight, they go, well, this is the lurk again. This is the guy on the other side of the map. We're not going to pull any rotations. And then the full execute comes in. And by that point, you have just too much control available for PaperX. They are doing a great job in these sort of mid-round calls, switching things up each time. And thus far, EDG haven't really been able to catch the smoke of PaperX.
Well, Mindfreak denied what would have been a terrible thrifty for the PaperX side if EDG found it. Oh dear. Nobody's not getting out of here. Not a chance. You had something on the op, win around with a 4K, and close out a round in that 1v1. PaperX have had a couple swing rounds go their way by a narrow margin. This one, though, it's been widened up a bit. Mindfreak on the flank. Beautiful play and good connection from Munyet. Weaker weapons for EDG, and now barely any of them left standing. One of the main ones being Haodong, who it looks like Mindfreak has some spidey senses tingling because he knew he was on his way back through.
They picked them apart again. This time the low buy not looking likely, and
you want more?
Smoggy again. Just trying to catch Smoke. He doesn't even realize where his opponent's gone. Just trying to catch them, and will finally meet his opponent in Mindfreak. It took it long enough to get there. It won't matter. 7-3. PaperX after the first couple of rounds have been nigh on dominant. And for a team that, as I said, we watched them kind of get battered when it came to the game versus Gen G. They've come into this, I think this morning, saying, oh, we're at a 6 out of 10. I'm sure EDG don't feel that way.
Yeah, and even if we can argue that EDG have had some closer rounds, some opportunities to pull it off, it doesn't matter. When you're facing down the barrel of a 7-3 scoreline, it's time to show up here and now. Now, a big round for EDG, not just in their buy, in their credits, but also in their ult orbs. They've got a lot online to work with. This has to be their safety net.
Well, this time, nobody is going to be battling once more for that B control. You can see an immediate rotation from EDG. Just being able to get that little bit of control is enough for them to try and just pull rotations. The retakes over the last few rounds just haven't been working. They need to try and get some of those early fights in, and they'll win one. Kankan's removed Mindfreak. He has been the biggest thorn in their side thus far.
I like this position from Smoggy. Good shots last round. The nade is down, but they're a little disjointed. The 1v1 taken against Haodong doesn't go well. For EDG, no smokes left to play with. No, from the shadows. And Mindfreak's right back into the fight. The shot doesn't land either. And Can sprays and finds bullets coming back at him from Mindfreak, who was dropped moments earlier. This is a disaster for EDG. They're losing players, but nobody. He doesn't want to lose this round. Holding strong in the flank from Smoggy's good. It's only Munyet left. He's made it to A. He'll find a plant, but he doesn't know where these last two players are.
Forsaken, unfortunately, won't be able to join him. Low HP. And Hunter's Fury, they're watching to see if he's going to go pushing round the back, but instead, these angles slowly being cleared. Looking to try and pair back up as he just sits patiently waiting in the corner. Not quite looking the right direction if a wraparound comes in, but actually, both players meeting back up. The time starting to tick down. They really need to get a move on. Paranoia through, TP'd now to get into a much stronger after plan. Munyet, though, getting tagged further and further. They need to get someone on this, and he's just buying that time ever further. I think this one's going to be desperately close. In fact, I don't think he might have this at all. I think it's going to go off. It's
Let's go, boys!
Again, and they just can't find themselves around.
Less than a second in it, Tom.
Last one
Like we say, no matter how tight that margin is, Paper Rex steam further into the lead, and with a Red Bull clutch from a player who was low, who missed the first couple swings. He couldn't land the headshot, and it looked like they had it, but in the end,
it's not even that close.
Time that cost them. 1 second, like 0.93 of a second.
But that's the thing, they were very, very slow at clearing a lot of the angles, and I love the reposition from Munyet. He realizes in that corner, decent chance to get overwhelmed, someone can get on the defuse. Instead, he just looks to take those fights, and well, nobody again. This time, Mindfreak is waiting. These battles have not been going their way, and something roaming with that operator. Ready to clear, and while Paranoia will catch him, but no chance for a trade.
It's not even an ability that gets him out of there. It's literally just the straight up, take your knife out and run. Now, Kankan's gone through mid. There is a lurk waiting around here, but it's waiting for the B main aggression, not for the mid push. They weren't expecting this. The timing a little off, and the shots didn't land initially, but Munyet's recovered it nicely. Mindfreak down, big player for the side of Paper X. He's been going huge in a lot of these rounds. Now, they have to close it out without him, but it's a 4v2. It's only Chicho and Haodong. Should be easy.
Still in the same spot he paranoid from just moments ago. The initial fight needed to be cleaner. Completely left out on his own. He's had a couple of amazing moments so far, but this would have to be the best of them. Of Munyet, no respect, straight through, leaves it all up to one, and it is dominant. A 9-3 half for Paperex coming in onto Sunset. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. I like the idea as well to knife close. They suspect he's there, swing it with a shorty, and even grab the headshot kill for their trouble. Paper X just looking so clean. This is just a matter of timing. The paranoia doesn't come out. I think the idea was to play off the contact, but they just didn't expect it to be an op. Like a rifle will take an extra half second to get that kill, and it's easy peasy. You're going to at least trade. This time, EDG, they have to trade a lot of rounds in their favor. 9-3 down at the half, and Tom, we don't expect this to be much better. Let's see what the desk makes.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I've pulled the telestrator here for one of the rounds in particular, which is round number 3, the bonus round. And this one was particularly interesting as well. Just the overall game plan going a bit amiss here. With this Paper X comp, what you want to do is you want to bleed the utility out as much as possible. And they were just giving the A site entirely for free most of the time. I mean, Paper X not being forced to use many of their util tools, like a paranoia flashes really at all. And part of the benefit of the Gecko is that you can pick up the flashes as well. Once you use them, you can pick up forms of the util. But it was going amiss here for EDG. And when you give up this much space, it's one of the worst worst things you can do because you set up PaperX to do things like this. I mean, they get quirky with the walls. They set up the Sage wall up here onto this high ground angle, and they're really making sure that their game plan is to try and fight for this area as well of the map. These link areas, as well as back side control, making sure they're getting really proactive in those moments, and it just completely dismantled EDG. I'll speed it up as well, as you can see. It takes out the players here. They're flash re-clearing, making sure they set Devi up into the deep positions, and it's the major strength of this comp. I mean, being able to fight and really take space proactively. And for EDG, you were seeing it go missing. I mean, what they should have been doing is fighting, I think, for extremity control, trying to at least get it, rather than giving up the sites entirely for the retake, because you can't do that against this comp. If you give PaperX the space to set up, they're going to use that util to push deeper. You're trying to set up for your retakes. We're going to go to the other side of the map now, and PaperX might be even better on their defense side. They're so damn well drilled with their executes and their retake protocols with all that utility. EDG can't make the same mistake again. So I'll send it over to Mitch.
Hey!
What I was going to say before we tossed it off is that you're mentioning this defense for PaperX. It's not exactly a weakness that EDG can hope to lean on, is it?
No, well, we've seen them play it once within the regular season. They absolutely backed not a great sign, but now they can set up a player that we already know. Stories.
Hey, Anjit Pakistan psycho.
And even just getting themselves, I feel like, back in the seat a little bit, ready to find, because even though EDG is strong on that map, I never want to play PaperX.
It's a scary take on it's slow. We saw
Hooray! Anni body shot la.
numbers are thin slightly for EDG. They can take advantage of this. Same sized map, but less players to defend it.
I'd still feel worried pushing into Mindfreak.
17
It's
వచ్చిండేది.
definitely been the plan to push so far, but just coming in from Devi.
Pull them to their grave!
There is a trip, but that means that he can just keep
Nothing there.
Site. Still a paranoia available as well for Munye.
Oh, start అయిపోయింది.
That could cause real issues.
It slowed them down, but they found Mindfreak. And they know that Munyet's around here. They've got to deal with him. They want to get this fight. Planted and Munyet with a beautiful shot, and now a crossfire angle. Devi easily closes that out. His flank saving the round. And PaperX sealing the coffin of EDG. If anything, that pistol win puts them on double digits.
I am starting to think that there should be more maps where PaperX play double controller. Because obviously we've seen Munyet sort of take over the role of Jing going into the Raze for the majority of the maps he plays. But he just looks so clinical, so comfortable when he goes back over to this Omen. And, well, let's be real, I think Mindfreak's Viper's all right. I think he's doing okay.
He's always been a decent controller, you know, at the best of times.
I'll make you excited.
Oh, wall up right away. Interesting angle for Forsaken, and he's already got one. No reload, he wants another. Oh, I love to see the Outlaw thrive, and Forsaken looking beautiful doing it. This is the perfect round. They don't have shields. It's an easy kill if you're rocking into a no-shield fight, and obviously Haodong had no chance, blinded up in the corner and taken down.
Yeah, they had a paranoia come through the wall just to make sure that there wasn't really any opportunity for the player on the other side to survive. That's now 8 rounds in a row for PaperX. And well, there needs to be the same just to get them back in the game. That's how desperate a position we find EDG in at this point. They are going to have the buy. Investment available, but I'm actually, to be honest, looking at the weapons on the other side for PaperX, it actually scares me more than a normal round. Because you've got a Judge, you've got an Outlaw, you've got an SMG. That means they're probably going to do something spicy.
I'm curious to see how much damage Forsaken will be able to output. This is the thing. A tag from him makes any of these other weapons deadly. But he's playing a much more passive role in this round. Util dispensed on A, and the rotate around towards top mid.
Villain shield లేకుండా అందరూ
Vandal
vandal తీశారు.
look to maintain that control in the middle of fight. In fact, onto Chichu seems inevitable as Mindfreak is caught in this corner. There was no way out for him. Good kill by Kankan.
Yeah, that's a big
రెండో రౌండ్ కి బయట
fight
వచ్చింది
to have,
వీళ్ళకి.
because it also gives them a lot of space over onto the site. Outlaw in position and the slow, somewhat deterring. players on the attack. They're going to start falling back, but Devi has now retaken that space, and we'll just wall it off. Even if it's just a little piece of information, that's something that can be brought through. They are now going to start building up, though. The thought on EDG's side is, okay, well, if they've walled this, it probably means there's no one here, and they can get over the top of it.
That's what I was wondering. Like, it seems like that left side's jumpable, but they still hear the sound cue with how close they were. Now, Forsaken hasn't quite managed to get the damage done on the Outlaw, and the flank through by Chichu's being watched. He's beautifully positioned, but the jumping Judge wasn't quite anticipated. Even still, that's the only kill for Paper X so far, and it may well be the only one they find. Both players on 45 HP. Nice and uniform, but it's about... I was going to say it's about to become one player. Never mind. Devi perfectly dodged that, but not the second time.
Yeah, and on the other side, something has just decided to go for the save, so a good clean start as well. And I do like the fact that even though EDG are down, they're definitely not playing like it. They're taking their time, making sure they clear everything properly, trying to play with the rotations of Paper X, and really giving themselves the best possible chance to start what will be a mountain comeback if they manage to do it. For something, whether or not he really wants to go for anything here. Financially, the team could afford it. He's already going to take the head off of Smoggy and just look to try and fall back, send out Wingman to try and just deter them a little bit from pushing. And hey, made things at least a little bit more costly.
Yeah, Menti didn't have to go running in towards mid either and risk there being a player there. His back was secure. I think this is very nice by Chichu. Again, the fact that you have a jumping Judge coming around and he's kind of low, it's unlucky, to say the least of it. But for EDG, we need some big rounds to fall into place right now. 11-4. If Paper X win this one, it's more or less bind that we're going to be thinking about. For EDG, this attack side has seen some elements of the Paper X aggression. This time, we might get a little bit more. Straight up mid pushing, 4 players around this part of the map. A is left wide open. And they don't get contact, so they fall back. But it allows them to be ready on beam much, much quicker than EDG should be ready for.
Yeah, there are so many players ready and waiting. They've been able to take out at least a little bit of that utility. But I think the hesitation is right from EDG. They're just going to stop. I think they saw so much utility flying through on the other side, but it just hasn't hit the same this game. Something... Given an opportunity to take that fight, and with your duelist, your entry, your space taker down, it's not going to get any easier. Now, the A site is open for business, but I feel like someone almost needs to be left behind to try and catch someone on the rotation, because if you allow Paper X to retake, I don't like those odds, and well, nobody is at least going to be able to find one before trying to back away.
Oh, no! Oh, wow! So this is a big change, because, you know, Paper X obviously happy to play retake on A from the start of the round in a 5v5. In a 5v4 without Concon, even better. But now the numbers have changed hands a little bit. The advantage no longer sits towards Paper X, and there's 2 players on the B site still with a lurk from nobody, active in mid. This has to be huge from Devi, and he won't get anything. These last 2 players even splitting up. Oh, this could be dangerous. They don't check the close right corner, which, I mean, you wouldn't really think to check this late on in the game. Well, the punishment is dished out firmly. Nobody. Massive round. He's had some big rounds like this before, but we can't rely on that every single time, Tom. 11-5.
Oh, that was huge from him. Just taking some of that space back into mid, being able to fight the player in market, and then win a duel of, I think it was 2 players peeking him from top mid. That really shouldn't have gone their way. And he's pulled out a hero play that has given them at least a little bit of an opportunity. Alex is going to take a moment to try and talk things through with the team, because that's the thing. Even EDG just getting themselves a little bit pumped up. We have seen this team pull off miracles in the VCT before. So they want to stop this before it gets any legs whatsoever.
Yeah, it's definitely time to pump those brakes, take a second look at how these coming rounds are going to go, because remember, the first one, it's not looking great for Paper X in terms of credits, but they're going to have ults online soon. Even in this round, that kill from Devi gets your res from the shadows. They have a Thrash coming in, so they better make sure that arsenal isn't disbanded for no reason. They got to be using it, presumably, in the following round, round number 18.
I'm looking to see how much they actually invest into this round, because at least right now, I'm looking at something having an operator. And again, he is someone who could definitely pull off miracles. He was fantastic with it even on the attack.
There's no way. There's just no way. Like, if you wanted to throw, there's just no way. I mean, he has a Thrash for next round. Maybe he buys it now, runs a weaker weapon, and then just decides to use Thrash next round. He'll be back contact. He's gonna do it. He's crazy. On defensive side as well, it's a risk. Maybe he can save it if things go wrong, but really the hope here, the gamble, is that he's able to find some serious value. And as we can see, well, EDG were backing off. And it looks like they won't be coming near. Oh, never mind. The danger zone has been entered by Chichu. He's going to go for a pick.
He's pushed so far up, but both have gone down immediately.
That's it.
That was the thing. Either you had to get value with the operator or save it. This is the worst of both worlds, as he has gone down with the operator. They know exactly where the players are rotating to as well. It's whether or not, yeah, I was about to say, I think EDG have been so calm in just going for these rotations, claiming space elsewhere. And Kankan now already going to be stopping any chance of rotation. He's even going to shut the door on them. Now, what that might mean is, unless it's been thrown away, they might actually be able to save the operator.
It's actually a very nice recovery, I suppose. They carry this weapon through to the next round, and I have nothing negative to say about it. It is just the risk that they run of it being dropped, of one of them picking it up, or of that weapon going down. And if EDG decided to take B, then you're not getting it back. It's gone. But Bulldog and an op carried through to the next round. This is the idea. Like I said, Devi needed one kill. He didn't get it, but he's dead now. So he's got a res to work with. Monyet might not have the From the Shadows, but I doubt that's going to ruin their plans. So realistically, they have a lot to work with.
You never know, maybe he'll get a kill with the operator. I don't think he's in the right place at the right time.
No, he's a little far away. If there was a Neon, I'd give him a chance. But no one's getting to his neck of the woods anytime soon. Mind Freak, oh, you're in danger.
They put the paranoia through, but I don't think anybody's really pushing too far on it. Mind Freak will already get one. That's how much more can he make? It's costly.
Oh!
Mind Freak is just hitting every single shot. And okay, he loses the gun, but even the extra credits will put him in a spot where he can buy a rifle for the next round anyway. So
they're just throwing. They're throwing. Because why wouldn't they just go for it? When you've got Mind Freak,
Bailey?
2v5, just go for it. Just go for it. Look at this guy. It's unbelievable. Let's get that one in a replay. Oh, yes. Oh, I like this. Oh, he even blocked the nade. Our observers are fantastic. Thank you guys so much for showing us that. That's so cool.
just body block it.
Yeah, just block it, duh. Come on. Take the kills.
11-6. The thing is, though, the economy doesn't really matter so much for EDG. They built up a lot of extra cash. Howdong even with 8,000 credits post-buy. And if they lose 2 rounds, they're done anyway. So ultimately, it was worth trying to remove that extra weaponry, something worth the operator. As you said, the ults have come online. You have to think that sooner rather than later, PaperX are going to eventually get this one over the line. But for EDG, they are now starting to build into this. Still with a showstopper. Hunter's Fury for this round. And again, just this slow, tempered approach to trying to gradually take space. They're not really giving any information over onto the PaperX side. And well, something, one of the players who could find it is just sat with his operator in hand.
Single-handedly maintaining the control of the A site, where they've been so happy to play retake before. Something's got it on lockdown, but EDG are not looking to take any risks towards that side of the map. Instead, it's the B site that they're currently targeting. Now, there's some utility being expanded to run that clock down. 40 seconds, as we're going to see. Oh, even a deep flash thrown through. They're really trying to stop this squad. I guess send them back to A, or at least make it so that they have to blitz in. And with the showstopper, that's not really a problem for them. Risky. Okay, it's ended up fired at a corpse and a nade. Oh, Con doesn't stand a chance. Now Devi can do some serious work. A res online. We mentioned that earlier. They'll try to retake the body on the side of EDG, pushing forward and taking every single kill. And with something only now making it to the B site, now it's time to save. It's time to save, Tom, isn't it?
It is something. I don't think he's going to go for this, but you never really know. He's just looking to escape back out of there. Now, it's interesting because, again, you see the knife coming through from Forsaken. That's why they start just blitzing their utility, and they knew that they were coming in that direction, but the showstopper taking the space, and then just solid trade work from EDG. It also seems like every time we've had an operator for the defensive side, it has not been in the right place. Both teams have managed to avoid the superstar operator player for the other side. And now I'm just looking at Howdong. He might be about to clear this gun for free, but he's got spidey senses. I don't know why he turned around, but it doesn't matter. Howdong's going to get the kill anyway. Another round building credits for EDG and a 4-round streak on this attack side. This is starting to look possible.
Yeah, you know, a large part of why I started to lose hope is just the promise of PRX on the defensive side, but well, the paper dinosaurs ain't doing too well. EDG are looking fantastic, and momentum's definitely on their side. Sure, the ult economy is swinging towards PaperX for now, and that is kind of all they need, right? Just a couple trickle-down rounds, and they're good to go on map number 2. But from what started out as a very dominant-feeling map, a couple of close rounds for EDG that could have swung it a little bit more in their favor, but it just seemed like we were going to leave this with the idea that, oh, EDG need to wake up for map 2. It looks like they've woken up for half 2 at least.
Yeah.
This is a good sign.
Oh, it's a great sign as well with different players like Howdong, Nobody, all starting to step up to the plate. And this round, we do have investment again from PaperX. It's not everything they've got. They will still have a buy for the next round, but they've got a few Bulldogs to play with. The ult's still available, and the drone, again, I think EDG are doing a fantastic job of either using Kankan or Nobody to just sell a ruse. They start throwing utility, be it a boom bot, be it a drone, and just get them to stick around in that position. Even catching him with the knife, okay, maybe that wasn't intentional. But you can look at the other side of the map. The only player there is going to be Monya, and they're going to get the information finally that they are not around this position anymore. But they haven't cleared Nobody, and he has been a nuisance in the past.
He's in such a good spot, but that smoke's faded at just the wrong time. If it stuck around a little longer, maybe he could sneak his way through. The snake in the grass is being found for PaperX. As we said, a lot to work with. One is a res in terms of ultimates. Viper's Pit online. If Mindfreak finds 1 kill, this could get very dangerous for EDG. Flashes, a lot of them come in Chichu's way, but the players take a minute. Howdong's on the corner with them. They're doing well. EDG are holding their ground, and it's only Munyet left to try to pull this back, swinging into Smoggy, who's had one hell of a round. 11-8. EDG 3 rounds behind on a map that not long ago was looking lost.
Yeah, they lost the pistol, and we thought this was over. 11-3 down, and again, PaperX are going to have to take their second pause. And you're right, like you see the flashes come through. I think there might have been a couple of players blinded either by their own util or by a counter flash on the other side. I think it was. I think it came out from Smoggy, just buying enough time. And then just having that firing squad. Nobody coming in from a different direction. And, wow, they've managed to hold the line versus what was still a decent investment coming through. And a couple of ultimates used up for PaperX. It's not like they now have that 5-stack anymore to just try and get them to OT. They do still have a few to play with, though.
Yeah, and I guess the Viper's Pit mainly for Mindfreak, having this online coming into the next round where they're still going to have a decent economy, they're going to have full util to work with. I've seen often that they're able to get some space back towards the site, albeit on A here, there was a serious shutdown from EDG. And it's even more impressive when you consider the fact that you have a Gecko Flash go up and over, catch so many players. You also had a KO Flash come around the corner, catch a couple of players, and the timing just wasn't quite there for them to retake around that corner. I think for PaperX, that's something that we'll see remedied, but they need to find the solution very quickly, because this was a game that we were already thinking about buying. Once that 14th round fell into PaperX's hands, and since then they've had absolutely nothing. Just 2 needed to close this out. 2 buy rounds as well. EDG ain't going to be playing an eco anytime soon. That's for sure.
No, they have saved up plenty of cash. Viper's Pit immediately onto the B site. Now, as said, it's been a great job from EDG with the push and pull. They've been selling fakes with different players in different rounds, leaving different lurks, making things awkward for the side of PaperX to read. But with shutting down B main, unless they're going to go through the Viper's Pit and try and fight Mindfreak, they have to try a different avenue. Now, it does look like there's potential that they're going to try and push mid a little bit more, knowing that there can't be as much of a heavy investment in this round, and the door being closed actually somewhat gives them that space. You can see Forsaken has already repositioned to try and watch towards the smoke, but instead, again, they're just slowly taking control across the map.
I do like EDG's approach. I like Devise as well. The wall is great for control, but he's got an angle up above it. Howdong didn't even realize he was shot at just there. The silencer, I guess, really working for him. It doesn't look like there'll be any punish. Did see the players move up towards mid, though, so the rotate's already underway for Devi. And Forsaken is locking it down. Double flash through. Paranoia's good.
Ooh.
And Munyet's able to follow up now, positioned a little closer. As Devi gets there, he's not even needed.
Let's go!
Chichu, the last man alive, and he's got a 1 versus 5 straight into the op. First time something's really had that success with the op defensive side.
And
They
it's the
finally
last kill.
found the round.
it's almost the kill that mattered the least.
Yeah,
Like,
5v1.
Commentary and
I got him,
thumbnail
guys.
better
The op
than
was worth it.
commentary.
again, though, I feel like that's another scenario where PaperX have done well to go, okay, we'll set something up to have space initially. We've got the Viper's Pit on the other side. We have faith in Mindfreak. Where else can they go? Mid. And that's where they have that 1-2 punch of Forsaken and Munya, the double flashes, as you mentioned at the time, just basically making it so that it created some awkward, disjointed fights. Can't come way out in front of everybody else. And PaperX do well to just trade things in the end. Leaving EDG now after what was a 5-round streak, some real hope of them turning this map around. They need another 4 in a row to take this to overtime. And for them, they're going to give the coach another opportunity to try and switch things up, try and almost give them just that little bit of extra confidence. Because that's the thing, I think this has been the first round where they haven't been able to do their sort of like A main, B main fakes because Viper's Pit shut it down. Now that's not going to be there anymore for PaperX, so they still have a very good opportunity to turn this back.
Well, 4 opportunities for PaperX. 4 very stressful rounds ahead for EDG. This is where things get a little bit more real. You know, we talk a lot about those comebacks and how difficult it can be in general. If you lose about 13-4, you know, it can suck. You feel like you were shut out. You go into the next map and say, guys, we didn't even play that, you know?
Yeah.
No one was awake. It's fine. We got the next one. When you make that comeback, when you spend all this time fighting your way back in, and then the door's closed on your face just as you get there, it really, really sucks. But hey, EDG have been there before as well. They know how to battle back from those mental positions. That won't be a real challenge now. Slow through and a deep orb. This is PaperX telling EDG, we're going to fight for this control over B main in this round.
Yeah, I think it was an adaptation that was needed. Just allowing them to have a lot of this control to late execute has definitely been causing issues. Something. I think he's just jump peeking deep A. Like, his positioning has been able to give them a lot of control, but they are going to look to try and force him back. The drone again being utilized just to try and clear this position. Something just has no fear though. He's ready for someone to try and take that risk, but it has pulled a player further forward. The problem though is that this B main stack up is still here.
The second player's not expected, of course, it's Mindfreak. Although the poisons might be off, he's still got his rifle ready to fight. And Concon with another death on the board. He's struggled in this series, but Mindfreak most certainly has
GG
it.
guys,
With Forsaken
GG.
dropping nobody,
Let's
it's
go.
looking like this might be map 2 already on the minds of EDG. Chichu with another clutch that he won't win, and Mindfreak on the triple.
Yes,
that is the
Faruk, my
first map for
Grandmaster, he's got
PaperX,
that.
and a very promising start to this series. Forsaken said they were a 6 out of 10. Well, they had some shaky rounds, but they're looking more like a 7 now, at least.
Yeah, they've got their first map on the board in a matchup that I think many believe to be competitive. Worried about the form that this team was coming in on. It's safe to say in the first half, there were no worries at all. Utterly dominant, and it just took a little bit of time to get it over the line. I'm excited for the next map, though. Either way, Mitch, we're going to be heading off to the break, and we'll be back with map number 2 afterwards.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm
Please,
going to walk you through
allow
attack
me to
on
bro.
pro.
Send us
Watch out
game
for
on
the
the
stairs,
Jeppo.
clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Oh fuck. Too much karam thinking mama. Thumbnail మార్చాలయా
Red Bull gives you wings.
దమ్ బిర్యానీ ఏంది మామ?
What do you want me to say? How did we end up this way? We are lost souls, we are broken, but we keep our hearts wide open. Give me something to believe in. I don't sing songs, I scream them. There isn't a day that goes by that I'm dying to feel alive. I'm dying to feel alive. I'm dying to feel alive.
దమ్ బిర్యానీ కాదు మామ, ప్రాన్స్. టీమ్ హెరిటిక్సా హెక్టిక్సా?
Don't let them get in your way. Some things just won't go away. They say let your mind be free. Just know that you can't stop me.
చే వాలరెంట్ లాగా వేస్తున్నాడు అని చెప్పి.
I don't sing songs, I scream them. There isn't a day that goes by that I'm dying to feel alive. I'm dying to feel alive.
Monday and Friday no holidays due to major job positions.
Dying to feel alive.
అయినా వెళ్తారు. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్కి మన thumbnail కూడా రెడీ అయిపోయింది. లైవ్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు బాగాలేదు. ఎంత ఉంది మనకి? ఏంటి అప్పుడే స్టార్ట్? ఏంద్రో క్లోజ్ చేసేసారు ఇప్పుడు. అవును, నైట్ పాట్ రావట్లేదు ఏంటి? నైట్ పాట్ పెట్టానే.
PaperX, they pick up their first map win here at Masters Madrid and are now joined by their coach Alex. Alex, fantastic attack side half, but on that defense, it wasn't until your round 20 tack pause that your boys managed to close it out. What went wrong on that defense side, and what did you say to them to fix everything?
I mean, you know, it's funny, right? You think a comp with no duelists would be way better in defense. I think we just gave them too much respect. You know, we played really, really far back and we were trying to like, guess where they're going. So in round 20, I think we decided that we just want to make sure that they work for B main, and that's what happened. And found the kills and we managed to close it out.
Big brain plays from you, Alex. Congratulations on map one and best of luck for the second one.
Coming into this one, we were unsure of what was going to happen with PaperX, what their fate would be, but we didn't respect their game. For that, I apologize. By the PaperX skin. I was a little worried for a bit there, but that first half was a thing of beauty, so I will give them flowers for that one. That being said, though, EDG certainly to make it easy for them, but you can really see exactly what Coach Alex was saying. They're giving too much respect and they're paying as a result.
Yeah, exactly. You would think they might have gone crazy after you see a gecko on a but it's something that we have seen in the past from them, and it's definitely something that they need to do. As Coach Alex was saying, when they do not have that duelist, they need someone to be that impact player. And I think that it is so important that what Sue asked the right question. It is round 20. It is the round that changed everything for PaperX because they were not finding success after getting that pistol round. And this is exactly what they needed to do, just putting pressure in every side of the map, sorry, on the sides of the map, in pushing EDG to push on to
Yeah, just have having that B main control is so important because you can stack players into the top section of mid, and it's exactly what they were talking about. And as soon as this comes through, they just set it up beautifully with just a double flash play, peeking together, making sure they take the fights, not showing the respect anymore, just to try and get it over that finish line. And then a follow-up round, which we didn't actually pull, but it's the exact same scenario. I mean, you just see the delayed B main take, really forcing EDG to take control of that one. And they were lost, EDG, on their attack side in that one particular round. That was the turning point for EDG to end up taking that map. But, you know, some signs of weaknesses, I would say, just at least on that half. But definitely, form focus-wise, PaperX have come here to play. They got some shooters on their teams, man. They are going pound to pound with a team like EDG. It was a concern of mine, I think, as well. But listen, the mechanical ability is all there, I think, for PaperX.
Yeah, it certainly has been. And you can even see them, too. Like, they're laughing, they're having a good time.
Yeah.
That is incredibly important because you got to keep the spirits high, especially when you're in these tense situations on that stage. But let's jump over to the other side, though, for our Aim Lab shoot-around. We're going to check in with Kong here and talk about EDG going into their pick on Bind. This, you know, I think that we were prepared to see EDG supremacy.
Yep.
And even though we didn't quite get it in map 1, I'm not trying to sell the stocks quite yet here, Brent. I do believe that EDG can very well bounce back. Bind could be the map that they do it, and Kong could be the catalyst.
It could be, yeah. I believe he plays the KO on Bind, and they have Smoggy playing the Raze.
Yeah.
So they swapped the roles up again for this one, which is the next map we're going to be heading into. It's going to be interesting to see how he performs, but it's about that setup as well with the flashes and the plays. I think we might see just familiar patterns in terms of the win conditions. You know, how much we were talking about disrupting the retake protocols with the util coming in.
Yeah.
Bind, when you're playing on the attack side, is pretty heavily, especially with the comps that they play, the double initiated comps, is trying to disrupt the retake timings. Either that or through B or A, trying to fight for backside A control. I mean, one of the first teams to put me on that one was, you know, Krax's KO on Bind for Foot. There's a shout out for you. I mean, they were one of the best teams in the game at doing that, disrupting that backside control on Bind. And so I think those are going to probably be familiar elements again.
Cameron wasn't playing the game.
No, it's true. It's true. He wasn't even playing. He wasn't even born then, apparently. Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and see what Coach After has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach After from EDG and Luna to do some translating as well. Now, After, it felt like you could have really won that map. Do you think the slow start in the first half costed you? And how do you fix that going on to map 2?
其实在这张图第一开始的时候，其实是有一点慢热的。你觉得如果说并不是这样慢的开始，如果不是这样慢的开始的话，能够有机会赢下来吗？以及在第二张图能不能解决好这个问题？
其实我们下半场已经找回来比赛节奏状态了，所以可以在第二张图体现出来。然后第一张图慢热的问题其实是在节奏掌握上，我觉得我们一开始是熟悉他们的，但是我们在辩证的过程中，可能在少了很多细腻的沟通吧，就可能会变成是阻碍我们的一个情况。然后接下来在第二张图，我们会把这件事情给调整过来。
I think in the second half of the first map, we kind of like find our pace back, and we are definitely gonna bring it back to the second map. And the reason why we are starts so slow is because there are miscommunication, and we're gonna fix that in the second map.
Well, thank you so much for your time. After, thank you, Luna, and best of luck.
Miscommunication issues with EDG, certainly something that they're going to need to have to clean up as they get ready for Bind, because PaperX, it just seems like they're just vibing out there. So you really got to try and catch them off guard.
Oh yeah, exactly. And if you think that attack in half that we saw in the first map was something, just wait until you see 2.5 initiators. Because I count Euro as a half initiator with all that utility.
Oh, okay. They go back to this comp.
Okay.
This is something that I believe they ran something super similar to this, if not the exact same comp with Reina and the Harbor. Yeah, I mean, I love to see PaperX pull out the Reina comp, but especially like this double controller with the Harbor and the Brimstone as well, because they have some cool stuff that they pull out. I mean, it's been a while now. I mean, you're gonna have to scour the VODs if you have time. But EDG are running their standard stuff as well, which puts Kang onto that KO as well. All eyes on him, I think, and trying to support that one. This is going to be an interesting one. I think this is really cool that PaperX are pulling back the strat book almost onto this one. With all the discussion we've had about the map pool being weak, this is a great way to offset it, is by pulling out an old comp that you've already fleshed out before.
Totally, and you may not have a Sentinel, but you do have that Reina, and you're going to be playing to support her as much as you can, especially when you're on the defense. But if they manage to do exactly what they did on map 1, they only need to have a super strong first half here on the attack. I think that the initiator power is still there. I think it lacks a little bit, but probably if EDG were super keen to going into this map, if the preparation was there, something has to change incredibly incredibly fast and adapt if they want to take this to map 3.
Hey.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how this, crumbles or potentially rises up for both of the teams here. This is going to be really, really fun to watch. And good thing is we're going to jump right into the action. And let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk once again as Map 2 is about to kick off. We're going into bind, Tom, and we've seen some comp changes. I'm excited to see what Forsaken has planned on the harbor.
Yeah, it's something that they've run through in the past, and I think obviously we saw them have combinations with Gecko. We've also seen them run a similar comp with a Sky, but obviously Sky's kind of gone downhill a little bit, so they've gone with the Fade instead. But these are all agents that they've run on this map before. It's just this combination that I think is a little bit different. Of course, something on this map on Reyna, it doesn't matter the map, I'll be honest, he's always terrifying.
Yeah, something is just an element of his own. I think Reyna in general, my least favorite agent, but there's certain players that can make me enjoy watching her. Life was one, and something certainly is another. Good control over the site, but long is left open for the side of PaperX. They don't know that EDG have 2 players still stacked up there, but it looks like they want to take some control of their own, pushing through the spawn smoke in towards Elbow. Players caught them though. The rear rotate through the spawn has led to a very awkward position. These defenders are scattered, but they can crunch.
It's left it still back down to a 3v3. Already another kill coming through. PaperX, that W key hasn't been let go of for the majority of this round, and now with an advantage device still left behind. I don't even think they know that he's here, and with the smoke fading, it's an impossible crossfire to come back from. Chaos in the pistol round, but of course that's where PaperX live.
Yeah, chaos is exactly the right word. I mean, that was a hard one for me looking at all the players on the mini-map. I can see everything, and you're still trying to put together the pieces as they chop and change different parts of the map control. But I can only imagine what that looks like from EDG's perspective. You just do not know what the next step from PaperX's dance is going to be. 1-0. This attacking side has found their legs. Now they've got some rifles to play with, 1 pistol, and that's going to be on something. While EDG don't decide to invest very much at all. 2 sheriffs, and they'll try to find value by taking that orb early on B. Perhaps even push down on bathroom to grab another. We'll see.
He's just going through it, isn't it? Yeah, of course he is. He was surprised by that. The opponents definitely weren't there already and waiting for something to take a risk. Of course, he was only with a pistol in this round. Cove actually going out just to try and clear the close angles and go above it. They are taking some casualties, and actually a weapon has been found. Chichu, though, is desperately low on health. Can he find anything more? Yes, he can! He's already got a second! Stuck reloading, though, a little bit unlucky. A nice attempt from Chichu, and again, a round that shouldn't even have been remotely close.
No, not even 1% of what we saw there. I mean, this is just ridiculous. EDG certainly have some fight left in them. And the best part of that is that one of the most valuable ultimates comes online because of that. Chichu now has an orbital strike to play with. This could be big for this squad. And I think for PaperX, they've got to be kicking themselves. Sure, the initial fight, something goes ahead of the smoke, gets caught off guard, but he had a pistol. It's whatever. Yeah, ideally you'd have another player beside, whatever. We can look past it. But everything from that point forward was a domino that never should have fallen.
Well, luckily for them, Forsaken did also do a lot of damage, so he's going to have the Reckoning online.
Something is exciting me with an outlaw on Arena.
You're talking about that. I'm looking at Munyet with the Bucky. It's a deadly combination. First kill going the way, but the space already been taken. And of course, the Reckoning just gives him all the information. Look how close up this man is going to be able to get, just cause them issues. This buy, not a particularly good one, but now in the afterplant, very scary.
Oh yeah. This is where EDG can't really afford to swing an angle out in the open. There's not much of a choice. Looks like Orbital Strike being online early is going to be used to try and give them an advantage, but it pushes the Bookie forward into their arms. And that's not where you want this to be. Up close and personal. Munyet has a bit of a timing to worry about. These players on the other side, I mean, if one of them sees him, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's made it out. Something's grabbed another from far away, and it's as easy as could be. Already tagging up Con with a classic. Wow, that is quite the third round for PaperX. After what I saw in the second and in the first, I don't know where I am. I'm losing it.
He's just got to cover the Bucky in a classic in the same round versus a full buy. These are the rounds as well that just shake you. Like, you're going into a map that has been strong for you within your region, strong for you historically, EDG,
Tapi
but
dengan
you've just been
kan.
owned immediately by an outlaw, a Bucky, and a classic. Like, you can't really feel good about a round like that.
It's so ridiculous. As long as a teammate's done damage or they're on half shields, this guy's able to one-shot you and immediately get out of there. I mean, you're already moving quick with an outlaw. It's already buffed, but he's just going, doubling down on it. Paper X 3-0, but EDG managed to upset them down to just one player left with a lot less. And oh, he's gone through.
Between.
That's perfect, like a scene out of Ocean's 12.
The smoke is Haldong. Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chi-Chu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Haldong still alive! How has no one cleared this man? He's been in the same position! That was a MasterCard Thrifty, by the way, guys. That was a MasterCard Thrifty.
These guys are all right with weak weapons, it looks like.
They're better!
Why do they even buy rifles? Look at this! 20 HP! Just once again, 20 HP! And another player comes out. He misses the first shot, immediately correct. This is disgusting. It's disgusting.
I can't believe
it's
it.
filthy. You can't do that, like.
Muhammad Zara bin kadaya. Wow,
That is one way to get on the board. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna try and forget that happened and just move on with my life. Both teams now do have a bye. Munya gonna be taking the space. This time he is caught, but not really anybody available to capitalize off the back of it. And they're using that cove again just to take initial space. They're not stopping though. Running straight in onto Smoggy. I think that was Munya battling for the sport.
It was. He was going all the way through. He's being caught, but Mind Freak catching nobody. This is a big kill. They've got an extra angle to fight from that someone has to deal with. And Haldong, this man's an enigma. Nobody's ever looking at him when he swings an angle. I don't get it. But at least it's down to Chi-Chu. Low HP on Mind Freak and Forsaken, but the post plant is the real danger. They can run that clock down, peeking one at a time and ensuring that spike is not diffused. 4-1 for Paper X. Surely this is where we return to normality.
Ha! Good one.
Yeah, 2 showstoppers online. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking.
Oh,
wow. Oh yes, you're so well. To be fair, it is something.
Yeah,
you're actually right.
It is the one and only time that actually makes sense. I can't, like, Haldong's just run through into a Molotov to try and get that kill. It is like, who can make the riskiest play of the round? And at the moment, I feel like the only person losing is me.
Losing my mind. Look, EDG, they've called a pause, and I pity their coaching staff. You sat there, it must feel like you've turned up for like 6th grade exams and you're a 1st grader. It's like, what the hell am I watching? My mind doesn't work at a high enough level to understand the chaos unfolding in front of us. For EDG, well, let's hope they've got an idea of the tweaks that need to be made here. It's only 4-1, but we saw Paper X run away with it in the first half of last map, and despite EDG having a big resurgence, they were never really able to find their feet. This has to be a different story for them.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not only the fact that you have to try and quell what has been some of the paciest rounds you've ever seen. You almost have to utility dump instantly, otherwise you're going to lose the site, and you're probably going to lose your spawn. But then you also have to look at the guys on the other side of the stage and realize they're just giggling to themselves. At a Masters event, and the opportunities, you need 2 wins and you get top 4, and those guys are just having fun.
You know, it was something you said earlier on, Tom. The fact is, you know, EDG, you lose this, you go, okay, well, Paper X, maybe they are actually legit. You know, the region is sick. Sure, Gen G had managed to best them in the final, but it is what it is. You can still estimate them as a top team. You can end up coming up against Loud.
Yeah.
With potential elimination on the line. That's not a comfortable position for anyone to be in.
That's the thing. There are no easy games. Here goes Munya again. It's a martyrdom.
Headshot.
5 assists. Showstopper. He's taken down nobody and himself. Look at where something is though. He's just walked out onto the site. He's just got no fear. Even gonna get himself healed back up. Kanka must be surprised. And finally, Smoggy will put him down with the trade immediate. An advantage once again garnered for Paper X, and the remaining players have to hope for timing, but actually timing could go either way. It's all going to be on to whether or not Mind Freak is looking in the right direction, and they both win their battles. It's now left on to just Devi, but one player is very low, and he's already going to clear him.
Oh, Devi's gone out ahead of it as well. That's expected, and Haodong lands the shot. This time someone was looking at him, but he still wins the fight. As a round will be found for EDG, that gap not going to be extending. PaperX have an opponent hot on their heels. Yeah, I mean, the other thing for PaperX as well, coming into this round, you've got some weakness, really. It's just Munyet after going down so early in the last one. But the reality is, he should be in a pretty decent position, still rocking a... Well, actually, I saw a Judge pot up earlier. I think he's going to go for a stinger. But the weaknesses aren't too massive. It's more so the ult economy. Smoggy's got a showstopper, and nobody has a Hunter's Fury to play with. Big ultimates for that defensive side. Big safety nets to fall into.
Still just nervous seeing something pick up on the operator on that attack. We've already seen the Outlaw. Now you get the big brother.
The thing is, you know, although the damage is going to be lower on the Outlaw, right? Kind of need the headshot on the swing. It's going to be much harder to post up on those angles with the op to get in and get out. And we saw him,
if you're not something.
True, for most people. I should always put that in front of it. For most people, that would be the issue.
We've watched him do it on Gecko in the last, on attack side, just single-handedly take out a team. So now he actually has some movement benefit. Even still, though. EDG really needing to string a couple of rounds together. It's been an eco and a problematic round of Munyet. No trouble finding that opener. Nightfall has deafened their opponents, making things that little bit more problematic in terms of working out how far forward they've gotten. The High Tide has cleared so much space, and they also have the Cove, but now that utility fades, they don't have much to play with at all. In fact, I don't think they have any smokes left.
Trying to sell it as a pump fake, but it doesn't look like EDG are buying it. Orbital strike, Smoggy's in the open, but he's caught one. That spike down, and the ult used, the Hunter's Fury, finding targets. Oh, they're so low. With Smoggy down, the numbers on the side of EDG are good. They still have a 2v2 with 10 seconds left. All they have to do is deny the spike being picked up. And Haodong, he gives the space. 6 seconds as they make it towards the side. What a shot! Haodong! How did he manage that? He's won it off the clock alone. And if that came down to a 1v1 with something, I don't think he's winning it. But he avoided it altogether. Beautiful play.
I'll be honest, I was scared when he let the spike go. Well, when he let it go, I was like, that's a risk that I don't know if it's worth taking, but hey, he was ready for them to try and plant in the safest spot possible and just hits a crazy wallback. This is just a fear factor, though. Just what something can do, even in the most awkward fights possible. Again, though, the rounds the EDG have won is off the back of pistols and 2 1v1 clutches out of that man on your screen.
4-3. Yeah, it looks like a really close scoreline, but wow, they've been hanging on to that cliff's edge. For the start of this, we hear some sheriffs firing off. You know there's weaknesses there, but they also know that the big gun was saved through. They've spotted it, and they've taken Munyet down as well for something. He's not going to find any players out in the open giving free kills away, and that op, I don't know if you're going to be able to save it through to the next. He'll have to create his own opportunities.
Back towards that B side they go. Corner held, so something that would need to be hard cleared from the side of PaperX, and the read already in from EDG. Third player already into position. I felt like they'd have to be some pretty big errors over on the other side. You can see the passive angles that are being held. The knife even going to give them a fair amount of information. They know there's a couple of players waiting here, even ready to invest the orbital strike if they need it. They want to try and make this one clean. It has been a lot of close rounds. Even still, though, something gets the opener, but is there anything more to be had? It's not looking too likely. I don't know how he's still alive here, finally. The dancing something will go down, and Kankan rises to the occasion. It's 4-4. Obviously not the strongest buy for PaperX, but it's more important for EDG to finally have a clean round.
Well, 100%, yeah. I think the orbital strike here saves them so much trouble. Is you got something going out, but he's essentially alone when he emerges from long. These players can't come to meet him. Divide was low after a spam, very quickly taken down. Can hitting some shots. That could be the confidence builder as well. Yeah, he had a really rough first map. One of the tougher maps for him. And even here, it wasn't off to a flying start. He had 2 kills before that round just there. Now, you hear the screams, you hear them get hyped up, and hopefully they'll be able to pull this across the line.
Interestingly, he was always the player picking up that operator, even it didn't matter what agent he was on. We saw it on a Gecko in the past, but it does seem like the mantle has been passed over to Smoggy, which makes me a little bit sad. Maybe it's just for the early peak. Might be just going for something a little bit more aggressive in this round and obviously having that extra movement to try and get out of there. On the other side, though, we are seeing that Reckoning. Now, this was one of the major issues in some of the early rounds, is that Reckoning for Forsaken. It just is filthy. It gives all the information and causes chaos.
Makes sense as well for Kankan not to be running that operator.
Sure.
Just because even last round, right, the reason they're so stacked up on B, because they started to rotate to A, but the knife found 2 players inside hookah. That's when they pull out the orbital strike. That's when they pull the rotates to B, and they're ready for that blitz out. PaperX ran into a stack because of him. So if he goes down early, just trying to get an off pick, you lose so much in the late round. If Smoggy goes down, well, it's all right. You're not losing any massively important utility. And that's if he goes down. Some control over Bathroom and B long. The extremities of the map belong to EDG, but PaperX have their sights set on moving through this A site, which was another element of why the rotates didn't come through, because there's always this utility there from Howdong.
Still going. They are all the way outside of Showers, and that'll be Mind Freak down. A big loss in the early round. Howdong fighting within the cages, within the Reckoning, and he'll lose his life for it. Maybe a little bit of an overextension, but with 1 controller down and Forsaken's utility already expended, this doesn't leave them with much. In fact, they're going to go pushing, something trying to do everything on his own, and now with them pretty much boxed in, I don't know if PaperX have a hope in hell of getting out of this.
Certainly not if they play aggressive. We can see that with the crossfire, the triple crossfire, backing up by an op, but they've made the right call, instead hightailing it to the other side of the map where they could be able to get a plant down. It's the post plant that's worrying. The advantage here goes to EDG, 4 versus 2. At least long control is going to be sought after, but a shock dart well placed puts Divide down to 60. Another disadvantage to play with. And the TP was heard. Smoggy is the one TPing. That's a little bit of a head scratcher with the operator, but he's holding down that control. I guess we'll be going in to take control of Hookah.
It's the doubt as well. Like, he's not necessarily moving too quickly. It's just the doubt in his opponent's mind. They have to face the other direction as well. Damage done by Divide, but not quite enough. Forsaken needs to pull off an absolute miracle on low HP, and it's not going to be happening this time out. After being blitzed in the first 2 rounds, EDG now take the lead.
And that's the road to recovery we were hoping to see for this defensive side. 4-1 down to 5-4. And a lot of things going right for them. They're starting to get that control over the map, and even seeing nobody right now has 1 kill. He had so many high impact plays on the previous map, but they're still able to put these rounds on the board. And I think Howdong's setup, really, there hasn't been a solution from the side of PaperX. A couple times they've been able to send Monyet in, and he's able to make it ahead of these traps, just barely dodging them. I can almost hear the Alamont playing in the background, but now they're starting to get caught because these traps are moving. They're in different positions each time, and that setup just isn't one that you can go blitzing into, which is what PaperX very much like to do.
It's what they're going to do again. Early nade over the top. We'll have to clear out the trip. Trying to adapt themselves. Again, though, any ultimates online, Showstopper and the null command. The trip, the second one, though, is superb. Kankan going to get a free kill. How do they get, though? Audacious attempt trying to catch them off guard. Chi-Chi not taking the same risk. Waiting for a little bit of support. And already they're going to counter out anything on the other side with that null command.
No danger of those more aggressive flashes coming through, or of something taking your sight away. Not leering onto them. No smokes for Mind Freak as he's down and out, and Divide does well to at least find 1, but that player is resable. And, well, that could pull Divide out into the open to attempt to deny. Down to a 4 versus 1 with 11 HP, and he's even detected. Got ahead of the op at least, so damage will be done. but there's still 3 more players waiting for him. Spike in Forsaken's possession, at least. And now I've ran out of positives.
He was trying to pull a rotation with the TP, but nobody never left that B site. It's going to get a free duel, though. It's starting to get a little bit messy for the side of EDG. They've given up a couple of kills, not quite knowing where he is. The time is the issue, and more so, nobody on the flank. Like, to get anything here, you'd need pretty much a miracle once more. Just trying to find a safe place to plant, and that doesn't exist. Nobody's going to be coming in from behind. Chicho with the wall bang, and it will be EDG extending that lead even further.
It's 5 in a row. The timeline looking convincing. They've come up with solutions, and this comp gives them so much to fall back on. The ult out of Concon, you can see why you want him alive late into the round, even as he gets res back up, immediately lobs out the knife and finds exactly where that final player is, nullifying any potential for Forsaken to catch them off guard. With 6-4 on the scoreline, that's when PaperX might even have called a pause coming into this round, but they haven't. And there's a lot of weaknesses for them. This is again going to be somewhere they hope to just blitz.
Idea.
The wall up to block out the dart is beautiful, but they still have to swing in to Smoggy. And that's where the real trouble begins.
Yeah. Oh! Okay. You can't give something anything! And the bait across as well from Monye is gorgeous. Finally, they managed to deal with him. Something down. And now they've gone for the TP, but this is somewhat of a ruse. They've left Monye behind. It seems like it's being watched for, but the other 2 players looking to try and head potentially into the A site. Only 1 defender and a second slowly being pulled in.
2 smokes for Mind Freak. Could lob one on A to cause problems. You can see there's one in play, but now the second comes down, and it's buying space for Monye to close the distance. Stinger in hand. This is a perfect fight for him to take, but he goes into the smoke at the wrong moment. 2 players ready and waiting. Molly through. That'll buy time, buy space, but they now need. The advantage sits with EDG. Little tag onto Mind Freak. It's okay. Smoke down as he repositions, but ultimately a kill needs to be found before EDG can amp back up to fight through. They're inside the cage, the flash is good, and the kills are even better. Absolutely gorgeous. Another late round where you see the benefit of having Concon online.
Yes.
That flash was clinical.
Yeah, his utility's been fantastic. Again, showing depth to what is a player we know can run around and outgun pretty much anyone within the scene, but he's been in the setup. This is just...
What?
It's just so absurd. And then the second one, it just shouldn't be allowed. They must be happy they killed him through the smoke, because otherwise I think something might have just aced that round.
Yeah, with the way he was going, to headshot someone with a Sheriff, double blast packed up in the air. That's just outrageous carry on from this man, but it is par for the course. At the same time, despite some nice shots from something and a decent map overall, it's still 7-4. The advantage now doubled up on in this final round for EDG. They've claimed an orb and an orbital strike on the back of it. Chichu will have that to work with if they end up in a post plant, but hold on to fight. They're rushing it down, trying to take these duels. In fact, it's Chichu who has the ult that's now left on 30 HP. Panic plays it just to buy a little bit more time so they can fight on the side, and it works with Concon hitting a shot and Chichu doing the same. There's no long push anymore. Chichu, oh my god, those bullets are coming so damn close, but they think he's dropped out now. They've spammed too much for him to still be in position, and he might just get the jump with a second player behind him as well. They're going to emerge from the smoke. Chichu, the sacrificial lamb, and the trade through the smoke, and he almost doubles up on it. Concon is shut down though, and we're into a 2v2.
He's managed to dodge it. He's always been a snake in the grass. He gets the timing perfectly online. The tags on both sides. It goes to the repeat to give Smoggy the kill. From a 4-1 down deficit, it has been a complete turnaround for EDG. 8 rounds now onto the board, and what a ridiculous resurgence it's been from the Chinese powerhouse.
Well, Haodong has been impressive, sneaking his way behind these players again and again. It's time for us to toss it over to the analyst desk to see what they make of EDG's chances.
I mean, EDG's chances looking pretty solid so far if they keep playing like that, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's been so many like turnarounds. We were seeing how they were interpreting the map, how they have all these ways of acquiring that information, but they were committing the same mistake that they were making in the previous map, and it's leaving Paper Rex with a lot of space. Then they will take it, they will use it against you, and that is the reason why they were getting on those rounds. But High-octane, as we were saying, and as Mitch was highlighting, he was key to the turnaround, not only because of the clutches that he won, is actually being at the exact right moment, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see numerous moments him holding down for the showers control, making it really awkward for Paper Rex to try and go for that big A exec that was working all the time in the first half, basically, the first half of the first half. And he was just an absolute monster. I mean, an absolute difference maker. But got to give credit to EDG with the right adaptations in terms of their macro ideas. They decided to push up the aggressive op into angles, out through showers, out through B-long at the same time. High-octane was contributing, doing his piece as well. Really good moves by EDG to recognize what those weaknesses were. And they've set themselves up now with an 8-4. I mean, after losing a pistol round, it's almost unheard of. This is a dominant half by EDG. They're going to be going into the next now, almost setting themselves up for that map 3.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a Paper Rex that started up super well, very aggressive, you know, a lot of good utility, you know, the shotguns, everything was going
doing
a little bit
fun. That we know them to do.
Exactly, the things that Paper Rex like. But I didn't see the effect that probably the Reyna was intended to have, so I need to see what they intend to do with the defense. Are they going to be extra aggressive? Are they going to put a lot of pressure onto EDG? And if that happens, what is going to be EDG's response? I think that, again, we look at High-octane on the Cypher. If those pushes are going to come in, of course, we need to keep a close eye on our flanks.
Yeah, and you know, listen, I'm with you. I want to see some aggression. I want to see Paper Rex just come out of the gate, punch him in the mouth, see what happens.
I think you will.
You have to. I feel like you have to at this point. Otherwise, you're kidding yourself here. We'll see what Paper Rex can pull up together. 2 rounds, they're right back in this bad boy. But EDG don't want to give him that time of day. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, GB wants to see Paper Rex come hot out of the gates, punch him right in the mouth. That's what he said, Tom. Are you expecting to see that face after such a devastating first half?
Yes.
You're getting it anyways.
Yes. Just immediately be short is being pressured. You're going to see some utility faked out, but again, they're just going to go running back. The thing is, the slow pace of EDG in the last map might just run true again, being patient to try and garner extra space. There is a nade available for Munyet to slow them down, but once more, it's not just going to be the immediate run-through. Almost a complete opposite to what we saw from Paper Rex.
EDG are extremely patient, perhaps knowing that if you leave that clock run down low enough, Paper Rex are going to get aggressive. Now, TP is heard towards A, steps are made, but the flank is underway. Trap is watching it. That's something for them to work on. And the trap is destroyed. Here comes a quick triple blitz on the back as the players desperately hold on to control over the site. Reinforcements are on their way and just now arriving, but a quick switch from EDG sends them towards the defender spawn. And Forsaken somehow stands strong inside of Lambs. 4 kills on the Frenzy. And another pistol round for Paper Rex. Normally, Tom, this is where we'd be getting the violins out for EDG. They lost the pistol to start with. They lost the 3rd round to follow up. And now they lost another pistol. For most teams, that's a death sentence. Yet here they are with a 3-round lead.
Yeah, I think Forsaken just with his frenzy, unable to isolate the jewels with him, and he's just able to take everything over the line. A much-needed pistol for the side of Paper Rex if they are going to have an opportunity to try and turn this one back around. We've seen EDG, though, do an awful lot with very, very little. But this would have to be one of the best of them.
Well, that pretty much puts a pin in that one. He still has another bullet. That was a collat to start us off. A little bit of a longer reload now that he's fired both shots, but he's right back into the fight just in time to catch Concon. The ace, well, it's not going to happen. Device swept in to steal it away, but you know what? Forsaken's already got his ult online, so he doesn't really need any more kills. Might as well give them to someone else. I don't know. Munyet with a showstopper? That sounds good, but that's only his first orb to find. 8-6.
He has done that in both halves. Forsaken has gone in with his ult in round 3, which kind of makes you think maybe he hasn't done that much else for the rest. Because if you're getting enough kills to get your ult in round 3 twice. But keeping these rounds nice and clean, and again, it's a flawless round to put Paper Rex in a pretty decent spot. I am looking at their 2 duelist players both having a judge for this round. I feel like if you're on the EDG side, you've got to be so damn careful. Now, they normally are. I'll give them that. They're normally very slow, methodical, using their utility. But I feel like avoiding both of these players is not going to be easy.
No, most certainly not. Just taking a look at EDG real quick as well. Damage doesn't even need to be done to Chichu before he goes down to that Outlaw of Forsaken. And I think that's something that we'll see manifesting in how this round breathes. That smoker can't be the one that's going out to take those wide approaches, to check angles. Instead, it's got to be much slower, relying on things like your Sova drone, your recons to clear those angles. Forsaken is posted up and ready to duel, same spot as before. And for EDG, that could spell a disaster. Add to that, as you said, Tom, they've got to be careful of those judges. Mind Freak is not being caught, so they'll look for the B site control, and that's when they walk straight into Munyet. He's crept down behind the box and pops up for a nasty surprise.
Yeah, doesn't even need to switch out the weapon, really. Will eventually do it and be able to escape as well, but Forsaken has been lost. Munyet's done well. There isn't really a reaction either. There has been a push through. I'm just looking at the position that's been taken from Howdung. He's completely in behind. They've left a gap, and that gap has been exploited. Such good positioning from him. A quick rotation looking to come back through from the other side. Howdung taking as much space as possible, but this battle between Mind Freak and Chichu is going to be everything. And again, Chichu just getting in behind his opponent. The advantage swinging into the favor of this attacking side. Sure, it's a bonus, but for a second it was looking really dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, yeah. In fact, it looked like they had it more or less locked down. But again, it's Howdung to bail EDG. On this map, he has just been spectacular. In Spectre form almost. Never are these players able to actually take the fight on the open, take the duel against him. He's always slipping behind. 9-6, and it's PaperX slipping behind now. 3 rounds down.
Yeah, a nice recovery from them. And again, it's been mentioned, you're looking at Howdung on the leaderboard, you're like, oh, he's having an all right game, but his impact has been paramount. The amount of space he took there, cleared out Something's aggressive position, because that was the thing. Something was cleverly sort of moving himself further and further forward, sort of cause issues for his opponents, but then gets caught from the one spot that wasn't really checked on. 9-6. Still plenty available for this round. You're going to see the operator in onto Something. Judge still online. Mal making sure that there's nobody in this aggressive position. Now the Prowler is going to give things away. Nobody is going to wait in the TP. I don't know how long this is going to stay for.
Well, I mean, nobody's had a tough game. Last map, I'm thinking he had a 4K, a 3K, a 2K. Right now, he has 1K. 1 kill on the board for this whole half. And he was bailing them out of these situations that now Howdung is taking up that mantle. Again, 9-6 in the lead. Couldn't give a damn if you have 0 kills. But for nobody, I want to see him bring that back out. We know it's in the tank at some stage. For PaperX right now, as we said, there's Munyet on the Judge. They're going to be respecting that because we've seen it last round. It had huge impact. He was able to dominate control over this section of the map. EDG must have another idea on how to play that part. And in fact, they go towards B. They see all this utility come their way. And they're starting to maneuver their way back towards the A site, which has thinned out slightly.
The reckoning, though, we're getting down to the last 30 seconds. Going in this direction will leave them with not a lot really to play with. They're going to try and just almost run their way through it, but they're slowly being revealed every single time they try and make their way through. Finally, the reckoning will fade, but Mind Freak now in position. A cove for Forsaken to try and almost fight within, and they are falling like flies. Forsaken winning every battle, leaving just Chichu remaining. 8 seconds and 5 members of the other team still to find. There is no shot that he gets anything from this one, and finally, well, Munyet will fall, but Divide immediate on the reaction.
Yeah, you know, initially I thought Forsaken's probably put out the reckoning because when they push on the side of EDG, they're well, first of all, information. Secondly, when they push, they're likely to be blitzing in towards that position. Utility coming his way if Chichu gets an orbital strike, but Smoggy could be on you in a second. In fact, I think he just put it out so he could farm up some orbs and pick it up. He's almost halfway to having it online again. Just a lights out performance from Forsaken, but still 2 rounds behind. EDG, weaker weapons. This is where they've been scary at times, and an orbital strike online, as we mentioned. So still a lot of danger if this attack side can find ground.
Forsaken looking for a little bit of early control, and the same from Something. Starting to really lock down avenues of the map. You can see Divide doing the same on the extremities of B. does leave a little bit more of an opening, but the thing is, Munyet has completely switched up his position. He was playing the judge over the last couple of rounds. The flash is sublime once again from Kankan, unfortunately unable to really capitalize on it.
Hao-dong again! How does he keep doing this? It's unfathomable. This is a classic lure. I've seen Nats do that, but he had an orb and a wall. Oh, come on! Again and again, 2 kills for Hao-dong, and I said they've been scary. They're goddamn terrifying. Forsaken, he's held this position with a frenzy, but that was against pistols.
They know where
he is completely surrounded. What? Nice spray. It was Divide to finish it off, but Hao-dong has a 3rd kill. He started this with a goddamn classic.
1 enemy remaining.
Wow. And there's only 1 man left. It is going to be Hao-dong. It is going to be another MasterCard Thrifty, that I'll be honest, makes absolutely no sense.
What's going on?
A man switch over to. Yeah, I like the representation you use. We've seen Nats do that. Nats a great cipher. I don't know if we've seen him just manage to walk his way down mid. And that was the thing, that was some initial pressure there from Forsaken, really watching for this spot, but he just catches a timing every single time. It is absurd how well this man is playing. Well, maybe a little bit of frustration for PaperX. 10-7 in the lead, and while I hope that is a leather-bound notepad, otherwise it's going to be snapped in two.
You know, it's an interesting contrast as well, because if we think back to half number 1, the real issue that PaperX ran into, again, I think they got lucky with some of the rounds where Munyet was able to bypass the utility. It could have been an opening pick for the side. But one of the main challenges that they had was playing up against Hao-dong's utility, was having this guy consistently being able to put through these traps that are slowing you down, and it was the A site that he was holding onto control of. And how poetic that when they swap sides, it's Hao-dong coming through and going, yeah, you know, you should probably play the agent I'm playing, guys, because I can just walk up behind you if you don't. It's unreal how much space he's found. He did it on A-Bat. He now has done it on Lamps with a classic and nothing else. I don't know what else he can do to surprise his opponents, but I'm certain that he will be doing more of this because the consistency is off the charts.
And it's got to be infuriating for PaperX. A way back into the map with your opponents on a weak buy, and you lose to 1 man in his classic. A free gun, by the way. Yeah. I think it was his spacing more than anything else. Look at the aggression, though. This is the W gaming we were expecting to see, an immediate push all the way down B long, but again, it doesn't really come with any rewards. Having to fall back, use and burn a lot of utility in the early stages of these rounds, and they've won neither of those fights. Kankan, he's got both in his locker, just takes down the duo of PaperX, but it does turn out it was a trio. There was a 3rd piece to the puzzle, unfortunately. Munyet is now just sat in a corner with a judge.
And the very best of luck to him in the battle to come, because by the looks of it, that judge is going to have to find 5 players. EDG are in a 5v3 with no intentions of being picked off individually. They're moving together, making their way into this site. There's a drone, and that's really the...
Oh, giving him a gap.
Oh, hold on. He might actually be in the position to get this. They've spotted him, and only 1. Perfect from EDG.
Yeah, nice work. I like the idea from Forsaken. Just create a little pocket in the corner that he can hide with him, but I think the fact that he shoots at Smoggy somewhat gives the game away. Might have been spotted anyway. And for Mindfreak, it's not really much he can do but to just try and save something. The real problem, though, is that this wasn't... you might be looking at this and thinking, oh, well, the way that round went, it was probably a low buy. No, that was everything. PaperX threw the kitchen sink at that one and have now just got to try and hold on to this rifle. An 11th round for EDG inevitable, and I don't know if they're going to have much to play with in the next round. Luckily, both teams, also something, has been able to do a lot with these low buys, so maybe we'll get something magical once again, but it is at the stage now where PaperX need it.
Oh, EDG with 11 on the board, a 4-round lead, and 2 rounds to close this one out. Bring us to split. And it'd be a nice swap over. You know, the shoes on the other foot. As EDG lost 13-8, PaperX might be losing 13-7. You said they invested everything in that last one. They do come out of it with still 2 ultimates to work with, Munyet and Divide. will have something, and you know what, literally their teammate, but they'll have those ults to work with. A couple rifles, stingers there.
They're going to rush
Tom,
mid.
it's not looking great, but the element of surprise is the best thing that they can hope to rely on.
It's not surprising at this point, though. They haven't had much more in terms of depth. Mindfreak's going to get one, but that's all she wrote. Look how ready EDG were. I know you've got a slightly lower buy. I wonder what you're going to do, lads. I wonder if you're going to push something. Just the cam out immediately from Howdong to get his team ready, and then everybody, the firing squad, just watching. A very easy round for EDG, and sure, something's still standing. He's gone as well. Smoggy winning that fight out once again. And what can Devi really hope to achieve here? Left with a close range SMG and 4 full HP players.
Well, GB wanted to see Paper X on this defense come out with aggression, just punch him in the mouth, but they've ended out more like Aldo. 5 chances now for EDG to close this map.
Turns out they had grills. That's what it is. They punched them in the mouth and it's left an indent in their own hand.
And this is exactly what you're talking about, Tom. Like at this stage of the game, you're just like, oh, are Paper X pushing? Oh, wow, I'm shocked. And
no way.
Protocols are there, they're ready. EDG a step ahead on Bind. This was a map that we had some question marks around. Playing against Paper X on this, I would say, before this, it's never easy, but EDG are certainly trying to make that look like a foolish statement.
Boys, especially you lose both pistols and you're 12-7 up. That's a damn good showing. And they've had some rounds as well where something popped off and they've managed to weather that storm. It's something that many teams have tried and many teams have failed. And within their matchup versus Paper X, it's never gone their way. I believe they've had a map before in the past, but I think if they head on to Split, it's been one of their best maps within the region, although it's been great for Paper X. It is the perfect place to end it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Already we're seeing Forsaken with an Odin, so Mitch already believes.
If there was a round to win, Tom, this would be the one. You know, normally on this map, you're going to have traps to play off, but there's not going to be those easy reveals to play around. Instead, it's more to do with spamming. And, well, you're going to have to get the head of Smoggy, and he's crouched down behind that box. It's not too easy for now. The suppressive fire really about to be tested, as if you fire away, that rocket will come right back at you, but somehow the rocket's done nothing. The show not stopped just yet. With damage onto Mindfreak, there's still a showstopper on Munyet once this ult fades. I like the spams, I like the attempt, but nothing's been found.
Oh, they've got Nightfall as well, but Smoggy's managed to dodge it, needs to hit the shot and won't be able to. In fact, Kong goes down instead. An advantage at this stage for Paper X, but they still have to get back into the site. Chichu sprinting around, hasn't been isolated yet. It's left down to just one man, but that one man is Howdong. Getting that little bit more aggressive. He's using his opponent's util, even has the cam, and it's just about going to reveal. Knows that they're no longer on this diffuser, but desperately needs a kill, and he isn't going to be able to find it. That diffuser will come through, and Paper X will live to fight another day.
Good, I was already calling in to the admins, change his name on that hood, take out the last 4 letters. All you need to say is how. Every time this guy's on the screen, it's just unbelievable, but this time, they put a stop to him. That's the first out of 5. 4 more needed. The side of Paper X. And look, you have the showstopper there buying them the kill. Good
that wasn't
play
meant
by
for Concom, by the way.
No, it wasn't. It was the player he'd already spotted, who was already dead at that point. It could have been a double kill. 4 in a row. Chichu's about to have ult online as well, but look how much Paper X have in this round.
Launching smoke. All it takes is 1, but...
Oh, 1 eco from EDG, is it? That's all it takes.
Maybe. Munyet back on the judge, but that's not really been too much of a detriment for him. And I actually feel like it's fairly important for Paper X to clear out that cam. Every piece of utility Howdong's had has had impact. Instead, though, it's the slow walk up. Looking to potentially get that orb online, as you mentioned, 1 away. I don't think there should be much. They'll be able to stop it at this stage. This is such a disgusting position for Munyet to play. I don't know how Howdong survives this time. Surely he should be dead to rights, but no! He hard checks him! He's prepared every single moment! And they got that advantage again. Something he's going to try and make a hero play. Howdong goes running through and dies to his own teammate. If he made it through, you bet he probably gets a couple. And Devi holding the line on the other side. It's now a wraparound for EDG. Look where they are. 30 seconds left. They expected the B site to be open at this stage. They have to get the kill onto Devi, and he is low.
Well, with Chichu down, Devi really has it all stacked up once the spike falls. 16-second left. No chance for that to go their way on EDG's side. They have 3 more chances now to push this across the line. And we're starting to see different facets of Paper Rex come online. This is what we were hoping for. But this guy just...
Look at this. So, he gets orbital strikes by the opponent. He's like, I think there might have actually been a tiny pocket, but in
that's
that
easy
moment,
for us to see.
In that moment, he's like, oh dear.
You know, if he had a cam where our observer was, he would have known there was a safe gap. But
he also wouldn't have been able to move.
Probably would have had to jump and check it real quick. Wouldn't be ideal. But yeah, the double orbital strikes, they don't happen too often, creating a pocket like that. No. So understandable. 3 more chances for EDG. Rifles out again. So I'm expecting them to win whenever they eco, but it might be hard to even push them there. For Paper X, same old buy. And it's the big gun in play. Forsaken with the opening.
Smoggy down. The flank coming in, but both battles have gone the way of EDG. Mind Freak needs a little more, but it's only going to be the one. Something and Forsaken. 2 players. 2 names that strike fear into the hearts of any opponent. Oh! Trying to get that wallbang through, but is getting dangerously close to a reload. I think he's even going to have to just fall back, give this one up for now.
Well, 10 bullets left, right? He had to pop that reload, but he's ready to fight again now. 100 bullets primed and ready. Something on the other side of the map as the flank comes down. He's going to take a while to get there, but Forsaken's not willing to give up the space. Now he's being spotted as he sees the cam turn towards, and this might be the end for him. It's being revealed, but good damage. That's deterred Haodong from actually taking the peak. It's allowed for that cam to be completely negated. The swing is good for something, and he's spotted both players. A 1v2, 4 bullets now. And it's not looking good. This could be EDG pushing it across the line. Another dismiss into a heal, reload, and something's got a chance. No Lear to work with. The defuse being stuck to half, but the swing is perfect. And Concon to close the map. 13-9. Map 3 is coming up next.
That's the thing. It was one of those maps where you feel like Paper X, they tried to punch them in the face. That's what they tried to do. They threw everything they had, these hyper-aggressive moves at their opponents. And honestly, the duck and weave, EDG every single time, fantastic performance from them. And well, now we're going to be going off to a break. There's one more map in this series. It's Split, and I am excited.
Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pelearte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempos de la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Sé con nene o nena, papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no es dilema. You make me horny, bitchy, feeling nasty. Mándame un DM y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, móvelo bien salvaje. No te hagas loca, todos saben que eres gante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace.
Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches. Pita encendida, todo de roce. La vivienda activa para el perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga para el piso. La bebé anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa. Que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida. Cuando baila está encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el chori con la blue, que grosería.
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos para leer. Noche, yeah, 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 yeah. Con Yori, dimensiones, con el Yori en la casa.
Salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos para leer. Noche, noche, noche.
EDG managed to pick up a massive victory, forcing the map 3 as Bind goes their way. What a series we have been treated to, folks. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka and Bren as we break it down and we get ready for map 3. Bren, just what a great match we've been treated to here so far, bud.
EDG, I mean, listen, they tried to get punched in the face. They tried it, they absorbed it, they ducked it.
No, but PaperX did punch him in the face a few times. They got some iron jaws, man.
Listen, that was a dominant game from EDG, even though the stats, the scoreline doesn't really suggest that. Our stats producer, Oasis, was saying, like, listen, I think it was 56% of 4v5s being won by EDG.
And also,
unheard of statistic.
And both pistols went on the side of PaperX.
Yeah.
On paper, everything should have gone for PaperX, but EDG managed to just be one step ahead. I think that their IGL has to be crowned for that.
Yeah, and you know, actually, we do have a Verizon high-speed moment of that map, and we're going to give it to something. Obviously, it gives us an opportunity to talk about just the impact that he makes. But it's wild that you see something pull off just absurd clips like this, and even then, it just was not enough to get them over the finish line, Kukuka, which means that EDG just shut them down in certain areas.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not only about the shooting. I think that the understanding that EDG ended up having of the map, how they positioned the operator, and the pressure that they were getting with it, even though this happened, they managed to win the map. So
yeah, and despite the fancy shots, I do feel like PaperX kind of shot themselves in the foot by picking up the attack side op so much. And they do it a lot. It's like something style.
That happened last map too.
Yeah, they try and do it to slow down the tempo, and because they condition super hard, pacey play styles, and then they slow it all the way down. And it can work, don't get me wrong, but they were really struggling to find ways to entry into sites when something had an operator, because they just couldn't find the pace increase when they needed it. You know, he was doing his best, but it was really, really struggling. But for EDG, I think they had a wonderful macro understanding of how to play that map. I mean, extremity control is all the rage on Bind. It has been since it came out.
Yep.
Like controlling showers, controlling B-long. If you have control of those areas, you're going to do wonders. And Haodong was just the pivotal player for all of it.
Totally. The positionings that he was finding, we were mentioning how the lurks and controlling them lurks was going to be important. But he took it to another level. In so many rounds, we saw him just taking up all that space. Even though EDG is a very slow team, we see them waiting at the beginning of every round, waiting to see when PaperX is going to be the PaperX that we know and is going to be extra aggressive. They were also prepared for that. But then, as I said, Haodong finding the very specific timing into how to grant all that space, grant the kill, and also help the rest of his teammates being like, yeah, this is safe, I get the ult, safe, you know, we keep going.
The lurks were so wild. It also just goes to show you, right, how, yes, you know, it is always going to be about the sum of all of your parts, but when you have someone like that who's really making individual plays, taking those risks, taking that space, and just being heads up, that is scary to have to play against, and PaperX learned today.
I mean, it's crazy as well. I mean, they won this basically 4v5 as well. I mean, nobody had one kill for most of the map. He only got a second one towards the tail end. And yeah, his util was good. I will give him credits, I think, as well. I mean, he had the drone for the post plant in a lot of scenarios, getting good value at attacks. But I mean, it was a large ask, I think, of the rest of the EDG squad when they were losing basically in that metric. When we associate with China as a region, as they've always got that firepower, they kind of were losing those first duels, yet they were still salvaging the situations, which I thought were fantastic. And of course, you know, we have to big up Haodong because it's just him, hyper intelligent intelligent lurk timings. Don't even tell me. I don't understand how he was able to just find these players. I think this is when there was a judge in the close corner. And
Oh, yeah, this is just beautiful. This is the last round. We even see that he tags on the map to see. Oh, I saw Asani.
Oh, that was it. Ah, man, what a heads up.
Happened. But it's just so damn away from him to be able to find those timings.
He had the TP and shot at it.
Yeah, he shot his teammate.
I thought it was his teammate. It's okay. There was a lot on the line.
My guy's dialed in. He's dialed in. You know, everyone's a target. Doesn't matter who it is.
We cut the clip too short. That was when he died the Chichu's ult as well. But, I mean, it was just a strange map. But it means we get split now, which I'm really looking forward to, because this is a map where PaperX, I have a love-hate relationship with it because they really do embody, you know, you get shot, you die, running this triple duelist variant. But it just doesn't have legs for me, I think, in the long run. So I'm curious if they're going to be running the exact same comp again this time around. They showed that they're willing to change stuff up. They changed their bind comp back to an earlier version. So they may change things up even further for Split. They have that option available.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe they didn't go that deep. Maybe it could be the Euro, and it's actually going to be back as the triple duelist, and no changes, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of EDG. I mean, now that nobody is on the Sky, maybe he's going to have a better time?
Yeah, maybe. I'm really going to be paying close attention to PaperX because if you only just watch their T1 game when they were running this comp, it looked like they were just cavemen banging their heads against the A site on the attack side. They were going for the 5-man, 4-man hits over and over again. They threw nuance into it, actually, when they played against Gen G. And one of the things that EDG are going to have to answer is actually keeping up with that tempo control. Like, making sure that they can always keep it at the back of their minds that PaperX could be in really deep positions really quite quickly. And especially because they're not running like a typical Sentinel. They don't have trips to try and slow down the big hits. It's going to be a difficult ask for them, so I'm putting a lot of attention on that.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 out of 3 maps, PaperX is going to be starting on the attack. On the first one, it was definitely what gave them the win and the room to have that comfort. But on the second one, it wasn't like that. So let's see what this map takes us.
Can Edward finally game his way to a victory over PaperX, or will W Gaming reign supreme? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
That's silly.
Well, Tom, it's time to find out the answer to that question. EDG, they've tried 3 times, they've failed 3 times, but the 4th, it's looking better. We're on map 3.
It's in the name, though. W Gaming. Like, they don't lose. That's the problem. I don't know. The thing is, this composition is one we've now seen a couple of times. The surprise factor is gone. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to deal with it. It's very, very difficult. And these are also agents where I think, like, something, one of the best jets in the world. Forsaken, personal opinion, best Euro in the world. It's so difficult to play against the chaos that is created by this side. And that's the storm that's going to have to be weathered. The fun thing about this as well is, in my opinion, both teams have started on their better side of this map. So it's going to be, the first half might actually decide it.
Well, that's it. And for PaperX, they'll be happy with this attacking side. They're already set up to move towards this A site. You can see there's a wall in play. It's going to be popped up, but the main thing drawing my eye is Forsaken. He's got himself a TP moving right up close where he's already looking to get in towards screens, and well, some trouble's brewing. He's got the first, but the site control stays to EDG. They've got the spike, and Con, he's only good for 2, but it might be enough. The advantage is theirs, and a pick needs to be found soon from the side of PaperX. Leaving Mindfreak alone, though, isn't the best of looks. That spike's down on site, and he's got 3 players to pick off. No from the shadows either.
That'd be impressive.
Yeah.
I think the whole team would have to be dead.
And then some.
Here we go. Just hoping to try and find an isolated duel, and it isn't going to be happening. EDG, they're off the mark. And doing well as well. I like the fact that you almost see the PaperX are doing this blitz player. I think they almost expected there to be no one on site because they had multiple players trying to fight through in towards screens, and it almost seemed like they forgot that Khan could be and was within the site. So off to a flyer. Good start from individually. He's had, well, not the best first map, an okay second. If this is where Khan comes online, they'll be happy.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, right? And you can understand why they don't expect him to be on site, giving him that opportunity. They saw 2 players' screens. Those players seem to be panicking to get back in. Okay, Hao Dong. Headbutt the nade to start this one off. But he's staying close on B. Fight around mid. 3 players from EDG want to maintain that control. And the lurk of something is left to try and pick them off when they do. Con walking down, but he's patient. Just wants to tuck up on the box. Spotted. Nade will cover his retreat, you'd imagine. He sticks around for the kill instead, not worried about the numbers that could be rounding the corner. When he gets out, it's Smoggy that's left in the open trying to cover his retreat.
And they Have to be a little bit careful here, but this is just his chance to farm. Get ever closer to that ultimate. Don't think that's the gun that something's looking for, and even just an extra player being dropped here could cause a few issues going into the next round. You can see a much more passive sort of crossfire, just waiting to almost pop up that ladder to fight that one together. It's available for nobody on the rotate as well, and EDG, they'll convert, pick up a couple of the guns as well.
Yeah, it's nice. They came in with 2 pistols, I think. It's why you see Smoggy play ahead of that. He literally is covering the retreat. He can maybe pick off one with the pistol. If not, he loses a pistol. It really is not the end of the world. For EDG, I mean, a flyer of a start with 5 kills on Con. The rifles on the side of PaperX will be facing off against what was one of the more terrifying buys that EDG pulled out. Once they've got these pistols up against rifles, their win rate has been insane. And some very important rounds as well. Mind Freak stunned up and tucked in the corner. There's no free way for him to get out. I mean, he can use his abilities often, but not this time. There's none online, no shrouded step. And there's a one-way that's probably being held. He's just trapped for now.
Forsaken may just look to try and actually retreat and get an orb here. One off that dimensional drift. I think that's probably the scariest thing with this PaperX comp is they've got so much value when it comes to those ultimates. It can almost help the individuals on the other side. Again, this A take. There is a quick wraparound though. They've got to be wary of nobody looking to try and come in on the flank. This is a round where as well, EDG, they can afford to take some risks with the weaponry that they've got. Munyet though, this might be a nasty surprise, but never mind. Chichu's found him, and I don't think they're going to expect nobody in the corner. No, it's half-jacked as well. This is going great for EDG.
It was. It really was, and it's back to going great. Nobody with 3 kills, and now it's just 1 standing. 10 bullets, and it's only 1 needed for Smoggy. EDG absolutely decimate PaperX in round 3, and well, Tom, I hate to say I told you so, but this is just, it's happening too often now. The value they find with pistols is frankly unreal. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, nobody had 1 kill for most of it. He finished on 2?
Kills. He finished on 2.
He finished on 2.
He's got 3 times more kills already at this
even
map.
that, in that round, he got more kills than the last map alone. Unbelievable. Look at this.
It's a half check as well. Like, that's the thing. I just feel like they get tunnel visioned in. The lineup of a Spectre and for Alex has just got to be so infuriating. His team put in a decent position and just maybe overextending. Now they come in, they purchased again. They're still going in for more. The dimensional drift will give them the space, but they've been given the space. You can see on the other side, EDG nowhere near this one. I don't think Forsaken's going to go too much further than that, but with a judge in hand, he's almost just trying to play with his opponents here.
Pressure's on EDG on the way back through, and it's off EDG just that quickly. Con, I don't know where this guy was the last 2 maps, but he's certainly turned up today. 3 kills already, and well, it doesn't look too good for PaperX. You might think this is an eagle, but it's not. The weaker weapon of Forsaken, good for 2. Maybe more to be found, but nobody low. He's 90 HP, fighting another 3. For Forsaken, an ace to put in the first round on the board for PaperX. Unbelievable.
Play of the tournament might be done. Play of the tournament might be over. I can't believe.
I feel like I'm gonna cry.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. 2 kills at the judge, and then just manages to isolate every single fight.
That literally brought a tear to my eye, Tom. I had to wipe that one away.
I'm flabbergasted by this guy on a regular basis, but that is truly one of the greatest plays we've ever seen, and no surprise. PaperX is taking a pause. Alex has probably got a hole in his desk at this point, be it in anger or celebration, who knows. And on the other side of things, EDG are just going to be left to stew in that one. A 1v5 ace to get their first round on the board.
I feel like the only appropriate thing is to replay Brand's desk from earlier.
Just shoot him in the face. Just shoot him in the face.
What a round.
I was thinking earlier in the round, like, it's really curious that with a judge, he gave up that control. Because he took screens. They had a smoke down, he was within it. I was like, oh, he gives up the control. That's really interesting. I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
That's the thing. Not only a 1v5, a 1v5 ace with a judge where they're all pushing in to cover that one angle. That's all they were worried about was elbow. They had everything else. I mean, taking your breath away. This is another level. 7 kills for Forsaken, 5 of them in the previous round. And as we come into round number 5, EDG still lead by 2, still have a decent amount of money. There's some weaknesses there, but nobody is showing up. That's something down right away. One of the duelists dealt with. Con, you can see he's feeling confident.
Yeah, they're right back on the horse. It doesn't look like they've let that get to them whatsoever. Forsaken's been revealed by the Seekers as well. Looking for some more shenanigans, and in the 2v4, they're gonna pop the Viper's Pit. They need Forsaken to do something, and now Devi, well, it's not quite 5, but he needs to do it all.
At least he's got the pit to work with, but back to back, these kind of clutches surely can't be happening. Too many players, too many guns. This time they will find it. EDG, a 4th round on the board with the defuse coming through. Passive play around A seems to be working in the early rounds, and nobody as well. A really impressive resurgence from the previous map. I think his comfort level on Sky is definitely up there, but most of it doesn't seem to be anything to do with the agent itself. And the thing that's worth noting is, I believe Mindfreak was 1 HP, 1 hit, for not 1 exactly, but 1 hit when that first pelt subsided. Could very well have been the double kill. EDG are getting hyped up, and with a 3-round lead and the economy of Paper Rex completely destroyed, there's a good reason for them to be excited.
Yeah, they've got 1 round. It was all Forsaken. Other than that, they didn't have any players surviving. And thus the economy is completely in the bin. You can see just the sheer confidence of nobody on this map. Aggressive angles being taken. TP into the site once more. And afterplant will ensue, but they are so happy to play in these retakes, and almost the initial kill. It does come in elsewhere.
Again, Paper Rex are always going to want to play aggressive in these positions, pull the numbers into their favor, get some of those rifles out of the hands of their opponents. And the paint shell found its mark on the low HP Munyet. This has left Devi alone, and he's being watched. You know, it's an ambitious thing to try and flank Howdong. He's never going to let that happen. But of course, it was Con to find the kill, a showstopper and a Rolling Thunder online for EDG, moving into round number 6. This was a great farming round for this squad. And now the Paper Rex come in with rifles. There's a lot for the side of EDG to fall back on if they do lose those opening duels.
Yeah, I think this is the thing now. EDG have done amazingly well to not play Paper Rex at their own game. They're not giving them those early fights. They're not giving them any battles that don't have the opportunity for a trade. Supportive flashes from the likes of Smoggy have been fantastic as well. And Paper Rex is rinse and repeat. If at first you don't succeed, try again, because they're heading back into this A site once more.
Hey, look, they got the ult again, why not? And it's actually
He's got a judge again as well.
It's, well, now it's dangerous. It's only going to be used to clear the site, get the spike plant. Good timing. Chichu in trouble now. The showstoppers found him. But it's only trading out the kill from Smoggy. He's had some impressive rounds of his own. A good shot, but it's traded again from the grave. Con takes down Mindfreak. Low HP on Munyet. Nade still to work with. And Forsaken in a nasty spot, ready to play with that judge from down below. But he's worried now because the A site being lost. They're going to swing in, and he's only got a classic closing the distance on the back of the smoke. He's evaded their detection, and he's up close with a judge. Forsaken buying them time and space, but now he's dropped, and the low HP Munyet is last alive. Nade buys time, runs that clock down lower, and nobody has nowhere near enough time to get the defuse in. 2 rounds for Paper Rex, and a lot of damage done to EDG's economy. They've got decent credits left.
Yeah, no, the damage isn't done to EDG's economy at all. It's done to Paper Rex's. They've won a round with 0 players surviving, so they're still in, well, right in the thick of it.
Bladestorm, though.
Yeah, it's going to pad the gap a little bit, but if they lose this next round, they're completely in the bin. They are not out of the woods just yet. And if we've seen anything thus far this game, it's that it's been blips for EDG, and then an instant resurgence. They've been fantastic in a lot of those retakes. I think a couple of duels not going their way, the showstopper as well. So we finally see a hit towards this B site. The early flash is already going to give that information over to nobody, and the cavalry is full sprint. I think after he slowed them down, they've decided to go back.
Look at that damage. Vignette's down to 50 on just the straight spam through those smokes. Mind Freak already dropped. That's a lot lost in terms of sight coverage, blocking off angles, paranoia out of the game. And for Paper-Rex, with Vignette low, Divide, he's got a chance to do something. And it's actually something to find that onto Chichu, but when he's dropped, it's Divide alone on the other side of the map. Maybe he had a chance to get something done if they were able to plant that spike, if they were able to keep eyes towards B main. Instead, yeah, this might even be a better clutch than what we saw from Forsaken.
I don't know if that exists.
It's true.
I'll be honest with you.
So much utility, though, and they're not in a rush on EDG. That's the big difference.
No, it would take equally the amount of hero power, and they're already just watching. They're ready and waiting. Not going to let that happen twice. It's going to be another round for EDG. And as said, it's an instant resurgence once more. It's an attempted fast-paced play. I think EDG have done fantastically well to not go in for those early fights. They're happy to sit back. They're happy to sit in their crossfires. And when the opening kills aren't going the way of Paper-Rex, when advantages can't be garnered, it's just not going their way.
Oh, you don't see Alex getting heated like that very often.
Really?
Well, last year he didn't. They were always winning.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think he was angry even when they were winning.
Yeah? Behind the scenes, he's a pretty chill guy, but I guess you put him in this, on the server, it's a different story.
Oh, he's up there with Barber. The second you get him in that room with a desk and a monitor watching Paper-Rex, it's like, right, well, the desk's getting hurt.
Yeah. Well,
the desk of Alex's desk has his own Twitter account. You know that, right? Because of how much damage he does to it.
Oh, I see. No, I've evaded that somehow. Talked to Alex a lot behind the scenes, and that's the same as Barbar, right? They're super chill guys to chat to, and then the game starts.
Wouldn't you be like this when watching your team run a triple duelist comp and get the plant down every round?
You know what? Probably. It's a very frustrating thing, but when you look at EDG right now, like nobody, I cannot stress it enough. This guy had 2 kills last map. I'll say he had some great assists, good recons that won them a bunch of rounds, like Vignette, I think even popped his ult once, got reconned and taken down. But whatever about the utility, he's 14 and 2. Like, it's just completely shutting them down. Howdong's not being able to get behind them this time. He doesn't bloody need to. It's defense as well. Wait till the attack.
You're seeing the flexibility, a completely different role for either player and completely different results, but ultimately they're in the lead. That's a good start though. Forsaken again, he has been really the one shining light this team has had so far. Something taking the space, the hero rifle now in his hand. And this time they are playing slightly more aggressively. They're giving opportunities. That might be a mistake.
Device flank this time, not gonna...
Oh no!
No, I wish I didn't see that. Well, it wasn't as late as before, but it was just as successful. At least the trade is found, and we're left into a 2 versus 4 with weaker weapons for Paper-Rex. This is something way beyond what you could have expected. Forsaken has ult to work with. If they need the information, more likely, it's just about winning those duels. Both players very isolated and spotted. They know where these EDG players are, and on the side of Paper-Rex, that's going to let them group up. A brave play from something that didn't quite work out, but he's got plenty of teammates there to catch the ball when it's fumbled. 6-3. Paper-Rex, they're on the board. But it's been back and forth, and if it keeps up that way, EDG going to be very happy.
This is the thing, the MasterCard Thrifty almost comes purely off the back of Forsaken again. Like, just 2 entries into the site, a little bit of an overpeak through the smoke as well. I think this is one of the times you can sort of go the opposite of what we've seen from EDG so far. They've been very happy to give up control and then retake. This time, 2 players went for slightly more, well, actually, the TP into B main was very aggressive.
Yeah.
And they got punished for it. That's not how you want to play against this Paper-Rex.
Oh, nearsighted, but he's got a close-range gun. Kankan, good to find one. And the heal is coming right on through, so it's only the shields that he's lost. A fantastic start, again, for that side of EDG. Although Smoggy does go down, the B site's open, and they've bypassed the Viper's pit. This could become a problem.
Forsaken's already taken full control as well towards the spawn. a massive flank as well from Devi. He's got to get a move on eventually, as that retake will be beginning, but if his teammates can buy enough time and something on that aggressive AWP, always a problem. Leaving things now with an advantage for that attack side. Chichu needs to try and choose his moment to find some space back in for a team. And actually, nobody's still very, very far away from this. Chichu eventually pounces, but he's got no support. No teammate to be had. The flank eventually starting its way back around. He's going to have to pull off something ridiculous here and definitely not jump in the face of your opponent. I believe that's a mouse wheel. Nobody now has no time. No opportunity to turn this one back around. He's at least making it incredibly costly once again, but he will be forced to retreat and save.
Firing on a whole different cylinder than what we saw before. You know, you say that might be a mouse wheel. Either that or they've been watching Vitality VODs. I'm not sure.
Shout out Sender.
that little bunny hop spray. You weren't watching EMEA? It's worth a watch back. It was a fun one. Yeah, it didn't work out as well for Chichu. Of course not. I'm not even joking. It is of course just a mouse wheel, just an unlucky mechanical failure.
Spacebar gang.
Exactly. My spacebar is to crouch, but we don't need to talk about that.
No, we don't.
6-4. EDG. Some ultis to work with as well. This could help out. Seekers from nobody. Grab that info late round, but it looks like might be getting something early round. EDG pushing up close, stun being held, but the shot lands a little too quickly. And now there's an isolated breach on this site. Smoggy is going to be feeling lonely for a while. Con a little too far away. Smoggy's going to have to hold this all by himself, and he peeks in just at the right time to grab two. They're back in contention, and now Concon's here. No room for PaperX on the site with Munyet on 70 and the spike in the open. This is going to be a very difficult clutch, and he's found the first.
That's risky. Chichu goes peeking in. Howdong's able to close the distance. As you said, he's had a quiet game so far. Showstopper online, but with half HP, might not be worth popping. Munyet just trying to isolate the angle, find out where his opponent is, and now just standing with rocket in hand, not quite knowing where his opponent's currently coming from. It is a TP into the side, and Howdong eventually gets the job done. Plenty of time left on the clock, and EDG are going to increase that lead to a half victory.
That was actually really impressive that I didn't see the showstopper just shot at the floor right after the paranoia came through. I think Howdong repositioned perfectly. He couldn't have played that any better. And in fact, I think with most players, he would have baited that showstopper out and left them in a very tough position. Con dropping the spike, buying the time, and setting them up for that success. Howdong finally having his round. This is 7-4 for the side of EDG. Map 3, a long and hard-fought series. And this half is going to come to a conclusion. Is it 8-4 or 7-5 for PaperX? That's going to make a hell of a big difference.
Oh, the initial pace is there again, but it's meant to be a ruse. Thing is that fake has not been sold. I think they were hoping that Munyet would at least do a little bit, get something from it, but a showstopper straight at his feet. The rest of the team looking to go in. That's a flash, a blind, completely left in the dark here as Howdong now looks to come alive. He's had a quiet start, but the close to the half might be exactly what they need. Mindfreak has made some space, but, well, he's going to need quite a bit more from this one. Another 1v5 needed, and it isn't going to happen twice. 8-4, EDG, again, showing they can go toe-to-toe with PaperX, and this might be the best chance they've ever had to beat them.
Absolutely. 3 times they failed, 4th time lucky by the things we're seeing. You got to remember, Tom, you opened this up by talking about how we started on the better half for both of these teams, and EDG have certainly come out on top. Double the rounds of their opponent, and they've already shown us they've got what it takes. The momentum is high on their side, and the hope's even higher for EDG to finally best PaperX on the international stage. Let's toss it over to the desk to get their thoughts.
Only a few rounds away for EDG, but for PaperX, they're a team that you simply just can't count out quite yet. That being said, though, EDG really looking to just close this one here with a decisive finish, Kukuka.
Finally, after 4 times, this might be the time that EDG is going to close it. And the way that they're doing it, it has us very surprised. Can coming alive there in this last map. But actually, it's the protocols and how well studied they have the map and the effect that PaperX composition is going to have onto it, right, Brand?
Yeah, they've had some amazing answers, I think, for these big A hits gunfights, which is the bread and butter of PaperX when they're running this comp and this map. Their attack side is what's looked always better, but like you said, it's the protocols. EDG here, taking their time, making sure they hold on to ramp control. Nobody being a difference maker here in this particular instance for the bonus round conversion. And then multiple rounds after this as well, always having the right ideas in mind to either play the full retake, like this, the flash peek coming in, just making sure that they fight for that heaven control, while the plan's still going down, so they're making sure they hold on to that crucial positioning. And even later than that as well, playing for the flood defense or playing for the hard anchoring positions. They always had the right answer for what was being thrown at them. And it just shows to me clear preparation, I think. You understand what the weaknesses of this comp were. It was one of my concerns, I think, for PaperX. I was constantly talking about how weak their map pool could potentially be, and Split was the one that I was putting a focus on it on, because you can't just replace the Yoru with a Sky and expect it to work to fruition. You're going to have weaknesses, in particular, trying to fight in instances like this and really just... Yeah, I think EDG, you can tell from this, they've done their homework.
Yeah, exactly, and you need to think about PaperX. Now they're going onto their defense half, and we need to think that they're coming to this event, the ones with the worst retake percentage. They're not going to be able to do the same as EDG did in this half.
Yeah, and that is going to be quite scary for PaperX. Can they find that next gear? They're going to need to, or else this match is done and dusted. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk one last time in this series, because we're into the last half, Tom. We've gone the distance, and PaperX have now found themselves quite a distance behind their opponents. EDG on the attack side with a very quickened pace, and the A side is their target. It's wide open for PaperX with just a Vi holding it. He's got a wall, though, to play back in.
Well, PaperX, for the most part, they've been good in their pistols. Didn't go great in the last half, but we'll see if they can get this one over the line. Already losing the control of the site, and nobody is not going to allow any shenanigans from the TP of Forsaken. Now they do have a quick flank. They're ready to sort of surround their opponents, but with something already going down, I believe that was through the smoke. That is not the start PRX were looking for.
Nice fake by Forsaken as well. He put his TP down, faked it out, and nobody's gone looking for him. Well, much to his surprise, the player was still there. Oh no! The martyrdom comes into effect in EDG now. Stam with a very good chance. Low HP on a few players though, on both of them. In fact, the Mindfreak capitalizes. The first is his, and 20 HP left on Smoggy. A big play with the Frenzy is not gonna happen. PaperX have found the pistol, and this is a lifeline for the defense of PaperX.
Yeah. We got him very quickly, but something I wanted to mention is you look at the last couple of times that PaperX have played this map with this comp, they had 8-4 attack sides. So for the majority, they were really putting up numbers in that first half. We had high expectations for it, and as it was mentioned by us and the desk, it seemed like EDG weathered the storm, came prepared. And also, you've just seen the individuals shining. Khan 22-10, nobody 16-5, they've been on form. And some of the players on the other side have been a bit quiet. Something 5-12. On that Jet, that's a rarity. That's something you never really see from him. Now, he's got a chance to farm up some orbs here. Has himself that Outlaw. Of course, no shields on the other side, so should be a good chance for an immediate kill. Playing very aggressively around the orb. I don't know if he will have realized how far nobody has. Luckily, he has support. I'm also looking at Chi-Chu.
Yeah, he has managed to sneak his way a little further than you'd expect. The downside of not playing with a dedicated Sentinel is that your back can sometimes be a little more open. It looks like Chi-Chu is going to be cosplaying Haodong with a nice easy kill and a recovered weapon that makes everybody a one-hit. This, oh no. Yeah, of course. Don't let them have it in the next. It's costly, but what a shame. He could have one-hit every single player, Tom.
Oh, and they're going to get it anyway. Yeah. A little bit unlucky, like both players close enough. But for PaperX, that's kind of what you needed. Get yourself some of the weaponry through to the next round. Is Forsaken really going to go for an operator? This would definitely sort of pad the gap a little bit.
Split op and Outlaw, Tom?
Hey, I'm not saying it's... No, I don't know.
Split,
genuinely.
op, Outlaw, Bucky, Spectre, Bulldog. You know...
Brown win incoming.
Sometimes you just, you can't use your own logic because it ain't the same as theirs. Paranoia, nade, and play through them, and yet up close with a Bucky. Okay, this is great value for this weapon. A massively strong angle to play around, and one they're not likely to pop a close sky flash on all too often. The op not finding its mark.
But neither did the Outlaw.
To B. Look, A is very much open now. So is middle.
Yeah, they've lost something in a very audacious position. I imagine that was with the dash online. Forsaken is now in a good spot, but he's lost his life as well. This man just isn't missing at the moment. The main character of this matchup had a rough start to the series, but has come alive at the perfect time. Dominating, taking over, even with the heals to support him here. Devi under pressure, and he's gonna go down to the same man as well.
What hope is there? A save is called as Munyet has retrieved the operator. He would very much like to have that expensive weapon in the next round, having invested so much. You see Forsaken's credits 350, and even that shot from Munyet, it's not as valuable as you think. It's a kill and a dent in the economy that is decently low for EDG. It helps to manage their money. The problem is they know where the op is now. Sure, it might not be back on B site, but they've cast a wide net, and as this round comes to a close, they'll look to close that net and catch him. It looks like they've done just about enough, and yeah, indeed. Oh, never mind! Munyet's got it! He's out! He's out! He was out! But he stayed around for another kill. I guess they might have caught him as he moved through spawn anyways, so it's not that he was guaranteed a free run. But that op is lost.
Yeah, and that is going to put a dent. It's going to be Forsaken who takes it. They're going to just give him a stinger. Obviously, when you're playing that Yoru, you can take some risks, play some aggressive angles. But it's definitely not ideal, especially when he has been one of the major players in this game so far for PaperX when they've had success. Munyet, showstopper online. Kanka, no surprise, his is one away. They're already going to just try and play with some of the sound cues. It doesn't seem like there's any real interest from PaperX with those early initial sounds made. They've gone and taken the orb anyway.
Now, there was a player close, but he's TP'd out. I think they might even have heard that sound.
There's no one on the A side.
Yeah, it's wide open.
They're just playing into middle. Yeah, I guess, again, with some slight vulnerabilities for the side of PaperX, they're just willing to completely give that up. And with how the lurks have been, that's somewhat surprising, but it looks like they might actually get this spot on.
He comes in. Chichu's under pressure. You might think, but you would think wrong. That, I'd love to see Coach Alex's Kanda as that one comes in. Weapons picked up, they hear them backing off, the paranoia is there. And the flash out from Forsaken, he's not going to give it up. This is the right play. He wants to pull the advantage back into their hands. With the spike down, he sticks around after turn. Another huge round. He might not be alone, but he doesn't need backup. Not when he's playing like this. Mindfreak closes the round, and well, it was very close to being 2 aces for Forsaken. This man is single-handedly keeping the team in it.
Yeah, there have been multiple rounds now that, well, ironically have looked Forsaken, and somehow he's just managing to pull off play after play. He's been on this roster for a long time with many heroes arising. We saw the rise of Jing, Something, Munyet joining the team, and somehow this guy always still looks like the superstar. And when you can see for the other side, they've got to try and almost center themselves because it's just ridiculous. Bear in mind, he picked that rifle up off the corpse of a teammate midway through that battle. He only had a stinger to start the round.
And because of him picking up that rifle, his teammate died because they heard the sound cue and they swung it. Now, though, there's a little bit of a different approach from the side of EDG. Just shoot him in the head with Sheriffs, and it's worked out perfectly. 9-7, double digits on the line, and they have so much control. The ult is going to be used, finding out Chichu. Good flash, but no kill. 4 HP left, but it's enough. He's made it well. Oh! I thought he made it out. They pulled him right back in. Mindfreak, 1 versus 5. And if you thought this was the round we were going to look at when barriers went up, go get your head examined.
They've still got no weaponry.
No, they've picked one rifle.
They haven't managed to get any of the guns. It was just such an absurd round. And the thing is, that is Chichu now realizing how much space he can take. He walked straight into that A site. But I don't even think he broke stride the entirety of the round because of how PaperX have been playing. And because of that, it ends up being their downfall. EDG consistently spotting the openings of their opponents. And it's been lurks on both of the maps that they've won. High-octane in the last map, and now Chichu doing the same on this one. It's a problem that PaperX are gonna have when they run these sort of comps.
They came into this round up against an Eco on the side of PaperX. They had full rifles. And the call in the end is to save before they even find a kill. One rifle that they get out of that situation. An utterly ridiculous, that also already done some damage to him, but he's quite low himself. And for PaperX, yeah, that is very much what you expect to see. Disappointment and anger as EDG have stolen this out from under PaperX's nose. 3 rounds in the lead, and they need 3 to send PaperX 0-1. You could have a PaperX versus Loud game, and, well, Magnet doesn't want that.
No, no. It's the opening they've been looking for. Both teams have had mass success with weaker weaponry. And Chichu does have a Viper's Pit. If they can get him into position, it could be problematic. Something, he's been spotted, but just runs away with the information. You can still see the Tiger being thrown out over on the A site. Information being garnered by EDG, and again, that walk up, but this time there are players there. Even the TP available onto site for Forsaken if he needs to go back and support. Instead, it's this fight, and again, something has been having a rough time in individual battles, which is not something I thought I'd say today.
Well, even starting out the day, the first 2 maps, ConCon had a pretty tough time in individual battles, but there's no signs remaining of that anymore. Lots of players from EDG ready to run into a site. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder. That's point of contact close. Already is Forsaken, and he's caught one, but he won't get out of there. The spray is too good. Quick rotate by Mindfreak, straight into a stun. He's kept back for a moment, and that wall is buying space and time, but as they cross it, they're lower. Easier to take down, and Mindfreak catches all 3. PaperX aren't giving this up just yet. The gap is down to 2.
Yeah, somehow. Somehow the gap is within touching distance for PaperX with how things have gone. A solid start with the showstopper. I also like how we see Forsaken just delay that pop flash aggressive spot. It kept his teammate alive on the site. That surely would have been him going down with the Rolling Thunder. And that also bought time for Mindfreak to be able to TP to the other side of the map. So impact even without the numbers. Still though, economy on the brink. An aggressive push that has had very little success so far.
Oh, something's even going to give it up. You can see the respect being given to the side of EDG. Not by Forsaken, that's for sure. He's just swinging out looking for long-range battles. It's a decoy going through, and Chichu's realized, oh, he was screens a second ago. I don't think he's up in heaven. The rotates are coming through, and they'll fight for heaven by the looks of things. I like this wall on A. Oh, no. Oh, it looks like I'm incorrect. There's going to instead be a bit of a poke by ConCon up towards B first, and that is keeping players in position. Mindfreak's pushed up, 3 players towards B, and it's the fight on ConCon that could decide it for Forsaken. If he loses control there, the panic, and they stay on B, but instead, the rotates are underway. And the A side is now definitely the target. The info is there, but Devi is so desperately low, he won't be able to hold on. And as they rush into the site, ConCon realizes he might have the timing, but Forsaken realized that too.
Yeah, Viper's Pit, though, is definitely going to make things more interesting. Every player within it, at least for the moment. Heals available as well. Nobody won't be able to help himself, but he can help everybody else. Utility-wise, not a whole lot to play with, and that's not the start they were looking for. Every member falling. Forsaken again is going to have to ace it for them to take this round, and Aldong is ready and waiting as he looks to wrap back around. 11-8, lead extended once more. And now the problems really are there. Look at the economy for the side of PaperX.
Yeah, this is crushing. If it was EDG, I'd be expecting us to see 11-10 on the board, but the thing is, it's not. PaperX have struggled on some of the lower buys. EDG have been so disciplined is the main thing.
They did win one, and it was off Forsaken's double entry with a Sheriff. So, but that's the thing. I do feel like right now, even though like Mindfreak is up there, I feel like I'm just looking at him every round. I'm like, okay, can he give them something to play with? Because otherwise, I just don't see a way that through. And Mindfreak's already dead.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Smoke's down. No paranoia. Although it's often used off early contact, Forsaken is going down to take a close range fight.
No
His TP is to B, and he's out. It was just a quick recon jump. I like that for info, but the info, unfortunately, is that the stack on B is incorrect. The A site's under threat, and they're going to be very late to the party.
He's got no flashes to play with, so it just has to be off raw skill, and this time, too many targets. Not going to be able to get anything, and just look how far the remaining players are. It might even be a scenario of just going down to the spike. The only thing against that is for something probably wanting to get that Blade Storm online.
Devi as well. You know, he's about to get the Viper's Pit into play. Could be huge for that defensive side to cut down an angle, especially like A main where they've been so quickly bypassed again and again. You can see he's going up to try and get something. He'll get an orb one way or another. And it looks like it's the other. Yeah, shot in the head. Something going up for the same. And it's just a formality at this point. Smoggy's picking them all up. And wall goes down, and here's the push. No kills for something. Blade Storm, Viper's Pit have been acquired by PaperX, but the cost they paid is that EDG now have 4 chances to put them 0-1, put them up against possibly an FPX, the loser of the next series, or Loud.
Yeah, there's not great options. Even the loser of the next series seems like a rough one.
You can say that
Hometown
again.
Heroes or the America's #1. I don't think it's a good look either way.
Warm up.
It is brutal. With 2 losses sending you out, and that's the thing. Even if you win that first one, there's still a decider match. You're still going to have to play one of those upper bracket teams.
A bow and arrow is
though,
old-fashioned.
A little bit of
Sometimes
extra
old
pace
ways are
thrown in
best.
from EDG.
Fight.
A chance they've never had before, a chance to close out a series versus PaperX with 3 losses. I've heard 3 is the magic number. They're looking at 4. But there's a lot of ults online for their opponents right now. That is where PaperX have done their best work.
And especially thinking about this A site setup, if they play retake, Viper's Pit can get online using that wall to block a lot of the angles on the way back through, even towards elbow. And it is somewhat of a retake. Fight for heaven for sure. PaperX want to keep control over that spot, as EDG will be pushing into it. Now these are big players. Munyet's had a good game, but Forsaken, he rated his team at a 6 out of 10 right now. But he's been 10 out of 10 all damn day long. This map thriving. The challenge is about to come through. The flash has caught him, but he's turned, and it's nice. 2 quick kills, a decoy in, and a TP out. The advantage is extended even further as PaperX look to put another round on the board. Buy a little more time. Forsaken, another 3K, another big play from this man, and he's waiting for his teammates to round the corner before he takes that fight. 3 more chances for EDG before they hit an overtime.
I've heard a strat back in the day, played by many a team.
What's
that called Avoid CNED. And I think that they may need to try and incorporate that on the EDG side, because genuinely, Forsaken has been the one thorn in their side. They have looked like the better team throughout this map. A pistol either side, there's no excuses in that regard. Winning hero rounds, Kankan back online, nobody as well. There hasn't been a weak link, but when they run into Forsaken, wow, 9 times out of 10 they lose the round. He is the sole defender of this A site right now, with a little bit of support coming. Showstopper for Kankan could put the end to him, but it looks like he just wants to take a firefight.
Oh, they've cleared heaven, but look at the space taking by Munyet. It's perfect! Kankan's ahead of him, finding the kill. Forsaken, flash to work with, TP towards screens. He's going to try to get the kill. No, in fact, he's not. The flash is just used as he falls further back. And now here comes the big old rocket. Forsaken's dodged it nicely. Spray good for something. The rolling thunder going up towards heaven. It's not caught the players, and the site is under threat. Something maneuvers around and jumps into Kankan. Eventually, he'll fall with Forsaken on another and low HP on Smoggy. The spike on the A site. And a very tough one for them to retrieve. They don't know where that second player is, but they found him. It's all on Forsaken. 2 kills, but the spike is at his feet. He knows these players have to push him. The utility 2 flashes will now no longer, and it's a few bullets in the difference, but that's enough. EDG, 4th time is the charm, as they finally bested PaperX.
And it's the first time that W Gaming will take a loss for the Chinese #1. And what a great start to the tournament it's been.
ఒకటే దగ్గర ఒకటే దగ్గర ఒకటి వాల్ బ్యాండ్ అంటే పట్ట అక్కడ లేదు అంత క్లీన్ గా కొడితే బాడీకి మూడు దగ్గర తగలాడుతుంది రెండు దగ్గర రెగ్ షాట్
Defeated.
One minute remaining.
Neutralized.
కట్టుకుంటాను కట్టకూడదు
Shot down.
What?
10 seconds left.
కరెక్ట్గా ట్రైన్ పెట్టుకోవాలి నాకు నేర్పేయచ్చుగా చౌక్ వెళ్తే హెడ్ షాట్ లెవెల్ హెడ్ షాట్లో ఓడిపోయారా? ఎందుకు వాళ్ళు అట్లా ఓడిపోతున్నారా? జయపిస్తాడా?
Death match. Warm up.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Fight!
Who will I spot first?
Right, 5 HP. Kacau. By HP migration tagottam.
Toaster is broken.
Hey.
Toaster is broken.
వస్తున్నాను స్వామి నేను. ఎట్లా బాడీ కనబడ్డారు కనబడ్డారు అనుకున్నా చీటెక్ no views అనేది
Toaster is broken.
వైడ్ పీక్ ఇస్తాను నేను అనుకోలేదు అనుకున్నా నాకెందుకు వేస్తున్నావు నువ్వు తిరుక్కొని ఎవరికి వస్తావు అనిపించింది కట్ చేస్తే కథ
Toaster is broken.
One minute remaining.
Look at
Thirty seconds left.
You were in my way, so this was inevitable.
A lot compared to what Heretics did, but actually thinking about the protocols, thinking about how they do these retakes, how everything escalates perfectly, and they have this blind trust with each other that they know everybody is going to be where they have to be. Coles do not need a second voice to make it through.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they show really zero hesitation when making plays together makes their split defense one of the scariest maps, I think, for out of any of the teams really at this event. They are lights out when it comes to this, and that coordination has been honed over these off-season events, over the matches that have been played. They are one of the most experienced teams that we've actually got at this event when it comes to the matches that they played in 2024. So they have this as a real edge moving forwards. It's going to carry through. It's not just a one-map wonder. It's something that is really applicable, I think, on almost every map that they do play.
But if I may challenge it, though, they've played a lot of maps, which means there's a lot of film out there. So that can be problematic, especially for a young and hungry Heretic.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about that, but I think that especially what we've seen in the tournament so far, and with the exception of EDG, is actually those seed ones making it through because of the amounts of reps that they've gotten, right? We're talking about the seed ones that actually made it through the play-in and had to fight to be here. And actually is getting those reps, getting all those things that might, you know, need a little bit of tweaking and a little bit of adjusting that you can adjust and improve into getting here. If you have less reps but actually made it here, you may have the false feeling that everything you're doing works perfectly when it won't.
That's a very, very good point. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Yinsu. She's got Zelsis standing by. Yinsu?
What's up, team heads?
Oh, Zelsis, I'm so happy you're here. I have a very, very important question for you. Now, everybody knows Sentinels, one of the most popular teams in the world, but how do you convert the non-Sen City believers?
Please buy the Sentinels bundle, please!
Well, you heard the man.
We learned so much from that bit of content. All right.
Honestly, marketing god, average support player, I'd say.
He's been pretty good on the supportive role.
I'm joking, friend, I'm joking. I was just looking at Pansy right there. She was giving me the look. I just did what she told me to.
Oh, well, let's talk a little bit more about this Sentinels lineup here. The dynamic duo of Tens and Zekin. Even though Zelsis loves to make a few jokes and always likes to keep the energy high, I think a lot of people have been paying attention, Brent, to this 10-second combination because they have been dynamic in kickoff.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I mean, this role change for Tens has absolutely reinvented this guy's career. I think he's coming out swinging on the Omen. He plays like Angel if he had good aim. I mean, it's just unbelievable to see at times. I mean, listen, I'm sorry to throw some strays out to Angel.
He's not even here.
But it's been fantastic to watch. I mean, it really has revitalized his entire career. And then when you combine that with Zekin finally with a good team around him, he was one of the top-rated players of last year in 2023, and his team was losing everything. And now he's got a winning roster around him. So what do you think that does for them? Well, you've got a winning combination. These two have really found their own footing now in this year of 2024.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about Tens, the fact that he is able to convert into that role and actually have the performance that he's having. We've seen it so many times in the past when some players have tried a different trajectory, a different direction for their play style and for the agents that they're playing. But honestly, the fact that Tens is able to do it this well definitely sets them alive.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's actually go ahead and check out their opponents on the other side of the stage. Here in Madrid, the hometown heroes of Heretics have made their way here, and what a massive accomplishment this has been for the team. Not just because of what happened last year, but also because of the fact that they managed to do it with a new roster, and it's like they're invigorated again. It's amazing to watch.
Hear me out. I know that everybody has been super surprised about what KC has done, but Heretics was almost in the same position as KC. They were not a team that you would fear, is the team that you would expect to win. Benji joined for one match at the end of the year, and it literally looked
people
like
were clowning on Benji because, you know, Fortnite kid, lol. I had the pleasure of casting this kid back then. He is incredible, man.
Yeah, exactly. He decided to stay, and I think that the incorporations of Rians, of Miniboo, by the way, I've been seeing and casting Miniboo for years now. He's been in casting for so long, and he actually is a star player. I'm between sad and happy that Wood is not here because we get to see Patitech. Now, if you were a fan of Valorant in 2020, there is no way you would not know this name. But hey, right now, I mean, at least he made it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's even more astounding as well. Just this storyline of Heretics is ridiculous because Patatek has been filling in for them. And he's been, honestly, the bread and butter of what makes Heretics so good have been their coordination with the supportive util. And Patatek hasn't missed a beat with this. I mean, that is mad impressive for me. I'm kind of glad in some way that Woots isn't playing that Patatek is going to be able to play on the stage with them to some degree because they've just looked that clean.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see the squad take to the stage. I know a lot of people are really looking forward to this guy. And actually, Yinsu standing by with the one and only Miniboo.
The hometown heroes, they're here. Miniboo, come over here real quick. Let me ask you a question now. You are one of the best rookies we had in EMEA, but there are a lot of great rookies here in this tournament. So how do you think you'll compare up against them?
I mean, I'm excited to play Masters Madrid. The players, the teams are here. I used to watch like 1 or 2 years ago, but it's just another challenge for me. Like, I don't fear anyone, and I don't care what's going to be on my crosshair.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Good luck, Miniboo.
Fans are excited to see Miniboo and the squad take the stage today. I mean, Kukuga, this has to also feel pretty awesome for you to just see Heretics playing here in Madrid.
I'm just so excited because for so long, the Spanish fans have, you know, mourned for having an event here in Spain. Not only because it's an amazing country, but because I feel like they deserve it. We have a very big community. We're also big friends with the Latin American community. So we're very happy to do it here. And I think for Heretics, it's definitely going to be a difference maker. For example, I remember that back in EMEA, Koi, I had an interview with Starshow, and he was telling me how sad he felt that the Koi fans were not attending their games because they knew that they could have that kind of impact in them.
Yeah, and you know, the fan reception as well will be the same on the other side for Sentinels, so that's certainly going to be something that both Heretics and honestly Sentinels are going to be mindful of. It's going to be loud in here, people. Get ready. But let's talk a little bit more about the Boo brothers here because they were the story coming out of EMEA kickoff, and Bren, it just goes to show you that when you stick to the system and you build around these two guys, you'll find success.
Dude, I have been dead impressed with the way that these players have coordinated around themselves as these brothers as well on the big stage because they are so damn good at fighting aggressively and proactively for map control at different times. Part of it is because Miniboo is just an absolute freak of nature on the Neon, but they are magnificent with the supportive util. And they pick and choose these little quirky timings when teams are setting up, right when they least expect it. It's not just in the retakes, they're innovating in terms of smoke placements a lot of the time as well. Like Boo has just been amazing with a lot of his util, but they're just always following up off of each other in the right ways to find the advantages. This is a round where arguably they shouldn't have won when Miniboo goes down first, but they stick together, they play for the fundamentals, and they end up coming out on top in situations like this. Here's another one that I picked out. They're just aggressively fighting for this mid-control. A double flash play with a dash down. Miniboo does this so damn much. Gonna keep an eye out for this one as well. On a lot of different maps, they love to use this aggression to take those timings when their opponents aren't expecting it.
Some people would think that you would not like to play with your brother if you had the chance to. And actually, Boo is staying in Heretics for this year, coming in from the previous one. Many people had the question of, is he going to be good enough? Was he one of the keys to the not success of Heretics? And he's proved everybody wrong. So I cannot wait to see the performance that these two are going to have on the big stage.
I think it's quite ironic coming from the Halo background that I'm just used to seeing brothers playing on stage all the time. So this is actually quite refreshing for me to see here in Valorant. But I think overall, this matchup is going to be absolute fireworks, people. The best you could possibly ask for. Our coaches are ready for map selection, and we're going to be diving in just a little bit. But for now, though, let's just continue to just break down a bit more. Like, what are you expecting from this matchup from both Sentinels and Heretics? It feels like it could go either way.
I think that there's going to be a lot of nerves on the table. I think that the expectations for both of them are extremely high, right? Sentinels is one of the most clouded teams, and so is Heretics. With all the fans, you do not want to let them down. So I do expect a beginning with either one of the teams has a very strong upper hand against the other one, or very shaky beginnings where, you know, some weird pigs, weird mistakes, that kind of thing.
We've already seen rookies be tested in a lot of these matches so far. You think of like Caron really showing up. I'm going to be paying attention to Heretics, I think, in that regard as well, because you've got Rian's playing on the stage, you know, for the first time essentially, and which wasn't a capacity. I mean, they were playing online for most of the kickoff, in fact, all of the kickoff. So I'm going to be paying close attention to that. It's a big question, I think, coming into this series and how well they perform, because Sentinels put a massive focus on playing off-season tournaments to offset that.
That's a great point there, Bren. All right, folks, where our coaches are ready to go. Let's find out the battlegrounds for this epic confrontation between Heretics and Sentinels.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen for match 2 of the day. We'll jump right in. Sentinels, you are higher C, Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Team A. So, TH, you will be Team B. Sentinels, we will start with your first ban.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze. Heretics, your ban.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent, your map number 1.
Pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2. You have Bind, Icebox, Split, and Sunset.
Pick Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. Starting the next round of bans, we have, starting with Sentinels, you have Bind, Icebox, and Split.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox. Your ban?
Ban Split.
Ban Split. So map number 3 by default is going to be Bind, Sentinels, side on Bind.
Pick Attack.
All right. Okay. Good luck to you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck, man.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
You can feel the electricity and the Madrid arena. This atmosphere is out of this world. And
Did you read that?
I'm gonna move past that one.
I don't see that.
But folks, this is what it's all about when you think about the sport at a high level. This is the atmosphere that you want to see, to hear, to feel. And you have two teams that could very well lay it all out there on the field today. But here's the fascinating part about this, Brent. In most cases, Sentinels come out, they're the fan favorite. Not today. They ain't the fan favorite here.
Yeah, at least not in arena, man. I mean, it's going to be absolutely electric, like you said, between these two teams. I think heavy emphasis for both of these teams. They place, for Sentinels, not too much in terms of counter-stratting. Heretics, I feel like they love to have a lot of tape on their opponents, and guess what? Sentinels have plenty of it. They're going to find it quite the challenge, I think, to really elevate and evolve their game so that they're not going to be caught into traps of, having setups that are going to be already figured out and worked out. And I do wonder how much practice and how much time Sentinels have had as a team.
Yep.
One of the latest teams to qualify for the event with America's.
I mean, they did have a lot of practice.
They had a ton of practice, right? But not a lot of turnaround from here to now. And that might be a shortfall for them. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, on the same note, they decided to go for Lotus as the first map, a map that actually Heretics has picked a ton. If we think about that map selection that we just saw before the players took the stage, I think that they know exactly what they're running into. They want to see the neon. They want to see if Heretics is going to be tweaking things around, or if they can expect the same thing that they saw in EMEA.
I think they're going to go for it. I think Heretics are just going to play their game. I don't see a reason why you listen. It got you this far. Why would you change it up now? Yes, of course, you respect your opponent, the Sentinels on the other side, but like at this point, you got to put up or shut up, Brent.
That's the thing with counter-stratting as well, is you can know what to do in theory, but everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Talking about punched in the face a lot so far.
Indeed, we have. I think we really need to make the Valorant Boxing League. Or, wait a minute, the Valorant Wrestling League.
We're not doing that. We're not going there. We're not going there. We're not going there. But it's putting it into practice that's the difficulty when it comes to counter-stratting. Sentinels, I think, have proven that they can take elements of that and use it against people. Yep. They were very confident picking that Lotus map. There was no hesitation from Cap
like
when it was coming to the map select. Yeah, it felt like they had a plan there. It almost took the Heretics guys off guard. They took a while to pick their side, which are like normally no-brainer. It's Lotus. We're gonna pick attack, right? It's an attack side of the map. But
maybe they went in with the idea of we're gonna pick it ourselves, and then they pick it and they're like, then what do I want?
What do we get to do?
Do I do I get to start on the attack? Is there something that I want to do? Or is the moment that it gets into your head, right? Are they reading into me? Do they have something prepared? And if they have it prepared, is it going to be for the defense? Is it going to be for the attack? How much do they know about us? How much do they want to use against us?
Man, I tell you, there could be mind games.
Let's talk about Sassy. Man,
I know.
Can we go back to the fact that this man became a world champion? Next event that he went was locking to get 2-0'd by Fnatic and then silence.
That's right, and he's back here on an international stage here to prove to the world why he is and what was and is one of the best in the world at at various points of times in his career. We get ready for this agent select popping up in a moment, and here it is. Let's see what we're going to get.
Standard stuff for
No
both
changes.
games. Yeah,
The
no
neon's
changes.
there. I like it. Play your game.
And I think this is the normal kind of reaction. You don't really have too much time to change stuff up entirely. I think Sentinels have probably got a game plan coming into this. They've got to be ready for a lot of these like pop flash plays where Minibu's trying to fight aggressively over areas. I know he does that when he's on the defense side and he's fighting for the front of B. They're on the attack side first. Should be helping him out as an advantage here. But yeah, I'm curious what Sentinels might have up their sleeve. They've got to have something planned.
Based also on what we saw yesterday, I'm very looking into Patitek and YoungQT. I want to see those Viper walls and if the Odin is going to come into fruition and actually slow players around. Also, as you said very well, Rian's first time on the stage. Let's see how that synergy is building up with the rest of the team.
This is it, folks. Our last match of the day. You couldn't ask for a better matchup, and we couldn't ask for better casters. On the horn, it's Pansy and Hypoc.
Oh, thank you so much, GB. This is truly a tantalizing prospect, to say the least. Such an early meeting of two giants here, Mike.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a clash of two of, at times, what look like the most explosive teams regionally.
Absolutely.
I mean, Heretics coming out looking absolutely formidable on these, and starting here on Lotus
Listen to
as
that.
well.
You can't help but love it. I hope you guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Getting Heretics at home, the sixth man, all of that. I mean, Sentinels are your fan favorites every day of the week until today. This is going to be spectacular, and it will be Heretics to kick off on that attacking side. Sentinels will have to deal with what's brought to them on the defensive side.
We know as well, Heretics have had very good success rate here on the attack, 76% on their attacking side for Lotus. A slow start here, retrieve the orb. Drifting back towards the Tens and Zekken, who are set up for it. Smoke's going to go up. Paranoia's going to go through as well. This could be a clash here.
Let's see who gets the drop on him, and actually, it's going to be Heretics to draw first blood, but Tens answers back, and perfectly so! Welcome back to the international stage, Tens. We bloody missed you. But
No
still,
way!
Oh, he's still going on! This man is out of this world! That's what people were waiting for. That's what they wanted, and he delivered it.
Time and time again regionally, Tens and Zekken locking down this position. And it kicks off with an ace here. So well done. Swings onto Benji, just catches him sleeping. What a way to kick things off. What a return to the international stage, Lauren.
Can't help but love it. The chosen one of Valorant back in action right off the rip. And that's a confidence builder. And for Heretics, that's going to be rough for them. That is going to take the wind out of your sails. They've got to pick themselves back up. Now this round, we've got a Ghost. We've got a Sheriff on Benji Fishy. That's about it. Beyond it, decent enough purchase here for Sen to hopefully keep him at arm's length. Now where the Heretics decide to explore next, maybe to test out that B site. Good for fact-finding this round. Try and get a little bit of a read on what you're up against.
Stek looking to maybe toy with the idea. Tens, a Guardian in hand this time around. Similar hold once again, though. Heretics only having a Sheriff and a Ghost to work with. It'll be difficult for them to really pin down anybody, but able to create enough pressure and soften this hold, but he comes back through, still finds two. Minibu luckily gets the trade.
But the plan's foiled, isn't it, right? That little push and pull, trying to get that attention towards B, which it mostly did, barring Tens, who seemed to know a little better and had that glance back towards A. Caught them on the way
30
through.
seconds left.
Weapon is recovered, and that's in the hands of Minibu. The plant should be in here. Don't think that's going to be denied, no. So a 3v3. Again, weaponry, armor, still favorable towards Sen here. Benji Fishy sitting a little further back. dependent on the turret a touch, trying to play in Rien's hit. This is the timing that he was waiting on. Perfect play to punish. Next in line, they're coming in one by one, and Miniboo's got Celsius! This could be the turn they were waiting for. Sassy in a 1v3, brutal positions, none easy to pry out. He's just got no time. He's got to get in there. Heretics right back in their faces.
And exactly how you want to see this map kick off. A trade back and forth, a 1-1 scoreline. And the crowd getting behind them after that.
They're up on the feet, I can see them there. And look at this. And I've got to say, credit where it's due after being, as said, pushed, bullied, broken almost by tens. First round, second round.
Two openers
insane
for
damage.
tens.
Insane damage. But that small window of opportunity, there they are. They're the ones we're talking about. And MasterCard Thrifty is going to be bringing a smile to their faces. But now they've got to keep going on this pathing. Can they keep it clean this time? No real investments here coming out from SEN. So any damage like that is pretty decent. Boo, though, large and in charge. Keeping control here. It's down to one.
Just a classic in hand for John QT. Rifles on the other side of things. John QT actually slipping onto site here. We're able to catch one off, but with Heretics grouped together, going to be very difficult with a classic to get much done in this situation, Lauren.
Very hard to isolate, isn't it? I don't think they're going to give you much. Maybe the first, but beyond that, it's hard to imagine it, but especially with just a classic. And Heretics aren't slouches when it comes to this. Yeah, they're not. Absolutely keeping it in mind. Boo with a belter. Big round here to keep it calm, keep it controlled. 3 remain. They lose out on a few, but that's fine. They'll take that.
And already showing intention here to try and take control of this rubble area. Try and remove that from Sentinel's arsenal in the early round. See what the response is with weapons back on the board here for Sentinels. Zekken already one away from the showstopper. Do have the TP for 10s after this 7-2 start. Wow. And Odin in the hands of Zelsis as well. Over towards C currently.
Opening gambit. Here's the TP taken. So they'll look towards CT. Notes. Gone QT there, but that's about it. So again,
you may be looking for an indicator there of what the setup is exactly. John QT and Zelsis will hold on to their position for the time being. Zelsis, I was going to say, got to be careful there if he does remain out in the open.
very precarious. They kind of cut noise for a second or two. Now here comes the burst. Testing the pacing. Forced away. And actually punished. Zelsis goes down. Now they've got to know there's an additional player. They should have noted John QT early, and I think you can see with Paddy Tech's utility, they're very aware. Securing the site, getting the plant, but now can SEN try and pressure back. Second, leading the way, looking for the damage, he gets it. Thrash is dealt with. Benji Fishy on the follow-up though. And now down to just 3. Sassy, John QT, and Tens trying to disrupt this post plant, but that angle too good with Boom. Just gonna hold it out, and I think they're running out of time and options here. Sassy gives them a moment of respite to work forward, but they're still too tucked by that pillar. Difficult, but not impossible, but John QT finds that. There's still a chance here. Boo buying time, but it's not enough. Now, Benji Fishy is sweating bullets. He's trying, he's got one, he needs another, he's got to run. Benji Fishy can't get there in time. Sentinels steal it from under their nose.
The blink of an eye. It looked like Sentinels were locked out of that retake, Lauren. Heretics blindsided by 2 quick kills here, and unfortunately, Benji Fishy locked out of the site. Takes a gamble, but John QT sticking at the defuse all the way through. What a crazy start to this map already.
They're standing.
The Poison Orb just splitting up the teammates here. I mean, I don't even think even there if he's full sprinter back. Right back to this on rubble.
Yeah, Zekken straight away going to deny Boo that early presence towards rubble that you noted was a high priority. And again, it's just a brawl. They're willing to fight this out. And Paddy Tech somewhat
deep Mini Boo is
the scales. And as right, look at Mini Boo. But there's still players in between. It's not a safe cross. Spamming the utility and spamming the weaponry. Benji Fishy going to catch one. And this is just mayhem in Madrid. What is going on in this matchup? Mini Boo is secured enough. They should be able to get that plant in. Zelsis quite far away, has been that C player. Walking into the unknown here, and 3 players to disrupt.
Bulldog in hand. Heretics going to tuck themselves in here. You see on the X-ray what Zelsis has to stare down. Yet to get on the board either. Will require a 1v3. Taking his time with this. Might even just look for the exits, I believe, on the back side of the door.
Could try and make it costly. A couple players are starting to build up quite a bit of bank, though. You're looking at Boo, Benji Fishy. And here comes the exit. How much value does Zelsis get? Oh, that's a mouse problem right there.
Yeah, that looked like a mouse disconnect.
Yeah, or something. We're going to have to see if there's a timeout for that one, because he was not happy with that in the cam either.
I do smell a tech.
It's either that, or he needs to move that mouse pad a little further over. It literally just like stopped.
This opening is just, I mean, talk about explosive.
Yeah.
It's Zekken to find the opening here, by the way. Finds the first blood. Already, Mini Boo's all the way wrapping back from A site to backstab this setup.
And I think you highlighted it right. These two teams will brawl. They are willing to be explosive, risky plays. I mean, they've got the mechanics to back it up. I think we've seen that. And the other thing you're right about is Pausa Technica.
Okay.
Can you imagine what this pause would be for?
No.
No. Mystery.
If we can just get a replay of Zels's reaction on the webcam.
It was
Might
good.
give us some clues.
Well, see if producer Kevin is on our side or not. You know,
It's unfortunate. I mean, if it did fully disconnect, obviously you need to get that sorted before the next, but not in a situation that, I guess, altered the outcome of that round regardless.
And I still feel like this game hasn't settled into a flow yet, or a rhythm, you know what I mean? It's still in that very much just kind of high-octane, very pressure point plays. See the...
But a few rounds to get the crowd on their feet already.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, no surprise to see Mini Boo leading in terms of numbers here.
Oh, producer Kevin's on it. Don't think the mouse was doing too well after that one. All good though, the pause has come to conclusion, so hopefully no harm, no foul, but the only thing that is really rather harmed here is the economy Sentinels.
Yeah, suffering now.
Yeah, not going to get much for that, and this could be the knock-on effect of a string of rounds here, but I mean, hey, they've turned stranger things, you know, other rounds have gone the way it shouldn't, so, and there's always threat. I don't think anyone's ever going to say that Sentinels isn't a dangerous team no matter what, so let's just kind of keep in mind that there could be problems, but beyond that, Heretics just going to be getting the lay of the land more than anything, settle into this matchup. Some very young, inexperienced players to this level of stage, going to start feeling out the game here.
Sure, and you could almost call it a 50-50 with how the sixth man plays into that, but
yeah, true.
Especially if there are any nerves, if you have the crowd behind you, making plays the way Mini Boo's certainly kicked this off.
Yeah.
Definitely a positive, the ability to ride that wave. Well, Sentinel's got a bit of a stack set up here. Back of the paranoia potentially. Sassy jump spotting here. Bait the binner might even be the green light to make something happen, but paranoia thrown out.
No one could quite close the gap to that paranoia. A bit of a shame almost. That caught 3. That could have been lovely, but not able to make as much as they'd want of it. But I like the attempt there though.
I think they've noted here just how many bodies on the back of that exchange are positioned towards A site. We're going to try and find some space, and he has done that with the pass lane.
Yeah, maybe going for that plant, gets denied, and now it gets a little bit scary, right? They're flying in, but the rifle's going to do what they need to. Zelsis still keeping it close enough.
He's got another one, he's got 3!
How the hell is Zelsis still finding this? Investing the ult now, they're actually giving this one. 13 seconds, they need a plant, and look at this positioning off the back of the ult. They don't hear it, but Boo turns in time, and now it's down to 1. I told you they could get scary no matter the buy, but bloody hell. Zelsis made a damn good go of that one.
Obviously fixed that mouse problem.
Oh, yeah.
Straight into the thick of things here on this B site execute. The Heretics able to stabilize. And got to feel the pinch too much in terms of the funds on the back of that.
ఓడి అమ్మ నేను ఇంతసేపు మైక్ మ్యూట్ లో పెట్టుకొని అరుచుకుంటా ఉన్నాను కదరా బాబు.
Tech just gets absolutely deleted.
చెప్పాలి కదా ఎవడన్నా ఒక్కడు
now a 2-round lead.
దాని నుంచి లైక్ కొట్టండు కమెంట్లు పెట్టండు అనుకుంటా ఉన్నాను.
Delta's once again on the Odin. I haven't seen any intent from Sentinels to try and contest this area towards Mound.
Nice ఏంద్రా nice. చెప్పాలి కదరా బాబు.
So with the lockdown heroes, well, they might even just force their round to
ఇప్పుడు
C
మైక్
side.
మ్యూట్ లో పెడదామని చూస్తే
I
ఆల్రెడీ
there was a lurk or something on top of this. I would quite like to see maybe some presence through B, but I mean, why not focus on the task at hand? They've got to make a quick escape here because look at Miniboo, he's on the way. 2 players are detained and Miniboo is hot on the heels. He wants to pressure this. The stun's beautiful! Outstanding! And so is Miniboo, and he ain't alone anymore. He's got Boo by his side. The brothers in arms, ripping apart Sen. Tenz answers back, but by now the plan is in. It's 3 of them to take this back and the pit's in place.
So much damage done here. Sentinels as 3. They have to fight their way back through this pit now. Plenty of utility still at disposal of Heretics as well. Considering, I'm not even sure actually if Sassy was looking like he was backing away. Certainly now with Tenz falling, you have to consider the possibility, and looks like that's going to be the decision for Sentinels.
Yep, creeping away.
More time in there, Zek and missed that, yeah? I thought he was turning back for a second.
Same. And I wonder if they noted it, because they're committing. They absolutely saw a pixel, or at least predicted that play kind of falling back through CT. Not a surprise, but Sassy's in danger, because that economy hasn't fully recovered. Miniboo's barely breathing, but willing to try and himself up for the trade, which they get clean sweeping Sentinels there. No weapons taken over. And they might start getting a little bit worried now, because their economy is not fully recovering here. They have a couple of ults nearby that could help them out, but it's 3 on the trot here. Heretics going to be happy with this one.
I mean, this is just so beautiful from Miniboo and Boo.
దగ్గర నుండి గెలిపిస్తారు వేరే విషయం
Into the back lines on the back of the lockdown.
రౌండ్ ఓడిపోండ్రా
And rewarded for that aggression as well. I think Sentinels completely caught off guard by the stuns coming through from Miniboo.
రూపాయి చెప్తే వాళ్ళు 10 రూపాయలు చేస్తారు.
That could be a damage. Yeah, it is. Miniboo still on it as well. The guy's got moves looking like food out here, but he's still breathing and still fine. Settles into it.
And this was the first time we've seen Tenz over towards Mound. So some intention of Sentinels addressing elsewhere, the other extremity, but Heretics, I'll be honest, winning out on both sides. The stars aligning for them this time around. And enough damage done on the way in that Zekan falls. John QT down to 15 HP. I mean, even Sassy tagged up as well.
And that spam is just so brutal to try and play against. And they got this done early. That's the scary part as well. Looking like they're trying to feign this B pressure, which is actually causing a great deal of reaction. 4 players in response to this.
I mean, that should be an open A site now.
Absolutely.
With all of this dumped into B. Sassy's not going to be able to get ahead of this either.
And they have no idea how far they've gone. You can see the TP taking to check back site. They got what they wanted. Perfect fake play towards B. Able to use the ult as wanted yet for Miniboo. But the plant's in. They've really got that good. Now, ult-wise, Zelsis does have the lockdown. Sassy with a touch of kit left, Tenz as well, because he was adjusted over towards that C site on Mound. But if they want this retake, they've got to get it started soon. Ten's going to post the paranoia, TP taken back towards Tree and Patatek waiting. Miniboo turns for a second, but his re-end's there. There's no threat to this. Sentinels are hitting a brick wall, and it's Heretics putting it there. Sassy again just wants to be able to get out with a gun, and once again denied. Miniboo is hunting them down. This is a whole new world for Sen to try and deal with. Heretics are the real deal here. John QT, Veggie Fishy, he's right there as well. No guns taken over again. Flawless from Heretics.
They're feeling themselves. You can see as well the confidence is brimming. Nobody giving up any space on site. 2 members of Heretics tucked under rope. All the way down towards drop as well. Sentinels, unfortunately, need to try and take control of this early, the early round. Take some of this control away from Heretics, because like I said, they have control of both extremities now. They have the run of the map.
I'm surprised I didn't see a timeout, if I'm honest here, because getting a bit worried when it was kind of like 2-3 rounds on the trot with the money where it was.
But now we're seeing
they don't have a great deal to work with. This is with Sheriffs, this is with Buckies, this is with Spike left in their hands. So, have you ever seen a fight here with this many players?
Nope.
Right, well.
And all I'm saying is Zekan has a Bucky and he's 1 away from Showstopper. If he gets a kill down and dirty in this smoke. Ians finds 1. Going to clear it out with his ult as well, potentially here as well.
They've made a mountain out of a molehill, haven't they? They've really made them work for this one. Now the smoke drops and the problems begin. Paranoia's going to go. That Bucky doesn't get played in. Miniboo going to feel the pressure. It's online. Here it is. The rocket comes out, does not get where they want, but they've been doing damage. Great shot from Boo. Second on his knees, a follow-up not found. Sentinel's getting down and dirty here. They want to make this
got a
brutal,
spike.
but they nabbed the spike. Panitek needs to hold the back line. He's got to be careful. They are so close by, but they backed away. Plant will be coming in now. They've got rifles, they've got all sorts now, Sentinels. What a play from them.
I mean, look at the utility though. Patatek and Benji have everything at their disposal to try and hold this down, but the lockdown's coming through from Zelsis.
Massive timing on these ults coming in. Seconds, sure, but Bucky was the key part of that, but Zelsis now is going to force the hand of Heretics. Oh, but they're going early. Benji Fishy will get caught, so it plays in Patatek. He has to be the one. Plant not to be touched just yet. They're going to hear this, and that was a bit too far forward from Sassy. Thought they could have worked together, but Zelsis is still alive. Maybe he's the one, but time is not on his side here. A tap on the spike. Vulnerable, yes. He's going to deal with the utility, but he's got to deal with the spike. It's going to be taken down here. Benji Fishy
gets off.
playing forward. He's got it away. The timing. It's too late, and Sentinels fall.
And a beautiful bait and switch between
Time out
Benji and
kottandana,
Patatek
time
as
out
well.
kottandana,
Patatek wraps
nanu
all the way
time
through
out
spawn.
kottandana.
Knows that somebody's going to try and charge down. As Benji dips his toes, finds a kill ahead of that lockdown. What a recovery. What an insane round.
Hey, look, I said it was mayhem in Madrid. This is just madness in Madrid now. It's all out the window. This is something different. What a wild matchup we're getting here. Heretics bringing out all the stops. We're seeing crazy plays from Sentinels. Some very creative ideas, and it was close. That round was gone down close. They had a Bucky and a couple of Sheriffs. Now they go back in with rifles. Still putting a lot of attention on towards this mound control.
A string of rounds unanswered. Heretics now looking to slow things down, reading that maybe on the previous, Sentinels feel as if they need to take some of the map. Zelsis now positioned over here towards A side.
3 rounds
Four members of Heretics with Benji. Last straggler. Walking into the blender here.
Who's he dealt with?
Wow.
Gonna have John QT close by. Oh, he does catch a little bit of that spam, but so does Boo on the other side. But he's got to be careful here. He does need to be holding this down as long as possible. Again, still being forced further away. Backside now. It's methodical.
He's got to get out now. The thrash coming through. It's going to clear a ton of space for Heretics. Be able to retrieve that as well. Should be a comfortable plant coming through, but a full 5v5.
Oh, that
hang on.
positioning! Great work from Zelsis. Stuck around long enough, he might be just walking into his death now, but the value is huge. Now they're going to get in their faces, surely. Maybe not. Oh, Seconds nade's going to do it. And now it's just getting ridiculous. Still no plant, but Sen apply the pressure. Pouring back towards the site. And that time becomes a problem for Heretics. They can't find stability here. Sentinels turning.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Zelsis is repositioned out to drop here as well. Like I said, it should have been a safe plant. I mean, Heretics try and, I guess, capitalize on that much control and that much pressure by planting a little more open, maybe. Create some more opportunities. It's a little lost in the sauce here with all this utility exchanging. Nice, boys! Catches the back end of the paint shelter. Sentinels a third on the board here.
Can they string it together though, Mike? I'm still waiting with bated breath on that one. Early contact towards B. Pressure towards Mound could mean a quick crunch. And John QT just want to buy time. You can see Miniboo's ahead of him. Look at that pace. The man is absolutely wild, but Tens has answered back. And in kind, 3 for him. Leaving Heretics in ruins. Miniboo barely alive on 16. Boo standing tall, but a tough position to be in with the spike so deep in enemy territory. And Sen shouldn't give up an inch here. Don't think there's much Boo can do about this. Really quite pinned in.
Zekan will be the first. Looking for this flank here. Boo's ready for it. Just can't pin him down. 16 HP now for Miniboo. Sentinels identifying here. There's an opportunity to take some control back.
Let's go, boys.
Zekan and Tens positioned on Mound here. The backstab through the door. Perfect time
5-7.
They're recovering. This is what they needed. A very, very important couple of rounds there, too, for them to Leverage just a little, and there it is, yeah.
I didn't know. I came through with 2 wall bangs through the box.
Take them when you get them, don't
Yeah.
you?
Red wall bang la.
This was the final? Yeah, lovely. And no matter how you get them, SEN needed a couple of rounds here. Money's still okay, at least for this round for Heretics, so not much of a problem. Online, a great deal online. Patatex, yes, the rest, no. And are they willing to fight this out? Paranoia goes in, it doesn't affect seconds, so he does get to strike. That's Benchy Fishy gone. That post plan could get a little trickier if they make it through. Heretics fighting for mound control themselves here.
1 for 1. Give Heretics a chance to recoup here. Zekken actually has himself an operator to play with now as well. Swing onto this, but almost a setup there for a high-low swing. Miniboo the one to find the headshot. Now man advantage here for Heretics. Sassy ult in hand. Patitech does have a Viper's Pit, so opportunities to really secure a post plant here. Heretics decide to continue. It looks as if, yeah, John QT's giving this all the way up.
Having to sit deep on this though, hasn't he? He can't take a challenge, maybe just trying to keep control of CT for the play back in. The rotates are far away. You can see how hyper aware each team is of each other. Smoke goes up deep. Pit's already there. That's 4 players to find. Sassy does have his ult. He's got a lot of util left to invest.
Everyone but Rians, actually.
Nice.
This is big. Can they make the most of it? Yes, Sassy does very well to find Miniboo. That's the first step. Panitek is still in this ult, though, and he's in a lot of danger, actually.
Still got some to work with. You can slow this down still.
There it is. Nice some time, and Boo just waiting. Anything that appears on the screen, he wants to remove it. Oh, he's getting tagged up here. This is so precarious, so dangerous. And Zelsis takes him down, Panitek! That's what they needed!
What?
And that's what they get. They finish with a flourish here in the first half. Heretics making a statement here, Mike. 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah, they come out swinging. So any questions about the confidence definitely squashed here in this first half. Sentinel's able to make it at least an honest go of things here, but a string of rounds unanswered. Be loving that if you're a Heretics fan.
And at this point, I think if you're a Valorant fan, you're probably pretty happy too. This is an explosive game. We all wanted this caliber, this quality is what we've been looking for. The resurgence from Sentinels means they're still in this half. There is still a solid chance for them here, but they have to get off to a banging beginning in the second.
What a terrific start it is for Team Heretics here. And I managed to sneak myself into the streaming booth to join Mixwell. How exciting is it to see your team compete on this stage in Spain, of all places?
I mean, so far we're playing really well and the crowd is insane. Hola a todos! Hey! I love it here. I love it. It's a dream come true. There was talks that maybe VCT was gonna come to Spain, and in the end it was in Berlin. So I'm super happy that finally we have an international event here.
Yeah, it's very special to have a Spanish team make it as well.
I was not expecting it to qualify, but we beat everybody. We played so well during kickoff, and now we're also playing super good. And thank God Rians came yesterday.
Yeah, it's really nice to see him on stage. Now, I want to roll the years back real quick, because you've played against Tens before. You faced Sentinels. How do you stop a player like him?
I think you need to not let him have the space that he needs. He's a super skilled player, and you always have to be aware of what he could do, really aggressive. So as long as we keep him, as long as we trade him, we're good. Because when players are so good as him, you can always die first, but you need to trade him always.
Just take him down. And lastly, any words for the Spanish crowd? One more time.
Chicos, lo estáis haciendo genial. Haced mucho ruido, vamos!
Woo! Well, let's see if Heretics can close it out in front of this electric crowd.
Thank you. Great to hear from Mixwell there.
Always is.
You know, it has been a great first half. I mean, the scoreline, you'd be forgiven to think it was a bit more one-sided, but how explosive was that?
I mean, I'll be honest, one of the most exciting starts we could have to this series as well, with Sunset to follow up. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we do.
Why have you reminded me?
But this is exactly what you want out of these two teams. See what Sentinels now have to respond in the second half. They may be caught off guard a little bit in the first. You got to imagine Heretics are going to continue to be proactive, dial into this pace once again.
Patient beginning, though, coming out from
Very,
Sam
yeah.
Slow, steady. Shown a little, obviously, off the back of that Dizzy, which is going to be drawing 3 players to be posted towards that C site. Already Minibu may be considering the others, but as it stands, very patient.
Spike this side with Zelsis. 3 players of Sentinels looking to at least show presence towards Rubble, but I mean, the fact that Benji's solo over there, he's not going to be peeking. He's not really going to be looking for any information. Very much looking to absorb any sort of pressure that does come his way, but Minibu has come across to give him some support.
There's the first contact.
That's a tough. That could actually pull the rotation. I think it's about to look at Rins and Patitek right now.
Lovely fake play here from Sentinels. Now, Boo's seen enough that he should be calling someone back. There's been no further contact. There's still the utility there.
Sentinels haven't got in though, and it's 30 seconds.
Is this a pivot? I mean, they're trying to feign a pivot, but still, they're leaving this very late. Now, fortunately for them, they have got sight. You can already see the respect shown from Boo that it's not worth dying on your own to hold this, so he's drifted back towards CT. They're grouping up already. Plant is in, but 5v5 post-plant. Who's got Kit? Who's got Util? Zekken has the boom bot. You got Sassy. But on the other side, a fair bit still to play with Heretics. They've held on to theirs. So maybe Zekken willing to challenge on this, but he's got to be good for it. And oh, he is. He's bloody great for it. Zekken, good for 2. The answer comes in. Bazelt is still standing. Sassy on the back lines, leaving Boo just the only man standing in a 1v3. And yeah, that one's been handled. Sentinels, lovely composure here on the first and the second.
I feel like Heretics are ahead of that, but I think just too many question marks planted by Sentinels. The misdirection with the door is where you can see the pings coming out even after the plant is confirmed on C. They're so conscious of potentially, I mean, any number of these 3 players that were spotted outside Rubble being in position to backstab, but no matter regardless, came down to the gunfights on the way back through, and Sentinels stand strong. Nice. Things within 3 rounds now in the second half.
See if Heretics can get under their skin a little here, though. Sen certainly applied the pressure in the first half doing this sort of stuff, but don't know if Heretics have it the same way. But let's see. John QT very much aware of the possibility, sitting quite deep, just shouldering the angle. While the rest of Sentinels kind of showing a lot of presence, being boisterous around the map. Even Benji Fishy very uncomfortable on that C site. Pulling in for Patitek, but again, keep in mind this is classic Ghosts, Sheriffs. This will take a lot. Go right for Heretics. Sentinels should be looking to keep this clean. Coming with a nice bonus, potentially. The 3rd round of the second half should be there. I don't think any disruption to that will be in place. No. So, lovely work from Sen again.
I'm back, I'm back,
Navigating well to the C site. Again, the plan in place.
Really about what damage Heretics can do on the way back in here. C's now
going
to go
combo
through.
fail.
Boo, I don't think caught up in that, no. Zekken up close to personal again, but he gets flashed.
Still breathing, still standing, and still got 2 Sentinels. Very nice work. No threats really made from that. Zekken went down, but that's not the end of the world. They are happy enough moving forward. He's 1 away from his ult already. This is the perfect start for, again, a fantastic second half here.
Heretics can really slam the brakes on.
First half, Manolo. First round, Manolo 10 ace kottadu.
That close up with the stinger.
Migata vallu baga aadu.
A real old progress for Heretics to fall back on.
వాళ్ళు భయంకరంగా అటాక్ చేశారు.
We enter round 3.
ఏంటి వీడు మినీబూ గాడైతే అగ్రెస్ కొట్టాడు. మళ్ళీ ఎంట్రీలు ఇచ్చాడు.
You've got the purchase coming out for Heretics. And Sen again, so mobile, so agile around this map.
Very active, yeah, very active.
Hard to get your players in the right place. Again, Miniboo trailing behind. He's trying to get over towards C potentially. They've been somewhat conditioned to be believing in this C site hit, which, I mean, looks like it's on the cards.
Utility invested here. Is Fishy going to respect this? Backs away wisely, but Patitek might get caught in the corner, and he does. Opener found here by Zekken once again. He's not done just yet. Like he was entertaining the idea of following up on the boom bot there. Open plant Sentinels can fully reset off this now. Tough egg to crack for Heretics on the way back through once again onto C site.
Zekan got so much value in round 1 and 2 in
bonus conversion. This would be outstanding for Sentinels. Already though, 10's going to get
First
a
round
little
lo
bit of
10 5 kills కొట్టాడు second round లో 2 kills కొట్టాడు మిగతా ఎవరు ఏం కొట్టలా
Minibu again, but how do they break that deeper post?
So much util.
Absolutely, Mike. It's very
round
difficult
1 and 2
to get on the spike
13,
itself.
14,
I think Heretics
15,
might know
13,
that.
14
John QT, sharp as ever, and Minibu just puts
Final
his
round
life on the
number
line.
15 అని ఉంది కదా
And
neat గా
this is a dream for Sentinels. Lovely string of rounds now. Upgrade to the rifles. It could not have gone better.
I noted it earlier, the Sentinels placing too many question marks across the map here. Heretics almost forced to kind of play retake on all 3 sides.
బయటికి వెళ్ళాను కదా ఇప్పుడు
Can confirm some
బూస్ట్
sort of
ఇచ్చేసి వచ్చాము
information.
మామూలుగా
Need somebody to go hunting here for Heretics. Because much of what we saw in the first half, Sentinels have free run of the map right now.
Yes, they do. No
I don't
solution
know,
yet for that
overacting
C-take or the
there,
retake potentially. Sheriffs aplenty and a fight to be found. Zekan again,
Adi-
this
Adi
guy,
enter ante
his
eripuka.
early work has been exceptional. Cracking open sights, being a real nuisance boot.
Good for
Bad,
one, yeah.
Nice
but you've got a whole lot more to find. And they are still continuing along this A pathing. Rien's, oh man, this
నేను
is
వచ్చాక
a tough
3
spot
రౌండ్లు
to be in
గెలిచారు
now.
ముఠాలు
Oh, that's a shot. That is a goddamn shot.
నీడ్ మోర్ బూస్ట్ అంటే మరి
Tens
ఉంటది
though, creeping closer.
మన
Hens
సపోర్ట్
didn't get
ఉంటుంది
another one.
గైడ్ చేస్తూనే ఉన్నాయి ఎప్పటికప్పుడు పిల్లకాయల్ని
This shouldn't have been a 2v2. But
మళ్ళీ
Heretics have
చెప్పేసి వచ్చా
made
మీరు ఈ
it
మిస్టేక్లు చేశారా
nasty.
ఇలా చేయొద్దు ఇలా చేయాలి
Tap on the spike, calling
నేను
back in
చెప్పే
Benji
వచ్చాను
Fishy.
రెచ్చిపోతున్నారు మన
Facing
పిల్లకాయలు
on
కూడా
this.
ఈ మాటకి ఆ మాట
Great
బాగా
heads-up work
ఆడుతున్నారు
from Sen.
చెప్పినట్టే ఆడుతున్నారు
Keeping track of the potential. What can Benji Fishy do? A 1v2. It would be miraculous.
They're pinging out the rifle here, but I think it's been cycled across elsewhere.
He's struggling.
గన్
to
ఉందిరా
find
వెనక
something.
ఎరుపుక
Might just have to be that Sheriff until he gets towards sight, maybe back sight even. How does he clear tree on this? The turret, but that's not enough. Look at that setup!
Ooh.
Still made a go of it. Still a threat. But it's tied up now, 8-8. Sentinels, this second half is looking theirs. Lovely beginning.
Oh, boom,
yes,
Minibu
Ops
brothers,
starting to hit, but Heretics pumping the brakes.
ఆ మినీబూ గాడు ఆయన మనిషి కాదు స్వామి భలే ఎంట్రీలు ఇచ్చాడు
Definitely going to want to try and take stock of what's gone wrong in the first few. A banging shot from Rien's to open things up.
That was wild.
Patstek, unfortunately, just forced into a corner here on drop. Able to provide too much assistance. Let's see what the switch up is for Heretic coming out. There's 4 rounds
భయపడుకుంటారా భయపడ్డారు నాకు
by Sentinels, and like I said, they have free run of the map. Same way Heretics did in the first as well. And without the benefit of the economy, maybe feeling a little apprehensive to put Minibu kind of in that danger zone and look to brawl with Sentinels. Dare you say it? Team you really want to be brawling with.
It is so mirrored, it feels like, after watching that first half. Like, cleaner, actually, from Sen than more than anything, but still. Heretics without an answer.
I guess a little more, it feels a little more controlled from Sen versus what we saw from Heretics. There was a lot more trading, reliance on the fundamentals for Heretics, and so
I don't know.
a little cleaner in that regard, I guess, is the way to look at it.
Oh, very much so. Couple of ults though for Heretics to bring into effect in this round. Sen on a million miles away from theirs as well. Keep your eyes towards it there. That is very much on the horizon for them. But Heretics could try and take back some control with this. But then now the Sentinels to switch something up, right? Just play a little out of pocket here, just coming out of this timeout. Let's see what they go for. They've been determining pace here in the second.
ఎంట్రీలు మాత్రం వేరే లెవెల్లో ఇచ్చాడు బ్రో
Early exchange of util will be towards that B site, but not much intention behind it.
I think Sentinel's anticipating a little bit of a switch up here in terms of aggression from Heretics. John QT on a solo mission here to plant the seed, but majority of the stack must be in C site here for Heretics. Very tempered approach. Rien's got to be careful. Don't want to see him get caught off here as the solo anchor towards A.
He's got to be playing this smart.
Again, his ultimate huge in terms of a retake as well.
They're all coming this way.
Yeah, this is looking a little dangerous for Rien's.
Excellent read from Sentinels, but yeah, Rien's is in a lot of danger. And again, you'd see that Prowler just sent through towards B is keeping both players very present there. Oh man, He's got to have 2 here. Back away with his life if he even wants a chance at this. Now he's got to be worried. He's got to be so worried. He's seen so much. He's actually made it out with his life, which if anything is incredibly impressive. And just has to try and hold towards CT, because Sentinels, you can't stop that roll. There's no way you can hold back these players here. Now has to wait for reinforcement, but this will be a plant for Sen, and once again, a very comfortable post-plant.
Yeah, Zekken and John QT looking to take a ton of space up towards heaven here.
Oh, but diligent work from Heretics. This is nice, but do they get punished? No, they don't. Somehow Zekken's still here. Miniboo's gone ahead of him. This is madness. Miniboo still be holding this one. Zekken. How is he getting away with it still? Miniboo just trying to dodge, trying to live. He just can't. It's all on Boo now, and it is wild. And he's still kicking. 7 HP in a 1v1 out of nowhere. Oh, Sassy.
What
holds that? But what a ridiculous round.
I mean, how has Zekken survived that long? Again, he gets blinded up. This time, a Vandal in hand. Still finds a kill blind. Just absolutely ridiculous. What a crazy exchange up on heaven here.
Standing.
Absolute heroics from Zekken, and Boo comes back, finds these two. Unfortunately, not to get the drop inside the smoke and clutch things out. See the heartbreak as well.
So, got to say, Zekken is on an you looked at his value as well, of his opening kills coming into this. It looked fantastic for him. But
I mean, when he's playing like this, literally, Sentinels just resort towards let him off the leash.
Yeah, do it.
Pick a side and put him in there.
He's got his ult. He's got 2 potential victims. Let that man go. Let him fly. And he's away. Does he find anyone this time? It looks like he does. He can't stop winning. Finally put down by Benji Fishy, but he's garnered them access to the site again. Ten's in a little bit of danger here, actually. Yeah, can't make it out. And Sassy, though, again, the backbone here. Safe hands to hold on to some of these key kills, these key rounds. And Boo's only got a Sheriff. All the devotion and desire in the world won't get him this round at this point. It actually looks, yeah, I mean, at this point, gotta say it, Sentinels, what an answer, and Boo is just playing safe. He's doing the tactical timeout without calling it just yet.
He's gonna take this time, make the most of it here, try and get the team back in line. I don't even know if we're anticipating a timeout as well on top of this.
I wouldn't be surprised.
To try and maximize, but Sentinels have come back swinging in the second half.
Just be looking to run this round out. There it is. Had his chat now. Do we see the timeout to follow? Because they have not found a solution here to Sentinels at all.
No, I'll be honest, they've been battered in the second half. They haven't really had an opportunity to really get anything going. Economy aside, and the way that Sentinels are playing, like I said, it feels like a game of control.
Yes.
And the comparison in the second half being, Heretics have been a little apprehensive to dip their toes. Maybe, you know, losing the first couple and being on the back foot with the economy, but there hasn't been much of a response, and it's looking like the response might be an operator in the hands of Miniboo and slowing things down. I'm not sure if that is the answer that Heretics need.
That's not going to help things, so a missed shot like that, but now they know it's there, right? They've seen one of the cards that Heretics holds, and now what does this do to Sentinels? Good to see Zelsis really chatting something through.
I mean, you arm somebody like John QT with information like that off the rip in a round. It gives them plenty of options. I mean, look at they're waiting to see if there's any further aggression. Miniboo's already preemptively rotated away.
Maybe expecting
Boo's going to have it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Anticipating, we've shown the operator here, they're going to try and hit towards B or C, but...
No one's rotating either, Mike.
Nope.
They think this is a fake.
Yep.
Sentinels,
well,
why would they show you respect?
Exactly, they've had the run of the map. They've been able to plant these question marks time and time again.
By hook or by crook, this might work out.
A miracle for Heretics. They're trying to dig out the lurk now.
Yeah, that's what their intent would be. Patatek and Benji Fishy looking for John QT, but now there's going to be a bigger surprise. They found Sassy, and Miniboo's in the right place. They've almost stumbled across the solution to what was going on here. Oh, great work from Miniboo. He's trying to get ahead of the curve, and that's a spike lost now. Hard work here for Zelsis and John QT to bring this back. Can they evade the eagle eyes of Miniboo?
Got a lockdown to work with as well, so if they can find a kill.
For watching guys, jaldi like
secure the site for a little longer. Zelsis goes exploring. Miniboo happy to take that one.
వీళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు చెప్పేసి వచ్చాయి ఎట్లా ఆడాలి అని. ఎందుకు వృధాగా పీకేస్తున్నారు? వచ్చింది కదా ప్లాంట్.
That's a lot. Find a position to work from. Plant's fine for him here, but there's problems. But he's taken down the first one. Benji Fishy falls. He needs another couple. Paranoia evaded. He's still standing. This is good, but he needs to be able to deal with the diffuser, and he can't quite do it just yet. The spam's not landing, and he knows it. Great damage, but it's not enough there. Heretics just about tipping this one back in their hands, and it felt like Sentinels walked into that rather than evading it.
They didn't save across the operator either. I'm not sure if...
దీని తర్వాత మనం కొన్ని టిప్స్ నేర్చుకుందాం వాలరెంట్ ఎలా
Yeah, I gotta say, it almost feels like the stars aligned for Heretics here to be in a position. Sentinels feel like they've done so much in terms of, I guess, pumping this fake, creating a little bit of pressure. Heretics, I guess, stick to their guns in terms of what they commit to. Over towards A.
But it could still be a flash in the pan, right? That C site take was still not fixed, and Zekken back on this pace. TP this time is committed to. Tens is there. What a horrible predicament for Heretics. You got Zekken in the front, Tens in the back, and there's nowhere to hide. Zekken on the hunt, you can see a Panatek back to the wall. They're surrounded. They're still trying to fight their way out. Benji Fishy can only stay alive for so long. That was such a well-constructed site take from Sentinels. Again, flexing their capability here. Has found John QT. So this isn't completely free. It's not completely safe. Ten's the one to be holding them. Deep smoke towards CT to try and secure some of this. Desperate to avoid the stun, but still catches it. Dips away, but this time, can the
Spike's finally coming down.
I thought he already went down.
No, I was watching for a second there. Sassy waiting out everything. Rians has actually found Tens.
What?
Oh, that's not good. But Zelsis still breathing. Sussy as well. Sussy has been good in these. But it's Miniboo and Riens. You saw that. These two are nasty. Hard to play against. They're both in that corner. How do you clear this? Miniboo dives on in. Oh, it's lovely work again from Sussy. Finding two. The rock of the team here. Getting them up to 11. Sentinels looking large and back in charge here.
And this suffocating execute onto C site, the paranoia and the nightfall covering everything here. But it takes Sentinels, well, it feels like a decade to get the spike down. So paranoid of maybe a pre-take coming back through from the remaining members of Heretics, but able to course correct here. And Sassy to close things out. That's got to feel like a sigh of relief, though, for Sentinels to get that one across the line.
Got close there, didn't it?
Up to 11 now, Heretics.
On the ropes.
Yeah, I think that's why we see the second time and a continuation of boot from that previous round. Only one round, a flash in the pan for Heretics in the second half here.
ఇంకా మీ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ తగ్గలేదు రే.
Their hopes to
2 లక్షలు పెట్టేసినా ఇక్కడ 2 లక్షలు.
almost concede towards map
2
point.
లక్షలు 28,720 రూపాయలు పెట్టేసినాం మనం.
Boo, Patatek and Benji all with theirs.
మామూలుగా ఉండాలి.
Some options here, but again, the purchase is not going to be pretty. Throw everything but the kitchen sink into this one.
Wow. I'm looking at that purchase and it's still not getting better, is it?
Discord join అయ్యే పని అయితే జాయిన్ అవ్వచ్చండి.
I think they're actually dialing it back a little bit.
I think they might have to suffer through this
I think that, they are going to concede
Discord
here.
link.
They'll make a go of it. Obviously, it's not going to be a freebie, but it's certainly not going to be everything they want me to do. Just okay, that's
how you make your Guardian work.
Yeah, and that's Zekken, who has been so paramount. Yeah, he has been paramount to some of the success Sentinels has early in these rounds as well. So it'll be interesting to see now with him taken away so early on, what do they lean back to? Do they continue along this pathing towards B?
It's so late in this half to see Heretics get aggressive like that.
I know. You'd almost wanted them to try it earlier, didn't you? But
I mean, the response is Sentinels have walked in all the way into B, but they found Benji Fishy elsewhere. Sassy will fall. Zelsis quick with the trade, but should get the plant down here. No, still. For a little misdirection here, baiting out potentially anybody from Heretics. John QT able to slow this down with a snake bite.
Very valuable, that.
But the smoke drops. Boo finds him.
Boo could not have found that at a better time. That unleashes the rest of his side to come on through. He gets forced out. But still, where's the rest of the three? Where are the others coming in from? Now they come through tens. Can't hold it. And now it's on Zelsis. 1v2. Oh, Zelsis! That's his round with the Red Bull clutch. Even with the finest of margins, SEN don't let them have a moment of rest.
I mean, it's such a beautiful read as well. The call to just shift walk up behind that first blood. Ballsy, but Benji Fishy the only one really to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah.
And that kill was ridiculous. I saw Zelsis got caught by the paranoia. I didn't know if it was slightly off time, but finds that first headshot completely blind.
This is the round.
Okay,
the Heretics were waiting on. Very late in the day, plenty of ults to play with, and it looks like Heretics up for the brawl, up for the fight. Second though is normally good for this. It's Tens this time going to take the headline. Boo goes down. Sentinels in control here. This is their map choice, and they've just suddenly made it look like it on this second half. Rien's, Benji Fishy, and Patitek. I mean, you just had to watch a team get massacred on that little bit of aggression they've been dabbling with, and it's so early in the round.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sentinel's another situation. Benji Fishy going to be the one to try and stop things once again. He's unchecked with a utility. Could play him in here, but there's a ton of bodies on the other side of this. Unfortunately, somebody's going to turn for that alarm bot as well.
Yeah, that almost counterintuitive. Okay.
Wow.
That's helped him out.
Oh.
And the lineup! I thought he could have two.
Nice
He
trade,
doesn't.
nice trade.
And
Second trade,
Patitek
GG,
pushed
GG boys.
aside.
Let's go, boys.
And once again, Sentinel's just taking the
Definite
turn
order,
of the map.
improvise
In
chesna
just
kuda.
about every site they want to.
Ade.
And this has been their stronghold. This C site has been theirs.
This has been the definition of running rings round a team. This second half from Sentinel, so much
Let's
misdirection.
go. First map,
Heretics
Monday.
unable to find a grasp on the plan in time. Just 36 HP now for Rien's.
మనకి ఇప్పుడు అట్టా పడతాయి.
Tough task here.
2,28,720.
Back on the international
మామూలుగా
stage,
ఉండాలి.
looking exceedingly strong. That second half, Mike, is something to be very impressed by.
I was a little worried in the first.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest, Heretics definitely come out swinging,
Oh,
but what a
no.
response in kind from Sentinels. Mini Boo and Zek
Heretics మొహాలు చూపిండమా.
in this map one.
Heretics మొహాలు చూపిండమా.
39 is map 1. Who knows where Sunset goes?
328,250 అంట. 428k ఉంది. 428.4k అంట. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and
Great
get a new
comeback
iPhone
from
15 Pro with
Sentinels.
tons of
But 10
storage,
minutes
so you can take all the pics.
Take your time, bro. Take your time. ఈ లోపు మనం స్పైక్ రష్ లో చిల్ అవ్వాలి. చిల్. Farooq Sheikh mentioned you in a comment. Right. జల్దీ ఒక షిఫ్ట్ ప్లే అయితే ఆడేద్దాం. 2 minutes 40 seconds టైం ఉంది కాబట్టి ఈజీగా అయిపోద్ది నేను అన్నా. ఇప్పుడు ఏంద్రా బలందా? ఆ కార్డ్ ఎక్కడ వచ్చిందిరా నీకు? నాకు ఇవ్వరా. బ్యాటిల్ పాస్ కొన్నావా? ఇక్కడ ఉందా? ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే, నాకు కూడా వస్తుందిలే. కెత్తిలా ఉంది రేజ్. ఆహా.
Match found.
ఫరూక్ భాయ్ జాయిన్ అవుతున్నాడు పాపిస్టోడు. డిస్కార్డ్లో ఒక్కడే తెగించుకుంటున్నామే. ఓన్లీ మియావ్. ఒరే ఒరే కామాంధ్ర ఒరే 2 minutes ఏడా అయిపోయేటట్టుంది కదరా. వారిని అయిపోయింది కదరా బాబు. చిచ్చి సర్లే మన వాళ్ళు పిక్కులు ఉన్నాయి. రౌండ్ స్టార్ట్ అవ్వాలి. దిస్ ఈస్ హిస్ వరల్డ్ అండ్ వీఆర్ జస్ట్ లివింగ్ ఇన్ హిస్ వరల్డ్ అంట. టెన్స్ గురించి ఎవడో ఎరుపు పడ్డు ట్వీట్ అయ్యాడు. గుడ్ లక్ వాలరెంట్ మాస్టర్స్. ఎవడికి గుడ్ లక్ రా?
As many souls
ఎరుపు
take
ట్వీట్ అని
to
అసలు
see.
ఈ స్వాపర్ కి స్పైర్ అంత బాగుంది ఎట్రా. అదేమో ఏదేవో రీలోడింగ్. ముండా కొన్నావా? అందులో ఇదే బాగుంది. అటు వెళ్తున్నట్టు మోసం చేసాను. బాయ్. చల్లగా వస్తున్నాడు ఆయన నడుచుకుంటా. వీసీటీ చూసి ఫామ్ లో ఉంటాయి. ప్లాంట్
One enemy remaining.
నువ్వేనా? ఇది గోస్ట్ ఎట్ వచ్చింది. వీడు గోస్ట్ ఎట్ వచ్చిందిరా. స్పైక్ క్రష్ కదా మనం పెట్టింది.
స్పైక్ క్రష్ కాదు.
షిఫ్ట్ ప్లే ఎందుకు పెట్టావురా? ఇప్పుడు ఆడవుద్దురా. గేమ్ కూడా స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది. నేనే పెట్టాను నా బతుకు. సరే ఏం చేస్తాం, గెలిపిస్తాం. పైన కెమెరా ఉంది.
Spike down.
No more secrets. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Right?
I'm still here, amigo.
Gun here.
Every fight is a lesson.
ఎవరికో ఇచ్చా, నీకే ఇచ్చా. ఇచ్చాను చూడరా బాబు, ఇచ్చాను చూడరా.
ఎవడు నేను
ఓకే రైనా ఇచ్చేసారు. స్టార్ట్ అవ్వలేదే. 3 రౌండ్లకి వెళ్ళండి ఫాస్ట్గా. మొత్తం పగిలిపోతుంది వీడు. ఇప్పుడు ఎవడు వచ్చాడు ఇప్పుడు.
ఎవడు రాడు, నువ్వు తీసుకెళ్ళి. 1 2 3
వచ్చేదాకా ఆగురా.
Last player standing.
వాడు అక్కడే ఉన్నాడు కదా బాబు. ఒరే ఎమ్మటే కొడసాయి కొడసాయి అని పేరు పెట్టుకోండి.
Last round before the switch.
ఇలా బీమెన్ పుష్ చేద్దాంరా. నాకట్టం చూస్తున్నారు కదా. రాలేదు. అందరు బీలోనే ఉన్నారా? ఏ సైఫర్ బ్రో సల్లగా డిస్కౌట్ చేయనీడు.
I have retrieved the spike.
Go.
Right here. Enemy spotted B. Show me a target. Reloading.
Okay.
Go.
Still inside.
Run.
Close right.
పగిలిపోద్ది నా కొడకల్ల. మొత్తం పగిలిపోద్ది అంతే. అడిచాం.
Switching sides.
మోస్ట్ వాంటెడ్. నా వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు భయ్యా. ఓకే నువ్వు లింక్ నుంచి జాయిన్ అయ్యావా? బ్రో సింబల్ చూపిస్తుంది కానీ నీది వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు. ఒకసారి మాన్యువల్గా జాయిన్ అవ్వు, లింక్ నుంచి కాకుండా. వెళ్ళిపోయి ఒకసారి డిస్కార్డ్ ఓపెన్ చేసి జాయిన్ అవ్వు. లింక్ నుంచి రాదనుకుంటా వాయిస్. ఎన్ని చుక్కలు పెట్టాడు నా పక్క.
Spike planted. Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Impressive wiring. You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
ఏందయ్యా ఇదే వీళ్ళు పిక్స్ కూడా అయిపోయినాయి.
Player standing. Spike planted.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
నా మైక్ పని చేయట్లేదా? హలో హలో హలో. ఓకే, డిస్కార్డ్లో పనిచేయదేమో గేమ్లో ఉంటే. నా వాయిస్ వస్తుందా? నీ వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు భయ్యా. సంథింగ్ ఈస్ ఫిషీ. నటించావా ఎంట్రీయా? అది అట్లుంటుంది మనతో.
Player standing.
I know exactly where you are. My camera is destroyed.
Match point.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
హలో సైఫర్ బ్రో, రావట్లేదు నీ వాయిస్. ఇక్కడ ఏదైనా చేయాలనుకుంటా. అవుట్పుట్ డివైస్
నేను మాట్లాడుతున్నా. హలో, అదే ఇందాటి నుంచి మాట్లాడుతున్నా ఉన్నా. సెట్టింగ్స్. ఓహో, ఓకే ఓకే. తేజ కూడా జాయిన్ అవచ్చు కదా, ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడు. గేమ్ పెట్టు, స్విచ్ డిస్కార్డ్ పెట్టు. డిస్కార్డ్ పెట్టు.
పెట్టాడు ఎత్తుకో ట్రిప్. డిస్కార్డ్ రామ్మా తేజ.
Sliding in unannounced here, finds the response necessary. Sassy, really able to have a say in this. Look at mini boost HP as well, just outside the point. Zells has found one before falling, but he said the HP almost decided that.
How can you not love?
Yeah, it really, really hard not to.
Yeah, genuinely great to see him at this stage. So pumped up. But hey, it doesn't matter how many rounds you have on half. Sentinels have that capability to bring back anything, so don't worry too much. Spy behind this. Stingers are plenty. Sheriff. Coming in. You can already see they've had to respect this enough. That shock dart has done a bit of chip damage. I think it might have caught a couple on the way, but the plant is.
So yeah, I was going to say, Sentinels sticking to these very, very close proximity positions. Heretics have to wait out these smokes. Drown will come through, but Sentinels now going to approach this after giving up on this side. The second though to open things up.
That was so well played.
Sunset.
Two of the flashes coming through. Oh, that was outstanding. Making those stingers work and trying to break it aside. It's brutal, but Miniboo let off the leash just a little. Closing it back to this 2v2, but the defuse needs to be the next port of call. You can already see them getting towards halfway. The spray not enough. The reveal! And the death! But John QT at the end diffuses there. Heretics holding on for a second, but that's deadly.
And that's that sort of post plant that's very difficult to lock down. You know, spamming stingers into smokes and whatnot. It's really tough to try and close things out. Zeka, I mean, gets everything
so nice.
you could want and more, to be honest, from this position.
I love the double flash kind of combinations we're seeing at the moment.
But Mini, what was this double? What?
Okay, that seems unreasonable, doesn't it?
Sit down.
That second shot is outrageous. Looking to carry momentum from the first half. Sentinels now planned once again towards big site.
But I like this test towards middle at the same time. Haven't seen too much of an exploration. They've mostly kind of cut in through market, which is very reasonable, but kind of like to see what they're doing here, see if Zelsys can maybe pry some information of what this mid hold looks like, how they can maybe exploit a rotation, if they can pressure top mid potentially. As it stands, there hasn't really been much of attention put towards A either. No real challenge on it. Okay, Mini Boop. Fair enough, and Benji Fit. Oh, the timing on that still gets a kill. Still gets it.
Down to 5 HP though.
Yeah, he's gonna have to depend on the others to kind of pick up the slack, which is exactly what he's doing.
Sentinels unable to find a way in just yet, but expected a double satchel with Zekken. Posting a shorty right now.
Teja, join out, Teja.
Look how deep, yeah, I was going to say, look how deep Heretics are though.
Rienz could be vulnerable, maybe.
See the pings coming through towards market. Patek actually catching a shot there as well, so forced off the angle.
I was waiting to see if Zekken was just going to let it rip, just fly in.
Camera
Loud for the plant to come in. Heretics, happy to bide their time. Still going to wait for Boo to come back over to an extent as well. Power gets posted, and that's when it's time to strike. Zekken does so well. Takes down Rienz, but the trade comes out. Benji Fishy barely alive, but still finding value. 10 still standing, 20 HP. That's a lot to ask for, even for him. But there we go. Boo is there. It may not be pretty, but it's round 3.
There's a chance for Sentinels to get things done there, but Heretics with a course correction. Close things out. A 3-0 start. I said we don't want to talk about that too much of what happened in the first map, but he's off to a good start here on Sunset. That break in between maps has allowed them to just catch their breath, bring their confidence back to this. Sentinels have got a lot of ultimates coming up here. Key being the showstopper here for Zekken. On the side of things, no command away for Patek. Mini Boot position as well, might even get aggressive here with seeing him up against the spawn barrier.
They can have a scrap on it. Yeah, they absolutely are. There's intention behind it, that being Mini Boot.
Last time you thought on this.
Gonna force Sentinels to have to re-clear this with a little bit more kit.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see them do on the previous map. Take some of the space away. Don't give Sentinels the freedom. Re-cleared this very quickly. Decisively as well. Look at the mini-map. Everyone resorted back to a deep position already.
That's scary though. Does Zekken just go? Does he wait? So they want to go for it, yeah. Does Boo manage to survive, catching a couple of flashes, the TP taken, and the ult not going to land completely. Rienz keeps his life. Sen have the site though, and we look for the retake. Mini Boo already clearing through middle quite quickly. But look at Zekken's position. Just on the other side of that smoke though, left and right, he could be in danger. How much damage can one man do? Zekken checks his corners. Heads up work from him and gets out of danger. Beautiful work from him. Really disrupting this retake now.
Glimpse of Rienz as well here, but down to 27 FC, spammed out. Mini Boo will find the kill here, but the lineup, Mini Boo finds a second.
He's still going. Tens goes down, it's on John QT. And he can't even see the defuse right now. He can't stop it. There's so many bodies. Surely not. Surely not. He's still going. Halfway achieved. It's not everything. Rienz is low. Maybe. Whoa. Heartbreak. The time. He's absolutely got it. Mini Boo. Some Heretics here.
Crazy timing.
Touch and go with how confident Heretics swing back onto that retake, but came right down to the wire. Mini Boo able to stabilize, so John QT with a chance at an outrageous clutch.
God, he tried. Look at this one. Beautiful. beautiful work from John QT. You almost kind of egging him on at that point, but again on the other side.
Yeah, look at where Miniboo comes off there.
Oof.
The Sentinels to pump the brakes here, a 4-0 start on Sunset.
And what a disparity to map 1 where they'd never pumped the brakes like that, Mike. Even after that first
వాళ్ళు ప్లేస్ అయ్యేటప్పటికి
knowing
టీమ్
what was
ఎక్కువ
going
మంది
on,
cheer చేస్తున్నారు.
feeling what they're seeing wasn't what they're expecting, or maybe just wanted to touch
అందరినీ
base.
నోరు మూపుస్తాడు చూడు కాసేపట్లో. అక్కడక్కడ సెంట్ ఫ్యాన్స్ ఉన్నారు.
The timeline very indicative of the game plan here
obviously
for Heretics. So it was their detriment on the first half, but now where they are conceding space, they are succeeding in the retake.
Sentinels time out.
Postbarn's not looking as comfortable here for Sentinels.
The decision నువ్వే అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తా అని చూస్తున్నారు.
Towards mid wants nothing towards A site whatsoever really. Well, that's what's being discussed now. Starting to explore the map elsewhere. But the concern being now, I guess with the pendulum swinging back in Heretics' favour, if they do continue to take the space away, be a little more proactive. Niels did say that was, I guess, kind of their downfall.
ఏందా పిక్ సెంటినల్స్ అటు పెట్టాడు కావలికి.
And if you're going to add maybe a little bit more credit to it, Miniboo on 8-3 is certainly going to help things, right?
ఇందా చూపించాడు ఆడియన్స్ లో ఎవరో ఒకటి రేస్ చేసింది.
5-4 is not particularly having a bad start, but it's
a showstopper already.
Exactly. It's again, keeping it within context. It's not a terrible performance from Sentinels, but in this map so far, Miniboo is really doing quite nicely, being in the right place, right time, not feeling like he's been caught out anywhere. And again, if you are Heretics, you will be predicting that Sentinels are probably going to try at least maybe an A site take, maybe get that proactive beginning again. Could be a good look. Let's see if anyone's going to get contact on the knife from either side. Going to get dealt with. So Zels is going to have to steal away from that with a limited amount of info. Yeah, first real test towards A here, Mike.
Just now after the knife. Two members of Heretics creeping up.
Miniboo better rotate now.
Yeah. So it might get played out this round if it did continue with that flank, but just going to leave Benji posted up a little deeper. Sentinels poised outside A. Boo got to be careful. He's semi-committed.
Yeah, they're creeping really close. They're ahead of that smoke. And yeah, there we go. Needs to get out of there. Ult on the way. Dealt with in unison, because Heretics are here because of that deep push up from Benji Fishy, holding the entirety of that B space. They have the players here, so do they pull the plug? 50 seconds? Do they continue along this trajectory? The knife going to find nothing, so they know they're not particularly playing sight. May need to be a bit careful of sight itself, but they don't have a springboard here. Maybe depending on John QT's space that he's finding?
He's not going to find anything through mid or through the door, so I think Sentinels are committed towards this now. Ton of blinds really coming through here, yeah.
They got to use it though. They got to take that space that was given to them off the back of the flashes. They're going to try and make it work, but it's Boo. Big deny. 10 still going to be holding on to this though, keeping a little bit of space safe. But look at this, they flooded back towards the site. There's a very limited amount of utility left on Sentinels to make this work. And 13 seconds now, they've still got to clear the 2 boxes. They have no idea about Boo. Cleared out by Zelsis. Good trade from Miniboo. But Sentinels, in the last hurdle, can't make it count. Riens is there, sweeping through the site. John QT brought to his knees. Heretics making it up to 5.
Sentinels don't even get the spike down this round. Found success doing it elsewhere in every other round. And this audible coming out of the timeout, not working at all. Rien's looking crispy on that 3K. Heretics in total control of the start
movement trade తీసుకున్నారు కరెక్ట్ గా.
Asking a similar sort of question once again. Them to dig deep and bounce back here. Managed to recover what, an 8-4 half after an awful start.
Look at this adjustment from Heretics though, checking towards
Servers are toxic అనుకుంటే community అంతా toxic.
In the right place at the right time, and they've handled middle. This was the adjustment. Heretics weren't just going to run it back every single time. Zelsis leaps into the loving arms of Boo, leaving just Sassy alive in a 1v4. He might get up now, but beyond that, it would be a miracle. Can this man make it happen? Position spotted. Unable to make use of the util. Spots another. Sassy is in danger. And what a bloody round from Heretics that was. The adjustment in middle, Mike. They read it to a T.
Absolutely. Dialed in.
Sassy అన్ని సైడ్స్ వచ్చారు.
I blinked.
Nice try.
Is that being dialed in?
Yeah.
T-bag కాదు.
Yeah, something like that.
EMEA. Can't trust him anywhere, can you?
I'm curious now, Sentinels feel as if they have any tangibles really.
Where is the link?
And a little concerning going into round 7. I mean, it's always concerning to see this, but we're at round 7. Both timeouts used by Sentinels. I feel like we're digging pretty deep now in terms of responses, but just haven't seen any success so far. It's a lot more one-sided. So there was an exchange at the start of Lotus.
Moderator in the comments
control of the pace and the tempo. Behind Miniboo, I should say, on their attacking half, but
Teja joined. A wild Teja Jin appeared.
Very few positives here for
No, I think again, the way the tempo's been set, the kind of ebb and flow of the game, when you're talking about even just that B main control, how it's just been so detrimental for Sentinels. They haven't been able to get those rotations in the right pace. They haven't beaten Heretics to the right side. Almost every time Heretics perfectly positioned. We saw it on not the round before, the one prior to that with that A take, that they had, what, I think 4 players.
Mike used to
They've had great reads, so Sentinels unable to really keep much subtlety to this. And again, you look at the effect of the economy, it's now starting to really weigh heavy. A quiet impact from TENS as well. Not quite able to have some of that form. We've seen them honestly really shine on this map as well. But not quite in this half just yet. Let's see if there's any adjustments. What's this timeout given us here for Sentinels?
not even really having the opportunity to pivot much in the mid-round here. Over the previous mid-take, that would have been around. You expect to see it, but feeling a little linear, a little all-in on some of these plays from Sentinels.
Wow, Neon, perfect timing.
Neon swing together a purchase for this Guardian and a Bulldog. Sassy intense. Try their
perfect
luck once
clutches
again. Noted previously, Boo in this position once again. Find this information very early on.
Looks like Heretics expecting maybe that top mid presence again, that pressure potentially. But as we can see, that's not the case. So not particularly a long rotation, but Boo does need to play it really quite carefully. Very precarious position here.
Come on, any commentary starts.
Careful. Time to dip. Fall away, but he's again costing them a lot of utility. But the one thing I do like is that they've had John QT posted up towards B main the entire time. So this time, Bench Fishy can't be calling that it's completely free and completely safe.
The camera here and 2 trips towards sight. Know that nothing's coming through, and actually Miniboo almost controlling the backside of mid here, pushing a little deeper now, but 30 seconds left, and Sentinel's going to have to roll the dice here on the way in. TP's going to come through. It is cancelled.
Did he get pinged by the knife? I think he did in the end. Plant is in.
Plant, yeah.
And this is flank on flank. Hello, Miniboo, and goodbye. This is a really good adjustment from Sentinels. What a great call. But can they hold the retake? Benji Fishy does damage on the front line. That's Zelsis. But now breaking the back of this. You've still got TENS, John QT, Zekken, Sasi, all here. That's a very open fight for Sasi. Paranoia gets posted, but getting on that defuse is so tricky. Rien's looking for someone. It's TENS to connect, but oh, what a shot from Rien's! And now just one. Zekken trying to do the dance. And oh, he's still moving. And he's just, surely you've seen him, he's just going to dive in. He's going to get in his face.
Oh,
nice. That's the round they needed. A Red Bull clutch to see
it. Zekken aim perfect clutch.
Perfectly.
No hesitation from Zekken whatsoever. It's up close and personal, but Rien's making a real good go of that.
He's got some sharp aim, that boy, doesn't he?
Crispy wants to get
Special usage, got perfect time usage.
Heretics almost pulling off another retake here. A couple of overcommits in my eyes from the Sentinels players. Tucked back in towards B main, but I guess desperate to not give up any control, and maybe just a couple of challenges coming through here to try and run the clock down in that post plant.
Spike
I'm looking at the extremity control. Can they? Oh, it feels almost like a gamble stack if they don't get that information early, right? No one's now playing deep towards B main control coming out, at least from the Heretic side. They're not going exploring here, expecting once again this mid presence. Now this time it's, I wouldn't say the right read. They've kind of diverted through tiles back towards A.
Commentator voice తెలియాలి
It
కదా.
does at least allow for a quick rotation, so Sentinel's kind of running this back again. Now, last time around they did this, they left kind of Zekken posted late towards that A side.
Twitch stream voice double times వస్తుంది.
Boo actually going further on his exploration mission. Got to be careful to not overdo it here.
మన వాయిస్ డబుల్ టైమ్స్ వస్తుంది. అంటే లైక్ డిస్కార్డ్ లో వస్తుంది, స్ట్రీమ్ లో వస్తుంది కదా.
Now Sentinel's looking as if they
stream mute చేయండి just video చూడండి.
control the map here in terms of planting the seeds of doubt. Different setup once again here, yeah. Definitely that and the clock builder suspense in this, but showstopper available now.
30 seconds left.
Second potentially to pave the way. Benji Fishy will be tested once again.
Nice angle for Benji Fishy, but that's a problem. There's a rocket.
Oh, it missed.
Wait, how the hell? Are they line up? Rians is back here. He's just doing training on
that
him.
miss.
It's John QT and it's Zekken.
10 seconds left.
They've got the plant, but this is a lot of work now. 4 players. Miniboo's got kit as well, and the ult.
Barely
no secrets.
I was going to say barely a 2v4 here with John QT down on 20 HP as well. All the information benefiting Heretics here. Miniboo slides out. Benji Fishy to clean things up.
Nice spacing.
Nice
work between the two of them. They're taking no risks almost in that. They wanted to make sure, because there's always threat with Sentinels individuals. You can't take them lightly, and they didn't. So well played to Heretics there. 7-1 now. Sen, they've now had the answer back to a degree. Those kind of, you know, the fakes are still
discard lo boost కూడా ఇస్తుంది
saripodi away, but again, Heretics aren't over committing to this either.
No, they're not. Tough pill to swallow with Zekken showstopper not finding Benji Fishy on the way in as well.
That's
7-5 left.
Solidify his name here in map 2. Kind of crucial. In a couple
Manol
of
was 4
back
goals.
down to pistols. Sassy and John QT with an ultimate. And the game plan seems a little better here. Almost airtight for Heretics.
ఒకదానికి వాడితే బ్లూటూత్ డిస్కార్డ్ లో పనిచేయదు. గేమ్ లైన్ వస్తుంది,
find a response.
డిస్కార్డ్ లైన్ వస్తుంది.
The tables have turned from map 1.
The turns have indeed tabled. Miniboo taking a little wander this time, joined by Boo, who has been feeling some pressure, to be fair. We have been seeing that tested more often.
I think they're anticipating it now. The fact that there's Boo and Miniboo here. Almost playing into Sentinel's hand.
Stay patient on it though. There's that re-smoke, and normally we see Dizzy. There it is. Dealt with. All eyes turned. This has been conditioned. Boo might be the sacrificial lamb, but it's Miniboo to fall. And now Boo's in a bit of a predicament here. He might be screwed. That's 2 rifles. Patatek quickly makes it over towards sight, but he could get overwhelmed in this scenario.
Just can't suppress in time. QT follows out. Sentinel's looking to force their way back through here. Benji Fishy and Rian's the last 2 standing.
4 rounds.
A concern in HP bars, but it will be a 2v4 nonetheless.
And if they get slowed down, halted, look who's lurking, look who's lingering. It's Tens with the classic, but it's Tens nonetheless. It's fine. Barely did damage, but that did. John QT can take down Benji Fishy and Rians. I'll live out the... Oh, can you do some of that beautiful aim before? Once more, not this time. Zekken there, okay. Sentinels. It's thrifty. But it's got them another round. And at this point, they'll take them when they get them. But I like the idea from Heretics here, but it just failed on the landing. Really.
Yeah, execution. Not quite there. Miniboo and Boo getting overwhelmed. See if Sentinels can springboard a little bit off that. Still 5-round deficit.
Yes, no delay చేసాం అసలు లేకపోతే ఇప్పుడు.
Ultimate's here for Sentinels to play off.
Delay అసలు లేదు.
Okay.
Heretics are going to start switching things up now, and so we have had.
Oh, the flash and the push, though. The paranoia could have been good. It was just a bit too deep, and Boo's actually going to lose his life from it. I thought it might have been Miniboo on the plate, but no. And Rians catches Zekken, so a strike back, but do they really go mid? Where the hell do Sentinels go?
The 2 seconds
locked out here. Way towards bottom mid. Re-exploring as they go now, but Heretics defaulting back towards this approach. Happy to concede the space. And the concern being
Radiant to push us
so active with Benji being the committed anchor.
Minibu better time this right.
Looks like he's about to.
No.
Oh, Saucy!
See, still holding on to it.
Benji Fishy is
అది
screwed
నాకు
here. He's got to
తెలియకుండా
find
కంటెంట్
a
లో
single
అప్లోడ్
fight.
చేస్తుంది.
And he's got a player to his right here.
Might get it on John QT.
Oh god, this is so rough. He actually might. Yeah, he does. Can he escape in time? There's still so many more players. Saucy still trying to find some value, but it's down to a 2v2. Rienz and Benji Fishy here. You've got Zelsis towards CT. Tens now joins him. Plant's in. They're trying to time this around the world towards market. Plant for CT as well.
Oh, he's just about to trip
Zelsis,
it.
the timing of that. And Rienz now gets back, but you don't get to beat tens like that. They found a window again, Mike. A small opportunity, and they've taken it.
Benji's just so slippery here. Able to do a ton of damage. I keep Heretics in that round, to be honest with you.
హరీష్ కి
Half a
ఇప్పుడు రేపు
second
నుంచి
to
జాయిన్
see
అయ్యేది
the cogs
మండే
turning. You got that trip down, maybe an opportunity to lock Zelsis out of that. Sentinels able to get another on the board though. So they are able to springboard off that second. Zekken one away from a showstopper once again. Heretics now get a little proactive once.
హరీష్ ఎప్పుడు జాయిన్ అయ్యేది మండే రేపు నుంచి
తెలియదు బ్రో సర్టిఫికెట్లు రాలా ఇంకా కాలేజ్ నుంచి అది వచ్చాక రిపోర్ట్ వస్తారు.
పార్టీ అయితే అడిగా.
Sticking around. Now, they haven't been really leaving players in this position, so this could be very, very fruitful. He couldn't quite convert the second. Damage on Saucy, but tens. That's his number, it feels like. Now, the other danger man is Minibu, but he was over towards A. Maybe going to catch something top mid, maybe not. Zels is trying to herd Rienz here, and there he is, spotted. Zels is going to try and keep him away, keep him back, but the spike's on the move.
Minibu's popped the ult as well. Hunting here, but nothing on the side of this now. 45 seconds left. Sentinels stacked up in towards B main. 55 HP for Zekken. He almost wanted to open up with the showstopper. What is this?
This is
30 seconds left.
This is going to be there you go, position done.
Oh,
this is not good. Oh, wait.
He killed Zelsis.
Oh, this is a fumble, and Panatek's got an underhand flash. Couldn't quite convert on it, so fortunately for them, they kind of weathered the storm. But there is still a Minibu, but a 1v3. Make it a 1v2, but the damage down to 32. Can he find a fair fight here? 10 still sitting pretty.
Zekken's holding this, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Nice.
Too sharp.
Very nice positioning. Sentinels.
Little clumsy on the way in there. Body blocked the satchels. Zeus is falling to the showstopper. We're seeing them stabilize once more. Be able to recover to an 8-4.
Radius. Low HP. Bunch of low HP.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Don't block.
No, you're not. That was the fakest smile I've ever seen.
Oh, this is good though. This is, hey, that's almost 5 in a row. Almost. Keep this up. It was a weaker purchase for Heretics before, so maybe now with a buy behind them, they can actually make something of this. Same 3-man pack going hunting towards B main, but it's middle that Sentinels are eyeing up here. Taking over tiles.
Benji's on this deep position once more. For maybe an audio cue or at the very least getting that information nice and early. Bodies on the other side of the smoke though for Heretics.
They got a flash. We got anything for the smoke? Well, maybe it's fine for Rienz. Just spams the corner of it. There's going to be Dizzy coming through, so that should be at least one player taken out of this. Rienz in a lot of danger, but it's Minibu to keep him safe. Top mid is a blender. Heretics finding that adjustment, but a quick pivot towards that B site. This now will play in Benji Fishy, whose position hasn't been uncovered. As long as Minibu can keep their attention on site and make sure they can't filter CT. Can they get that crossfire? Is it Benji Fishy who actually goes for the first contact? Plant's going to come in. And yeah, he swings it. Oh, beautiful shot on Zelsis. There's Minibu. That's the spacing you're dreaming of. John QT. A lot of work here. And position revealed. Heretics clawing it back.
Another 8-4 first half here. Heretics in the driving seat once more.
Same,
Sentinels
Lotus
have to
అప్పుడు
rely
repeat
on that
అయింది, ఇప్పుడు
recovery
అదే repeat
factor.
అయింది.
2 maps in a row. Beautiful clearance of the smoke here between Rians and Mini Boot just ahead of that flash.
మన తేజ ఏం మాట్లాడట్లేదు.
Towards the end there, I like
I mean,
the
అదే
fight back
chat
from
చేయాలి.
Sentinels. I'm glad we got to see a little bit more, pep in the step, right? The timeout worked. They found that adjustment because Heretics, I mean, they dominated that pace. They found so much value with that B main control. It allowed so much freedom on the rotations. That's way more confident. That's what we were waiting for from Heretics. Sentinels with a challenge, right? They've been pushed a little more there. This is exactly what we wanted. Little fight back from SEN, but Heretics in control.
It's another fantastic start for Team Heretics, but I'm joined by two very, very
నీ అనాలిసిస్ ఏం తేజ?
It is Benji
ఫస్ట్ హాఫ్ అయిన తర్వాత
his mum Anne and brother Charles. Now, you guys have traveled all around the world to support Benji, but how special is it to be in Madrid among the Team Heretics fans, Alberto? I know they're very, very passionate.
Oh, the Heretics guys are unreal. These guys could be losing 10-0, and you can see them still cheering for their bucket. I can't swear. If I could swear, I would. They'll be cheering for their lives. It's incredible. I love it.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere is great in here, and also, and you know, not a lot of people expected Heretics to make it here. So, how proud are you to see that Benji and his teammates are thriving and defying expectations?
మొత్తం టైప్ చేస్తాయా సెన్ స్ట్రాటజీ అంటే ఓడిపోవటం 8 రౌండ్స్ సెన్ స్ట్రాటజీ అంటున్నావా?
A new team formed, and they're proving everything against expectations, and hopefully we'll go on and win.
I think you will. If there's anything you could say to him right now, what would you say?
Just that I'm very proud, and let's go. I want your dreams to come true and to lift that trophy on the stage.
I can't wait to see. I think we might.
చూసా తేజ ఎట్లా అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తాడు.
Let's go Benji, everyone as well. Let's go Benji.
నెక్స్ట్ ఏజెంట్ పేరు ఏంటో తెలుసా? హలో
Have a great time here in Madrid.
క్లో అంట. నార్త్ అమెరికా స్ట్రీమర్స్ కి ఆల్రెడీ యాక్సెస్ ఇచ్చారంట. రేపు వస్తుందేమో కంటెంట్. రేపు
You don't lose 8-4 twice. I mean, Niels is going to be livid that this is the scoreline coming out of the first. But, I mean, looking a lot more composed, at least this time around. There wasn't, I guess, in terms of...
పోర్టల్ క్లోజ్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు భయపడ్డావు కదా?
They kind of fell a little short. They lost a little bit of that wind in their sail. This time they're going to probably want to keep that up. High tempo. Plants in. 5 post plant now. This is where it goes in.
సాచప్స్ నేను ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తాను. దీని మీద చూసే యాక్చువల్లీ వీడియో.
Real close to it there.
అన్ని నుంచి వస్తారు. అన్ని బాక్సెస్ నుంచి
One position. Well, they still got shock dart here. No one on it. That should be confirmed. Smoke goes back up another tap. Someone's going to have to start committing on these just in case, but they're willing to risk it. But now the defuse is going to get started. Heretics are doing the damage, but the defuse is still going on. Made to halfway, spams there. Tens. They got a miracle for me now. Not this time. Panitek tipping it in their favor in the end, and a flawless start here in the second half.
Shots not landing initially, but finally able to close things out on the pistol. It feels a little dicey here for Heretics.
I wouldn't be depending on that, mate.
Smokes like this with pistols, but
bloody hell.
Able to get it across the line nonetheless, and that quells any early progress for Sentinels on a comeback.
Lucky, yeah.
Okay, what can they do with the classics? Double flash, make some space. I mean, it's going to kind of tell you where they are and where they are. That's a cheeky little camera. But again, even with the information, unless that hunting pack of players was actually able to find someone, that's going to be very tricky. Heretics still cautious though.
Looking to show presence early towards A as well, something Sentinels didn't do for quite a while.
That's true.
Commented on it being very linear, very readable almost from the hand that Sentinels did show Heretics. So have to see a very different approach here to the defensive half. Come the buy rounds. So yeah, 3 players, Sentinels up towards mid, and it's only really a camera holding things down. We'll confirm the smoke being placed and the drone coming through. Yeah, fighting back in with just Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
Stacked
That's
up
a
here,
big
classics
paranoia.
in hand. Yeah, that is a huge paranoia.
Miniboo eats one on the other side, so you can't quite make anything of it, but it does halt them for a second. But the
what?
Paratech would be pissed. But still, can they make something of this? Not really yet. They're being held at arm's length, which doesn't really allow those classics to get much done. Sussy,
Wow.
okay, fair enough. My bad. I won't. I'll keep my mouth shut.
3 HP left on him. Try and bait on the way forward, but the spacing a little off here. Smoke committed. Rien's going to find that one for free.
And Zelsis, anything for us? They can make it costly. I don't think they can really change the outcome of the round now. No, so that's a rifle.
Actually,
yeah, they get out with 1, I think. Yep, just Miniboo making their way with here. So money, sure, going to keep that from swelling, but beyond that, that's about it.
It'll be pretty clean here from Sentinels in round 3. If you are expecting them to string anything together.
Decider bind bind
Heretics now have the benefit, so they can explore the map
Bind
a little
actually,
bit.
10 euro bet.
The purchase sits just 2 sheriffs to round things out, so not looking awful. Rien's already with early progress towards the Hunter's Fury as well. That's even Zelsis down on a Bulldog.
Miniboo got a euro bet.
10s. Miniboo was Jones in for that.
These are bind up.
John QT gonna start feeling that pressure now. You can see 10s trying to bail him out a little bit, but they're ahead on pillar. So looking to try and get towards backside here. Need to control CT though, and that's Miniboo's job. Sprays in, shows presence, should allow for plant. Flash goes in, anyone to swing off it. Dizzy there too, and it's going to be Paratech, sends John QT back. Rien's to follow up, and with a plant in, they're going to be looking to try and fall back towards main. Paratech gets caught on the way, but still, can they unravel these 3 players here? Sent back on the site, going to start that defuse. Denied on the first attempt. Benji Fisher with a big shot coming through towards 10s. But look at Sussy, up close, personal, finds Benji Fisher, and it's on Rien's now. A 1v2, he's dodging the bullets barely. The spray's good from Sussy, catching him in the end. His ult comes online, and so does SEN in the second half.
Just consider it maybe Heretics slowing things down, exploring the map a little bit, but an explosive hit towards B site here. Bloodied and battered Sentinels come out with a defuse.
The part of the script stage, caught the heat of the moment.
Don't feel the heat too much in terms of the perch. I mean, a Guardian in the hands of Boo, but that Hunter's Fury online now. Paratech encroaching on the null command as well. See the pings here for Heretics. Now they're going to explore the map. A ton of pings over towards mid. An early smoke goes through as well. They have got their sights set to try and take this. Spy cam here. I was going to say, going to spot it out, but...
They've been really loud about this too.
They have, yeah. I mean, it's baiting out a lot of utility here.
It's done what you want almost. And a quick spring
wide open A site.
Something just
for a better reaction. They probably won't believe how much luck they had when they watched this back, at least in the early part of the round. And backfilling the space would be Benji Fishy. Looking to try and keep control of tiles. The plant is going to be in, but he's got a 3-man stack walking his way. Got to be very careful to play this right. His team are focused towards CT.
Hunter's Fury preemptive here. Try and find a tag. Now Benji did get ahead of the tripwire, but it is going to slow down this flank a little bit. And a tag comes through.
That's got to be ringing the alarm bells. Benji Fishy is screwed here. He needs to get some help. Boo's got to try and bail him out. Zekken closing the gap. He wants to punish on this. Dizzy going to be sent in as well. Paratech going to find 10s, but Zekken's here. Stunned up, sent back. Boo holds the line. Sentinel side struggle to make it towards the side. Rienz is there too, and it's just Sassy this time. And they're bounding towards him. That's 5 standing. That's flawless. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Heretics looking to close out decisively here.
You can't let SEN in, Mike.
No.
You saw it on map 1. You can't let them in.
So clean here. Everybody from Heretics stepping up, playing their part. Rien's now topping the charts. He looked a little crispy in the first half, now following through. Even just that paranoia earlier on in the round, well, the pressure sent out, forced the rotation so quickly, giving Heretics a wide open sight. Sentinel's just unable to find any sort of steady footing here. This purchase packing a little bit of a punch. 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs and a stinger here. This feels a little desperate for SEN to get back into this half.
A little bit of a pause now for Heretics. They've taken over. They don't really have much beyond that if you look across the rest of the map. No mid lurk, no late presence towards B. So quite a simplistic hit to an extent, depending a touch on the ults to ferry them forward. And Miniboo now let off the leash. Oh, that's Sassy, look at the assists on that. Oh god, it is so crystal clear cut. That is gorgeous work from Heretics. I don't even blame Sentinels for not being able to hold that site here. That was too well made. And the retake is an uphill struggle here. Looking like a different team now, Heretics, after map 1, where Sentinels were large, in charge, in control that second half. Near on flawless. This time, starting to struggle a bit here. Boo with the early challenge, second. Nice. Trade better. Trade back. No!
Wow.
John QT still going to be trying to fire on all cylinders, leaving it in the hands of Tens. But finding these final 2.
It's not enough time.
Complementary positions as well. Tens knows he's not being given much play here. And you're right, the time has dwindled, and so have SEN's opportunities to try and get a 6th in this round. And it's there. That's Heretics on 12, teeing us up for map 3 on the horizon. Bind looking like it's on the cards.
Almost a guarantee at this point. The investment coming through in the previous Sentinels purchase is not going to be pretty here. See Heretics ticking all boxes here.
Only thing he can do is save. Or dead. Nice.
Just called him James, that's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's wild. Oh.
It's only 4K.
It's only one map, boys. I wouldn't. I'd relax a little.
But a positive nonetheless. We talked about the confidence coming into this.
You can't look at them like you're a Sentinels fan. They said it themselves in those early interviews. You know, they have looked up to these players, but in the server, you can't almost see that name. You got to ignore it. You got to treat them as equals, if not less than you. And right now, they're doing very well at that. But they still need to close out the series. Plenty of chances. And obviously that B main control, high priority here.
Actually, Sunset Sentinels map కానీ వాళ్ళు pick చేస్తారు వాళ్ళు strong గా
try and give some sort of support. Showstopper in the back pocket as well. Heretics another pump and fake here, to be honest. Draw rotation now, even potentially looking to backstab it as well. They're going to get into market here.
First time they've really put presence towards market, especially with the spike. And kind of feigning towards top middle. Look at that with the owl drone as well, drawing eyes. Miniboo's got a great deal of presence now. Boo trying to pressure towards it. Oh, with a turn from Boo. Get out of here. There's still bodies on the side. Zekken still has that ult. He needs to be able to use it and use it well. The plants come in and Rienz is taking down Tens.
Nothing from the Showstopper as well.
No, this is looking clear cut. Oh. Another flash. It's just a bombardment of utility. Sassy, yes, he's made it here. Zekken, yes, still around. Lovely pick up towards Miniboo, but needs a lot more. Tall task, and very few seconds to do it now. Starting to close in, Benji Fishy still standing. Wants this done, wants map 3, and they're gonna get it. Heretics taking us the distance. Ravenous for the 3rd. We all wanted it, and we're gonna get it.
Could not ask for more. Like I said,
It's going home.
డిసైడర్స్ ఉంటే ఇంకా అప్డేట్ చేయాలి.
ఇంటెన్స్ మ్యాచ్ అయితే ఇందాక ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ పిఆర్ఎక్స్ కూడా అసలు భలే ఉండింది. వాళ్ళకు రౌండ్ వీళ్ళకు రౌండ్, వాళ్ళకు రౌండ్ వీళ్ళకు రౌండ్.
స్ప్లిట్ మ్యాప్ అప్పుడు కదా చూసా లాస్ట్ మూమెంట్ లో. 4 సెకండ్ బాగా
స్ప్లిట్ అవును స్ప్లిట్
4 సెకండ్ బాగా
ఆడాడు. మళ్ళీ పోటాపోటీగా జరిగింది గేమ్.
Match found.
షూర్ అన్న TH విల్ విన్ అంట. రే నా బట్ట 400k బెట్ వేస్తా ఇప్పుడు సెంటినల్ మీద, నువ్వు చూస్తా ఉండు. 428k. ఓకే యూ నిబ్బా ఫెలో
జాయిన్ అయ్యాను నేను కూడా. ఒక 2 minutes ఉంది. డైమండ్ ర్యాంక్ ప్లేయర్ ఎవరు నీ దాంట్లో వచ్చినాయి లాబీలో వచ్చినాయి ఇంతకుముందు ఎప్పుడు ఆడినట్టు. ఆల్ డ్యూయలిస్ట్
ఈజీ రిప్ అంట. రే చూస్తా ఉంటారా పిల్లని బా ఎంత ఉంది చూడు. 428 428 737 ఉన్నాయి. మొత్తం పెడతా ఇప్పుడు సెంటినల్స్ మీద, చూస్తా ఉంది.
డ్రాప్స్ కూడా పెట్టారు మర్చిపోయారు.
డ్రాప్ అదేదో ఒక ముష్టి ఏదో వచ్చింది మా టైట్ లో. ఆ టైటిల్ ఏదో వచ్చింది.
ఎన్ అని ఉంటుంది. ఎన్ హైప్
నాకు దానిలో ఏం చూపిట్లే.
నువ్వు లింక్ చేసినావు అది ఇంకే మెయిన్ ప్రొఫైల్ కి
చేసా.
అయితే అదే టైం తీసుకుంటా.
ఇద్దరు డైలిస్ట్లు ఆడాలి ఇప్పుడు. ఇద్దరు కంట్రోలర్లు సెంటినల్ ఆడాలి. ఇనిషియేటర్ లేకుండా భలే ఉంటుంది.
సెకండ్ రేజ్నే తీసుకుంటారు. 10-0 తీసుకుంటాడు. జాన్ క్యూటీ నాకు తెలిసి వైపర్ తాడతాడు అనుకుంటాడు, లేదా సైపర్ తాడతాడు. మర్చిపోయా జెల్సీస్ ఆడతాడు కంట్రోలర్. స్మోక్ తీసుకుంటాడు. ఇద్దరు కంట్రోలర్. సాసీ స్కై అరే మిషన్ కన్నా. ఓకే ఓకే బైక్ రష్.
ముందు నుంచి అటా పోయింది.
Brimstonezinho, you sure I can't listen to music? You're really bringing me down here, man.
You really bring me down here, man. Fuck you, Tejo. Prediction started, Dore, chusko. Chuskutta.
Smoke's down.
Cutting through.
దాంట్లో 2000 ఉన్నాయి 2000 పెట్టాను.
వీడు నన్ను కొడుతున్నాడు చెప్పి.
Last round in the
ISO తాకనే.
ఇంత పెట్టగలమంట మా ప్రస్తుతానికి. You already have contributed the maximum number of VCT channel points to this prediction and mastery.
GG.
All in avadamమాట.
Enemy spotted.
ఎందుకురా బ్లాక్ చేస్తున్నారా?
దిగొడితే తేజ చేసి పని.
Reloading. I've got your trail. Tackle out. Tackle out. You will not kill my allies. Planet, my ult's ready. They will cover.
Okay. Last player standing. Six.
Okay, గెలిచా.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Switching sides.
అట్లుంటది మన రేట్.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
Round AFK.
What to do? Launching smoke. I'll return. Stim beacon down. Decoy.
Cutting the vision. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Get out of here.
That's it.
డబుల్ గన్ షాట్లు అయితే దారుణం అయ్యా.
మూడు మిస్ అయినాయి.
తేజ రెచ్చిపోతాడు కావాలని మిస్ చేశాను. ఆపలా ఉంది మార్చ్లో.
Launching smoke.
Battle pass.
Get out of my way.
Oh, spike next to drop.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Yes. Online to iddharni.
Player standing.
Yeah.
అయిపోయింది లేవా గేమ్ కూడా. గేమ్ స్టార్ట్ అవుద్దనే నేను ఓడిపోయింది కావాలని. వీడు అల్టిగా ఎవరు ఓడిచిన కనిపిస్తారా?
Attackers win.
ఇది నాకు తెలియదు ఇప్పుడు లైక్ చేసి
టెన్స్ విత్ గెక్కోనా?
ఎక్కువ దాడుతున్నా అంటే
వీళ్ళేంటి వీళ్ళు సొంత తెలివితేటలు యూజ్ చేస్తున్నట్టున్నారు. చెప్పినట్టు ఆర్డర్ ఏంటి?
is a bit of a question mark. The composition change.
Europe question
Sure, we'll have to see an execution really to judge this, but it's definitely a curveball. Heretics will be well equipped for this.
I mean,
I'm so glad we've got a third map from this.
Just didn't feel like the first half was not necessarily like a blowout,
but
but you know, scrappy on that first half. So second half, SEN just full control. Map 2, honestly, Heretics, full control it felt like.
I mean, yeah, but we come out Sunset left wanting more, and we're going to get it.
Oh, I'm so excited. I hope this is just a good game.
Flashes cross
like, that's what we're all here for. Early presence towards B long. See Zekin getting a check there by Padatek. I'm not going to connect. But it's certainly quite indicative, but do they pull any rotations? Not yet. They're still committing to the 3-on-8.
Tenza desperate to create a little further pressure up B long here. Yeah, not cause too many problems, and look as if Sentinels might collapse towards B here. So we'll have the favourable numbers, obviously. 2 members of Heretics over here. So Benji Fishy can do enough damage on the way in here.
Well,
there you go.
That's a tick in the box, and Sasi's on the hunt. You can see him trying to chase him down, but he's got to be careful. He's backpedaled quite far here. Benji Fishy is really making him work for the space. Yes, they get the site, but look at the wrap. Look at the presence on the rest of the map here. Hookah is just flooded with Heretics bodies. The plant is not safe. Yeah, they can't get it down yet. They are screwed here. Here comes the counterplay coming back in. Benji Fishy and Miniboo eviscerating SEN. Oh my god.
Caught completely off guard by the TP through. There's Miniboo to open things up, I believe, onto John QT. That flank paying off massively. So no, yeah, got the kill first. Here's the TP through. Rian's one on the board. To kick things off here. Struggling to get the plant down as well. Whether or not that would have had any sort of difference on the outcome, but
there's just so little safety there. There's so few places maybe they could have backpedaled to the long or elbow. I mean,
well, I mean, you lose Hookah there from the TP. You have to take something towards spawn or have some sort of comfort to really stop that rotation or the flank coming through. It just wasn't there.
Again, you can see SEN just trying to get those ults where available. Gather a couple of orbs. Ten's building towards his first and foremost. Looking like a test towards A, and you can really see Benji Fishy on the adjustment. And fortunately enough, none of that damage really connecting heavily towards Rian's. He could have been in a spot of bother, but SEN actually going to get the site on this one. So it should be the plant, but they haven't cleared out everything. Yeah, that was a little bit labored on that one. Plant now going to be coming down, but you can already see the counter pressure coming in. They're not going to sit back idly and let this happen. Rian's is quite close, and that's going to be a perfect punish. This is huge work. Yeah, Heretics fully in control of that.
To retain all the weapons purchased as well. Rian's, I believe, working. Oh, actually, sorry, Miniboo towards his ultimate. Well, Sentinels have planned for the first buy round here. It's old progress, really building. 10's the one we've got our eye on here. Confident start here from Heretics.
Speaking of confidence, Mike, I mean, sadly, Zelsis, John QT, and Sasi yet to really draw blood here, which makes you feel coming in cold. You just lost on Sunset. If you're talking about momentum, honestly, externally, 1-1 is 1-1.
I mean, yeah, when you talk about the momentum of this series, you never want to be the ones, the team that gets slapped about on map 2.
Exactly.
I mean, here, you have to dig deep. A little bit of proactivity here, but Miniboo catching the flash here. Not able to push any further forwards. Sentinels anticipating that somebody's posted up a little deeper here. Miniboo gets the hell out of dodge, though.
How many of them did that catch? Just second, maybe? I'm not sure if that got some more. It kind of looks like it's just him. Burst going to come through, but no quick pressure towards Showers. So Heretics still have safety to fall back to. Got a corner of the site for themselves. John QT's presence could be massive. Zekin's actually caught Padatek there. I thought he'd stay a little safer. Boo now going to give away the game because John QT then uses that as his time to get into the fight. They've got full control here. The back of the site, yes, is Heretics, but still, they've got the time on their side. They've got showers. They've got everything they need, apart from Zekin's just been cleared. John QT going to return the favor a little. And Sassy overrun. Tens, though, can't be the one to set up fully. It's now a 1v1. Rien still has util, but John QT with the reposition is just so heads up. Rien has no idea. John QT, masterful in his work there. Gets sent on the board with the first round here for themselves.
Comes down to just one member though. It'll be costly.
Nice,
Get their first round victory on. Zekin and Tens now. Zekin 2 away, sorry. Showstopper, but Tens ultimate available here. Perfectly timed the pinch here into showers. A little bit chaotic here. Tens actually managed to pin down the second kill there. Very impressive.
Nice!
Good job. Actually feeling a little flat in terms of the vibes here on stage.
Not the same energy
No,
from the first
definitely
one,
not.
You know. Obviously for Heretics, I hate being the caster who harps on about the 6th man, but it's hard to feel down when that crowd is behind you anyway.
When they cheer for everything, yeah.
Literally, it does kind of keep that energy up a little bit. And again, for younger players who aren't who might start feeling a little, you know, heavy-hearted after a couple
That's
of
one of the
rounds.
biggest things to counterbalance that is to have the crowd cheering in your favour. And I mean, don't really need to say that for Miniboo. He's had a blinded series.
True. Ult's going to come in there. Clear path. Rinse and repeat somewhat, but look at the adjustment from Heretics down towards long. John QT again, worth his weight in gold in the last couple of rounds. He has been finding value. Not stopping. Now Heretics need to bring value to this very late wrap around the map. Yeah, Miniboo on the way. That's going to be checked on by Zekin potentially. Sassy as well going to keep Boo in check. Can they draw the attention elsewhere? Still buying time with the util. Ten's going to give away a little bit of the game here. Miniboo trying to test him. And there's the late catch. Boo finally makes it around the corner. The defuse is going to be halfway through. That's not bad. Sen finally kicking. Oh, Panicek turns on a dime and takes down 2. But time is everything. He is running low on it. How do they get this across the line? That might be how. Just put your body on the line. Oh my God, they're out of time. Surely. No way. He's got the defuse. Boo is there. Fantastic work in the end. But Panicek, your highlight player there, Mike. How the hell did he get
Molly Leonard
from Panicek.
Run it back for me, please, because
And the first half defuse as well coming through so early here. We'll be coming back here, Boo. 2 crucial kills to close out the 3K. Secure the 3rd as well.
So close on that.
First kill John QT.
Comfortable once again in the retakes here. Sentinels will throw a few stingers in the mix. Might get something going here in round 5.
Show me something here, Sen. Let's have a little look.
Silver rank
Oh yeah, Zekin. Okay, on the close down. Oh, yeah, he got it. He got it. Doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get it done. Zekin going to remove the presence from the site. Should allow for a plant this time. Remember last time there was very little safety. They were over towards hookah. They had presence towards CT. This time not the case. Oh,
what?
Where does that come from? Where the hell did that just come from? Heretics sweeping the site and Celsius trying to dig deep here. Show me some magic, Celsius. Make this count somehow. Molly goes in, but Panicek. He's already given it. Celsius, you gave it a go, but it wasn't going to be enough.
Show me that shock dart.
See,
Boo's utility is so on point here. And it's Rian's to find 2 with a shock dart.
Where'd you get it?
Yeah, shock darts replay.
I mean, there's just so much util.
Crazy combo.
Absolute blender from Heretics here. And this is something, you know, plays towards their strengths we've seen already in this series. They have some of these geeky retakes. Sentinels, unfortunately, going to have to see a few of them before they can learn from them.
Yeah,
Stingers to come in here, so Sentinels not necessarily too upset about losing that one. Pit on short here. Panicek has taken a ton of damage.
Yeah, John QT's been a real threat in showers. He has been nasty with his work over there. But this is all you know, try and draw eyes towards A, but that spike is quite committed up here. Ten's got to be a little cautious. Trying to get that ult back, but Rien's fancying his odds. TP taken. They're looking towards A. Can they chase down Benji Fishy? No, they
the
can't.
no command!
Oh, the timing on that was absolutely unreal.
Wow.
Benji Fishy played in off the back of it, and it's just stopped SEN in their tracks. What do they have outside of that? That was meant to be their goer.
Really takes the wind out of Sentinels here, left scrambling.
They left the shore.
30 seconds left now.
Man, these
They got
guys
the
are
run.
dimensioned.
I mean, no secrets about this on the way in. You got to question the utility as well here.
So one bonus is Boo's only got a judge, but it is still Rien's here. There's the
TP's
TP.
come through, yep.
Yeah, not alone anymore.
Oh, no!
Rien's blind wall in place. It's a massacre. Sentinels left in pieces.
Wow.
Stopped at every entrance point. They need a timeout, and they need it now, Mike.
A beautifully constructed round, the no command,
Jelsies
completely shutting down any
నిన్నే
sort of
అనుకుంటా వీడియో
pressure
రిలీజ్ చేశారు
towards this
లేదు 2 days back రిలీజ్ చేశారు
and Rien's, we talked about
CH బాగా అండర్ఎస్టిమేట్
the
చేశారు
previous map, looking
sound based
to Heretics' success here.
Astra team
Once again, top of
Astra
the
teammating
leaderboard.
Oh, look at him. There we go. Weber and Neil starting to really feel it out too. You know the boys are going to get confident. You know they're going to start feeling themselves. As long as they don't make any silly choices, if they can keep this up. SEN not calling a timeout here as well, Mike. They feel as though they've still got the right idea, potentially.
We're going to have ults coming online here. Maybe some of these initial plans will come to fruition. One off the pit. Sassy, I was going to say one off the Seekers, but Miniboot, he's thread the needle. He's found his way in the back lines.
And now the reclear is devastating because they're not close enough to see where he slipped back to, if he's still around there, and they're trying to come back this way. Benji Fishy gets that contact, knowing that's a whole new stack of players coming on down. Can he buy the time? Rotation's going to come in. That's going to be Patatek making it over. Smoke's going to be invested. So they follow up on this. Zelsis, yes, he absolutely does. Slicing through them. Try to take towards the side, but the spike is left loose. There's Rien's again joining in. This is rough to watch. Zekken trying to claw this back, but still no plant and still no security.
Got a ton of time here for Miniboo as well. In the ultimate, he's trying to find the second member. Oh, it just comes out. Zekken can't pin him down though.
He might be dead here now. Yeah, there it is. Pain shelling combination, leaving it in a fair 2v2. Ult back online, going to try and give him the information and maybe play in Zekken, who's following it, but look at Boo's position! Oh, Boo around the back! And now Zekken. Was he spotted by Rien's? I think he might have been. Maybe red. But now comes back through, notes Rien's, but he's in the wrong position now. Boo's got his number, surely. Gonna try and take him off that defuse, but he's not stopping! Oh, God! Not again! Rien's. Heretics are untouchable right now. They are on cloud 9. Sentinels without an answer. Where is this timeout? They need to pump the brakes.
I mean, Zekken and Tens make a scrambled call here to get aggressive on the back of the Thrash, but the flank from Boo completely unconsidered. Rien's again putting in support from the other side of the map. Oh my God, the satchel just out of range. See the frustration starting to show on the faces of some of the Sentinels players.
He's loving it.
Yeah, loving life.
And this is going to be the test of the metal here for Sentinels, isn't it? You go through your region looking, you know, revitalized, renewed, some of the return of the old players. Ten's coming back in, everyone's loving it. Welcome to the international stage again. It's a different beast out here. You could overlook Heretics. You could have looked at that roster and gone, you know, maybe a good run, maybe some decent results, but hey, they didn't even win their region. But you can't doubt this now. 6-1 has been a very good performance. Show me the depth, Sentinels. Show me what you've been working on. Show me what first place in Americas actually looks like here. This was their timeout. They've got ults. They've got the showstopper. They've got the pit. They've got Seekers. A little bit of a shoddy buy, but they've got something. And they need
close match can it.
Have a little bit behind us.
You got 2 stars.
They saw the cash. Obviously, Max
Icebox
bonus
up
anyway, but Heretics looking so well drilled. Especially in some of these retakes, the coordination around ultimates, utility. We've seen it all so far. Now a totally different setup.
Okay.
Zelsis will find the opener. Zekken to double down.
Love that. Love that. Punchy, aggressive. Now if they can at least get the plant, they get the time on the side. That's like a 6v3.
Zekken is trying his best.
Actually, will show his hand on the flank.
I mean, it's not the first time he's done it, but still, I'm surprised that
Zekken support lakunda
three players this side can't handle him. Good work from Sentinels. They need a clean round as well. Be worth all those upgrades they could take on through. Rien's unable to connect. This is much better. There's Zekken again. This is punchy. This might be enough to at least open up a little bit of an opportunity, and it looks like a save from Mini Boo. It's a second here for Sentinels, Mike. After a drought, this must feel, you know, like they found the oasis here, just getting that second round.
Definitely, yeah, and not relying on the key ultimates here that were available. The orbital strike. Still got that to lean back on. Want to try and remove this
Flash
Mini Boo. I believe he was noticed throughout the round. Conscious, of course, of the save. Not going to find it. Sentinels able to break that streak now. That's Zelsis' opener.
Yeah.
Taking great pathing here. Get over the top of the truck. Absolute clothesline on Patitek.
Any more where that came from, though? Mini Boo still with that operator, this time on the A side, though. Can be checked on by the dog. Oh, towards showers, so it's going to be forced to commit for at least now. Flash goes behind, but yeah, still good value. Zekken with an excellent trade, finding Benji fishy, maybe making a little bit more space. You can still see the flash, so they know that Patitek's nearby. They saw him early, and now they're going to see him again. Zekken hunting him down, though.
One off the showstopper as well for Zekken. Could really turn things around. Pit will go down, Plant comes in from tens.
Pop flash in the smoke, and Mini Boo making no secrets of this one. Trying to clear towards shower. They want some safety, and they ain't going to get it. Zekken holding on here. Starting to heat up a little bit.
Goes Nade and the showstopper now.
Oh, that's massive from Zelsis as well, cutting off the back lines. Tens holding the plant itself, leaving just Rien's in a 1v3 now. Oh my god, hold on. Surely not. The drop. He's going to hear it. Oh my god, Rien's! Relax! There's no way you do this, right? Oh, Zekken! Keeping Sentinels safe.
Bigger picture-wise, a big win to draw out the showstopper. In that situation, a pit down, Rien's comes through, finds what, 2 or 3? I can't even remember how many. So to draw out such a pivotal ultimate here, the best of a bad situation to concede Sentinel's third.
Well, pace slow down చేయడానికి Sassy got killed పాపం.
Oh, he's really making a name for himself even in the loss there. The brave Sentinels fan. Heretics taking a timeout here. 2 consecutive rounds for Sentinels. Enough to bring a couple of questions
Jealousy
and take away some of that money as well.
Do still have the orbital strike for Sentinels. Whether or not Niels has spotted anything that needs reining in so far. Obviously off to a flying start, but Sentinels seemingly getting a grip now. Able to squeeze 2 rounds out. 3 remaining here for the first half. Zekken, no surprises. The driving force here for Sentinels.
I'd say for me, though, Zelsis is right up there too. He's been playing some very it may even be just like a kill around he's been getting, but some of them have been so impactful.
I mean, he's found the entry on a couple of these sites. Sorry, hits towards A site. Curious if we see much of a switch up here. And actually we do, yeah. Previously Mini Boo the solo anchor towards B now. We one in towards Hookah. Obviously lesser purchase here. 2 sheriffs and the guardians around this out.
TH is getting cocky.
Yeah, conscious that Mini Boo's going to be playing up close here on short. Forced out early, but Sentinels anticipating some aggression here.
I quite like sending Zekken here. Test a little. Don't let them feel overly confident in this presence towards A, keeping in mind that the rifle on Benji Fishy and Rien's is both on the same site. Yeah, they've got the Guardian on Mini Boo, but still. Gonna test their patience. You've now had contact on two sides, 2 entry points towards B. But you can see where SEN are coming back to. There's contact. They've got to be ready for this. Underhand flash doesn't really crest the corner. Now can they do the damage on the way in? They've stalled them out here, Mike.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Sentinels considering resetting. No, just gonna wait out this poison orb.
Pushing in early. What? Choose what our gameplay style.
Yeah, not that time.
Altered in his tracks.
But can they get further ahead? Palitek good for one, but not good for any more. Rienz needs to play his life, gonna dip away. Now keep your eyes towards the plant. Do they get it? Do they get it for free? Couple of shot dogs to be sent in, and careful, Tense is a bit lower here, and he's going to be caught on the way out. Rien's getting a whole lot of information too. John QT though, catching Mini Boo.
Huge.
That's massive. Boo! He's got the shot. Zelsis has to clutch up here. A 1v2, and he's noted. Boo knows it. He wants that fight. 2 bullets, and Zelsis holds on.
It gives Rien space though. He's got himself. He's got the half defuse already, Lauren.
He absolutely has, and Zelsis. He's dead. Keeping hope alive for Sentinels, that's what you want from Zelsis. That's the impact he can have with a clutch there. Sen make it to 3 in a row, 4 overall.
Touch and go for a moment. But the Red Bull clutch nonetheless. Rien's Hunter's Fury opens things up here. And Boo, a huge kill on the flank. And like I said, towards Zelsis so far down short. Gives Rien's a ton of space to work with. Zelsis able to close things out.
Sentinels clawing this back. Not dead, not out of it. It looked dreary in those first couple of rounds for them, but they've got the resolve. But now do they have the sight hit they need here? Boo's going to make a quick dash for it. Fall back a little deeper. He's got to be careful, actually. That ult is coming, and so is Second. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Mini Boo's got to respect it as well. He took enough damage that he's been forced away here.
So get themselves onto site pretty comfortably. Obviously lacking Boo's utility here for the retake. Shopdar won't land this time around.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And finding Benji Fishy wasn't the play you're expecting. Second just goes and eviscerates them, and TT flies in, trying to give it a rush. And Mini Boo is found. Sentinels right back in the matchup. 5 rounds now. It feels like a lifetime ago they were being pushed around this map.
The Perch is going to struggle here. The Heretics in the final, but we'll obviously see everything spent up and nobody there to challenge the Thrash. Has total freedom to come through, clear all of this space. Again, the second use as well. Shut down Rien's on the drone. Said lacking Boo's crucial utility has been the key to success for Heretics previously on B site. Ultimate's available. Boo, one off the divide, but
they're walking. Hello. Bye-bye. Zelsis teed up for 2. Not a problem for him. Heretics are still fighting back. Second sharp though. Good spray. Trying to hope to connect. Moving up towards Rienz. Yeah, lovely from Second. And now it's Boo a mile away, and Sentinels with what can only be said is a new lease of life. Whatever was said during that timeout is just incredible.
Hang on.
He's got 1 HP. Michael,
1 HP.
He's got 1 HP. He's
Stop
got
the plant.
1 HP. It's fine. Tens is there. We're tied up. This is why we wanted a third mic, though. This is what we were after. A close affair between these two.
Sentinels clawing 5 rounds in a row to keep this
last round
coming into the second half. Having to dig so deep here. Second the headliner, but We'll see everybody firing on all cylinders for the next half.
Oh, doggy! This is what you like to see, people. This is what we like to call in the pro wrestling biz an instant classic. That's what's happening here. This matchup has been stupendous, and yes, I had to fit a wrestling reference in there some way, somehow. This match deserves it. Guys, what a game we are seeing here between two teams that want it so bad.
I think it's brilliant what we're seeing coming in from Heretics, what Boo is doing every single round, preventing the plan, everybody playing to the best of their ability. Rians, like the entirety of Heretics going crazy for it, and also the way that Sentinels has managed to turn this around. Also, I
that PRX strikes EDG ki almost 85k.
I think that he's doing amazing. Probably that last round and the way that they closed it, even round 11, it's a perfect showing of it.
His agent pool has always been impressive.
So far, I think what we're watching right now is the two teams that have shown the best Valorant. I think out of all the teams at kickoff. I think they're reacting so well to each other. They always have protocols, plans in mind for any play. You think back to that showstopper play that, you know, Zekken was throwing into the pit to clear it, and they had a null command ready and waiting instantly there. But it's the adaptations as well. Timeout was taken by SEN. Immediately, they're more aware of the Boo flank. They're making the right calls and adjustments all throughout to bring it 6-2-6. You are seeing two teams at the top of their game right now clash between them. And just from the reactions, man, they want both of these teams, they want to be going 1-0 up towards that next stage.
My eyes are going to be turning, Kukuka, to the vibes merchant on that stage, Zelsis, because he's got to keep that team mentally in it. And on the other side, I'm looking at Benji to be that guy for this team because he's been quite vocal for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in every camera shot, we know how important it is for both of these teams to make it, for Team Heretics to achieve and get their first win at an international event, and for Sentinels to fulfill that promise of how they could be and they want to be in 2024.
I think it's safe to say that we've just been treated to some brilliant Valorant, and the fun don't stop here. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Oh man, 6-6 on the half. You could not ask for a better scoreline. Sentinels prying themselves out of the grave here in that last half, really, of that first half. It is just, wait, look at this brawl down long. Hold on, I'm just gonna have to pause this. Zelsis just taking a wonder what's going on.
That's actually Tenzin Zekken to find these kills here. Rians will respond, but the Sentinels coming out on top.
They're trying to send
now
a
finds a
message.
response. It's got another one.
10 HP in a
Started.
Wait.
dream.
Oh. He's on the board.
Finally gets on the board after what was a disastrous half for him.
Then see first kill
2v1.
Chassis first.
They know bombs down.
Chassis first kill.
There was just a death match down long.
ఇప్పుడే వచ్చింది first.
Timing, fuck.
Show me what you can do here.
Timing, yes. Timing, yes.
Sentinels,
Oh, so much momentum, bro. They won the last 6 rounds.
Oh my god.
It's almost what you want to see coming out in the second half as well. The death touch.
Timing, yes. Timing, yes.
Okay, Sam కూడా ఉన్నట్టున్నాడు. వీళ్ళు ముగ్గురు నలుగురు ఉంటారు వీళ్ళు కూడా.
Sassy getting on the board.
I think it was 1, yeah.
Got to see him activated here in the second half.
Am I tripping? Wasn't it 6-1?
Yeah, definitely. Sentinels looking to send a message, set a precedent early here.
6 in a row.
Find themselves leading now, albeit 1 round.
My god.
Yelling.
Oh my god.
Starting to liven up now. Oh, Second.
We're getting active?
Keep going.
The first
Keep
bit
going,
of Fishy is there for at least a little bit of damage on the way back through, but Boo's in trouble. You can see Tens getting a little interested, but that corner's not done.
Wait.
Meditech still with a bit of chip damage too. Again.
Jordan wanted his too.
One each, no? One each, no?
Both the individuals.
Wait. Why are you guys behind?
No, a little bit, maybe.
1 second, I
What
think.
weapon was dropped on short on the minimap?
Push through B, this TP.
Interesting, isn't it? You look at where Sassy and John QT are.
They retake A, we push B, yeah.
Oh my god, the discipline is disgusting from this kid.
Mini Boom and Patatech aren't moving. So
This is a different Tyson, bro.
wait, I think,
No way they get behind this flank.
oh no. John QT turns around. Hello.
TP, take the TP.
And now Boo.
Oh, wow,
See
you're
being ahead of it.
Alright, Mini Boo, show me what you got here. You got at least one
Sheriff,
noted player
1v3.
Beater after this.
behind you, and this is horrible. Oh, it's horrible to win this mini.
Oh, no chance. No chance. Still 5.
He already has ult.
He does, damn.
Fuck you, Deja.
Wait, Gecko ult already?
8-6. Oh my god. Get some judges on the board, shall we?
John QT comes back with.
తేజ జిన్స్లేమా
Second buys a judge.
కావాలని ఆపోజిట్ చేతి బస్ కలర్
Guardian.
Sentinels starting off well in the second half.
live Japan.
Here from Heretics, obviously drawn blood in the previous, but 10's already.
Look at this lineup.
Ultimate online. Next closest being Patstick on the other side.
Huh?
Vipers, take that. Vipers, take that. Viperman's in the chat. Viperman's in the chat. Guys, it doesn't matter. Guys, why are you looking at the scoreboard? Look at the score at the top of your screen, bro. 8-6, people. Lock in.
Close out the first half.
Unfortunate. Straight up short A hit, 5 short.
Looking to into A side pretty quickly here. Zels is tagged up, and Minibu going to take the space immediately.
Yeah, there's a bit of trouble though. Zekin on the other side.
Are you kidding? He's going for this?
Zekin's got to be so careful, yeah.
What?
Oh, that's an issue though. Celsius
Got another. Wait, what's happening in there? What's happening in there?
They wanted the kill.
They still
But
don't
like,
have one here. They still don't have the time
but
on
like,
their side.
but like, no, what are we? No, like, review.
What are we?
What in blind? Went in blind.
Now John QT's flanked Micro has Steam. They don't have the presence on the other side. Sassy's been having a bit of a nightmare series, if I'm honest, at least in this map.
Yeah.
Not what you're after. John QT down a little low, and he can't be subtle. Maybe trying to lock him in, make it costly. It might be the silver lining they're aiming for, because they're not going to get much else
He's
now.
just blind. He doesn't know where he's going.
Try and find something on the way back through, do some damage, but
wait.
That's what all but wraps.
Wait.
On the first, the second, though,
Nice try.
stands his ground. The Heretics finding an early
Relax,
response.
bonus, relax.
Sentinels in check.
Comma.
No bonus. Stats say.
All on the back of Minibu once
Oh
again.
god, don't even look at
Beautiful
it.
response as well to the thrash coming
62%
through.
on that one. Not bad. Not too shabby.
I believe Benji gets detained as well just behind that. Like I said, I'm not sure who the molly bounced off, but what's the saving grace here really for Heretics to slow things down? I don't even know if it bounced off anyone. I think it's bounced off the wall.
Pardon is crazy. Pardon is crazy.
Did you say that? 7-8. First answer back, but that was the buy against the bonus, right? So now we got to see what the buy looks like with Sentinels now. And it looks a lot like the pistol. Yeah, pop flash through. Minibu's position's good.
What is
happening?
They're very well prepared for it now. Fortunately, Celsi does at least take one with him. But you can see the damage is done. John QT was the answer. That's pretty reasonable, but this aggression was handled perfectly.
Fuck, this is bad news.
That swagger, that bravado of Sentinels
close
starting
game
to
right now.
rear its head here on map 3. You get aggressive, punished for it. Great awareness from Heretics, yeah.
Oh, they're gonna think it's A.
I hope they know.
Oh wait, now they know. No, they know.
They might catch reads. Oh no, the drone's cancelled already.
Yep.
No, but they won't expect him long. They won't expect him long. Wait,
That looks so real. Get red yet, re-enters on the case. It doesn't win the fight, but they know both players. Safe plan. Good plan.
Spam the box, please. Please.
Oh my god. You know he's
spam everything but it. Wait,
dog. I'm down. Just right there.
Just right there. You might as well.
Please. Flash to the swing.
Wait, now you know.
A sprinkle, I beg you, a sprinkle.
Down to Sassy with 11 HP. Not gonna get it done. Heretics.
The one time they don't spam it, probably. Literally.
Reading that B-long aggression, predicting it well.
Fuck.
Flash is captain
game once again.
4 Sentinels back under.
Oh.
Look at this.
The safety of deeper
Oh
positions
my.
here.
RNG.
Yeah, a little bit.
They're even ready for the 3rd and 4th swings on
Yeah,
this.
unnecessary. That push is full buy half buy.
You can't go half in on a play like that.
I'm pretty sure I heard
Sentinels will continue to do so. Sassy now one away from the Seekers. Zekin 2 off the showstopper, and actually Heretics now looking to switch up the pace.
Zekin is so mechanically just go. Minibu had no idea this guy is just giving him hell. It's a Trojan play. And Heretics
Insta goes back in.
Oh, the dog, that's why. Okay, the dog.
If
he got both, that would have cried.
Yeah, it almost looked like he could have.
Oh, you know by the timing you already.
Nothing is left unchecked on here.
So, oh my god.
Oh
my god, oh my god.
Spam now.
Don't do it. Don't do
A
it.
lot of damage. Gonna know both. Actually can drawing out 2
Okay,
ults in
Rocket's
this
okay
round.
here. Fuck it.
Doubling down on this.
And it goes right between them.
No. Alright, calm down. Calm down. Oh, no.
Oh, he's trapped in the corner now.
I don't like this shit. I don't like where he's at right now.
Ace?
I like it. I love it.
It's a great spot.
I love it, bro.
Flank is on the way. You can see them receding towards shower, knowing that's the case.
flank. Secure.
Sentinels playing safe, playing smart.
Money's good. Money's good. Wait, did he hear us? What the fuck is this?
Challenging me. Why is that?
Don't
What's
give it to the
going on here?
Fortnite player, please, bro.
Oh my god.
He's
To get
not
a
clutching
read on
this.
this.
You crazy?
Could take TP.
For one
walk into the
kill?
unknown.
Viper all? After
Could
he gets
challenge
bombed
what
out?
he knows, but that's Zelsis, who's
Oh,
had a hot
fuck.
hand
Not
in
getting
this
this
game.
one kill.
Creeping closer, but two players. Not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
happen.
You're
Zelsis there. Putting
Oh,
Sen in his
yeah.
lead now.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
big
What are
round
the
for
ults? What are the
Sen.
ults? What are the ults?
Maintain 3 rifles as well, so
No
try to get
rules
something
over.
going in terms of
That's what they
backup
have. What
funds
does
here,
Sen
but
have?
second.
Flashless actually
Oh,
was
your
good
ults.
Yeah. I mean, the first mini-boot gives up the second.
Second
free.
is so
Bro,
good.
with the
Reposition
Sova, we
here, I guess,
combine
amid the
those maybe?
chaos.
Nice.
Loki, we needed to save that Raze ult.
Yeah.
Zelsis
That's a big
building
round for
towards the
Sen, though. They
orbital
lost
strike.
their
On
round,
the other
they'll
side,
be
I think
well
Rient's
there.
a mini-boot for their ultimates at play.
Oh, this is gonna be such a hard round for Sen to win, bro.
Flash
No
noting
rules,
presence,
no
but
ball, they combo it.
no follow-up behind
Oh,
this here
it's
for
so
Sentinels
hard.
this time
Motherfucker's
around.
gonna
వాళ్ళు
block the
ఇప్పుడు
guy
combo
too.
ఆడతారు.
See the double stack.
Oh, he's coming
Loot
back
that.
around
Deep
Luca
good
too.
Get punished by
Wow.
boot. No.
That's
Yeah,
actually chalked. But this snowball is kind of awkward though.
Yeah.
Here we go. Should see this.
If he hits
Yeah.
this
So
though,
Both
much
players.
info.
shit. If he hits this with the
Yeah,
snowball,
Snowball's here would be
nuts.
ridiculous, yeah.
Like close range snowball would be nuts. Yeah, he can't
With
hit
the
that.
crunch.
He knows he can't hit
That's
that
what I'm
shit.
waiting on.
He knows he can't hit that shit is
Sentinels all
crazy.
the way, all around on the flank.
It's
This guy's
right, like,
this guy's
It
taunting
is tough.
him.
It is tough.
This guy's taunting him.
CT, right there.
Ah, they're
No
playing it
reads
right.
CT. They've not
If this guy had
felt
Viper rolled
anything
away,
from that
he
side.
already-
Do they start reading this?
full flips.
Benji Fishy already
I
turning
like this.
around.
I like
And
this.
Senna here.
This is the only chance they
Mid here.
have.
This is gonna be a 3-2 play back in as it stands.
Sova ult from
Benji
elbow.
Fishy
He's
all the way on his shoulders, and he will be
Oh,
actually no
Shiba.
team.
Oh, good flash.
Cracks it open.
Yeah, there he
Now
goes.
it's begin as the retake fully starts. Boo gonna try and slip
hitting
back
anybody?
into the
You
elbow.
sick fuck.
You can
I don't
see
think he's
how
hitting
You
a
sick
single soul.
fuck.
suffocating them, but they're slow. They've tried
We
to
like
hold
that,
them
we
back.
like that.
Buy some time. Underhand flash
Oh,
to the sword.
he's
Punch
dead.
on the side is mounting. Tens and Zelsis.
No,
in
no, this
unison.
guy's still alive,
Down
bro.
To a 2v3. Tens.
Oh,
Barely alive.
no
Zelsis.
flash.
The
flash.
Rians. How much can one man do?
Nice.
What a round. What a round.
Takes that
Tens with a round.
Play back in.
I think he had to like make a play. He felt like probably.
No, it's just a lot of noise. They didn't think they. I think he thought they would
Rolling
hear
the
him.
dice, trying to
Maybe.
TP. Back in, behind it.
Retake body.
Ah,
That was a
Big
hard fucking round.
Patient here is sorry.
Really good util.
It's unfortunate for
They just
Benji.
used their two
Diligent
best
on the
ults.
approach here.
What? That's how he got that kill?
Running away.
పోయేగాడికి
Yeah,
నిద్రపట్టలేదు.
blind.
He's not
That's
able to slow
Valorant,
this
bro.
down at
Like,
all.
పాపం వాడిని తగలదింగారు.
On double digits now, Sentinels leading by 2.
Everyone hates this guy. The guy just gave him the most smug look ever.
Like leaving the venue, brother.
Starting to look worrying for Heretics here when you see those double digits next to Sen's name and for Sen's.
All good Zelsis brother.
It was a
Oh,
rough
yeah,
start. They
dead.
clawed it
This guy's
back.
dead.
They're looking good.
Unless.
Tens starting to warm up as well, not just Zelsis.
Nice.
He flicked there. I would have
He's
shot.
finding his form.
Oh.
And he's got some
Oh,
time.
the shift walk?
Sexy.
With it too. He has not been having that
Nice bait trade.
fantastic map
Good
here,
trade.
but still
Heretics
more than
time out
able
after
to
this?
manhandle Heretics, trying to play up towards long.
Oh fuck.
And a quick escape for Benji Fishy.
Oh fuck. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. Everyone
All the way
chill.
back around.
Everyone chill. Everyone chill. Trust me, chill.
QT playing up towards heaven here, so
Everyone
happy
chill.
to concede. Allow Heretics to potentially find this plant on A.
Perfect retake setup. They just know
Also
they'll
have
have
the
it.
orbital strike from range, but Zelsis
John Q change చేస్తాడు.
well out of distance right now.
ఆయన డాన్స్ చేస్తున్నాడు.
As the clock continues to tick, Sentinel's probably aware of what's going on here. Everybody coming back around.
Good retake here. Good
Karim
retake.
Rampla just
Jackal
dance.
ult,
Something absurd would
Heretics
have
need
to
to find a
happen.
couple of kills quick here. Ahead of Sentinels taking
Yeah,
control of the
Heretics
site
needs a
once again,
miracle.
but Thrash comes through. Going to pave the way for this retake.
I don't see too many
on,
threats
right?
yet with
Yep.
Rien's falling.
Nicely done, right? Nicely done.
Step by step, it's
Yeah,
clinical.
nicely done.
Sen, you can see it.
Turn around, brother.
Oh, wait,
Hold on.
Dude, Tyson's probably like, are you kidding me?
Easy, that's 11.
Nice try.
Buffet.
Sentinels now.
10.
Looking
Tens
so
అనుకుంటా అంటాడు
close,
పాపం.
touching distance to that first win here.
Viper ults. I mean, they have to get the site first. Astro wall?
మళ్ళీ
They have
ట్రేడ్
it?
తీసుకున్నారట క్రాస్ ఫైర్.
I think so, yeah.
This kill by Saucy was really nice. Really nice goal by
Heretics, I
Saucy.
guess, just starting to lose control a little bit of some of these rounds.
Big game
He's too
player, huh?
good, bro. He's too
He's
good.
turning up,
Success
man.
here in the second half.
goat.
This timeout going to be crucial. A pivotal round here. To have the purchase available. Viper's Pit on the divide for Boo.
ఇప్పుడు వస్తాను మా షాప్.
The other side of things, Else is still holding on to the orbital strike. Second 25 for 15.
Is absolutely lighting up this game.
What is this? What the fuck am I watching right now?
Very, very impressive work from him.
Oh my god.
And again, I was curious about this change with Tens coming in on this.
That's kind of cool, yeah.
He's looked very robust.
Yep,
Yeah.
very solid. Can't doubt it.
Selection
Not going to say a
good.
bad word about it. He is looking on the money here. And at 8 to 11, this timeout, this adjustment has to be a godsend if Heretics want a chance. Because that momentum is firmly in the hands of Sentinels right now, Mike. This is their game now to lose, it feels like, with the 3 rounds consecutively that they've just managed to convert. They are on the verge of it, right? 12 is everything to them.
You almost feel like you seal the deal. We'll deny info off the flash. Does Sassy come forward for the orb? Diligent here. Actually, the dog goes through the TP. So yeah, Sentinel's desperately trying to get a grip on where Heretics are positioned. I think Sassy now, considering the possibility that information was denied.
Very close by, though. They've got to make a quick run for this. This will mean that they have to give up the site.
There's 2 guys here.
They get a little bit of stall, so maybe they want to stick around? That's an
The big
option
fight
now.
versus the
John
Viper
QT.
ult, though? Is that going to be like
How does he
a
decide to
little...
call it? Checking back towards, you know,
Oh,
clearing
Everyone's
back
fucked.
side.
You know, top side, right?
Yeah.
Extra
Oh,
knock and slip through
Oh,
seats.
so hard, yeah.
Damage. Should
2
be
of
able to
them,
get one
too.
hit. Boo. Gonna make a run
It's
for
gonna be
it.
hard.
Gets out of danger for now.
Literally one.
But you can see, Benchy Fishy is
Oh
low.
my
Algae
God.
is low. And the rest of
Timber
Sentinels
Molly.
are now
You can
on
get
the site. They
sand
are here,
so
they are
easily.
close by. That spike peeled away.
Oh, it's not.
Oh,
What?
counter spell.
That's not down, though.
Not
Counter
letting
No, this
Zeki
guy's
get into this
cheating,
round. That
bro.
could be a difference maker. He's been the headliner. Riens keep more players
And the
back. Can he
Viper ult
hold
on
back this
elbow.
Sentinel squad? 3 of them towards elbow here.
It's hard.
The fuck are they not
kill
scandalous?
that
Side potentially.
Oh my gosh.
So hard for Sen.
This is 10
The
down.
save or what?
Very hard.
Riens
Nah, you can't.
waiting
You're
for
already
that first
committed like
player.
this.
The double flash going to come through.
They got
They look
money
to try and
too,
pressure
huh?
this now.
Really cool, bro.
So hard.
And now it's on Zelsis. A 1v3 would be a miracle.
So hard, man. It was so
Yeah,
hard.
that's hard.
Just
That's hard.
like
Like, instead of
closing
losing
down the
one,
round,
just
keeping
winning.
Heretics in
Like, you
this
just fight.
series.
I don't know.
A must-win coming out of the timeout. That denial of information paying dividends.
Damn.
Wow.
Riens
Okay.
pretty swift with the counter spam there to find Zeki to slow
Wow.
things down for Sentinels on that retake. And a lifeline delivered here. Take
Footsteps,
another round or 2 to
player
break the
smoke
funds of
ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Sentinels. This one will get them close, to be honest. That B might be the focal point here. Miniboot a chance to get his ultimate online here with this orb.
No
Some
juice.
crucial information once again.
It's a risky game right now.
Yeah. We have 3B though, so it's good.
Yep.
Consider it here on the way in.
That's the 3rd man they've seen now roll over, right? Noting that Zelsis is
Yo.
here.
Jesse.
It's the additional body.
TP outside trade.
Fake info.
Eventual planners as well.
I mean, there's no presence
What's happening in the
at all
chat?
towards Ace. There's no reason
కొత్త టీం అయిన
for
టీం హైక్ పిక్స్ కూడా
Sentinels
చాలా బాగా
to give up this 3-man hold.
Everyone
Now the
chill,
divide,
bro.
who's gonna
Everyone
confirm
chill.
that?
EU KW in the chat.
Right, too.
Joshua.
Sen gonna decide to stick in front of the site, and that's a mistake.
Wait.
No,
this is insane.
Wait, he left the ult in the gap.
Can he find
Yeah,
the
they did
third?
that
Does
on
he get to
that.
keep his life?
Oh, they did that on those
He
results
doesn't
too.
have
Yes,
much
split.
to play with.
They're
Can he
bind,
finish it?
bind. They're split, sorry, split.
Oh
my
Still
God.
down the sides.
No.
That's
That's
10s and
disgusting,
Saucy.
bro.
Saucy's
Save,
fallen.
save.
It's on 10s now.
That is
1v5
so
even for this
disgusting.
man.
They did it
Oh,
before.
dude.
Fuck.
He's is back
Mini
in
Boo and Big Boo combo.
Yo, that was a Boo bros. That play is nice. That play is nice. That play is so nice.
Holy shit.
Oh, that was Martine on Carmine Core? Oh, so they stole it?
So crazy, bro.
Wait, no, it's KC that did it. Yeah, I saw the play though. He had a 4K, right? Martine got a 4K.
In response, they're hunting tens now.
Martin, yeah. It's very cool.
Squeeze every penny.
They call him Martine in Europe, but we call him Martin in NA.
Absolutely right.
Martin,
Martin,
brother. Martin, brother.
That rifle. He makes up for the first couple of shots going straight. Boo's gone down.
Martine.
How much more do they want to hunt on this? I think that calls it. That calls off the chase.
Tenzo's cooking though, huh?
What an execute. That was the kind of plays I was hoping to see.
I'd love to see. We did get a glimpse of it here. This pocket right here, and the dart.
And he flashes right before on top of it.
Perfection.
That's
from
fucked.
Rians. And then double dips inside it.
Sick play, yeah.
It's spectacular. And we've seen other plays similar to it, kind of reminding me of this.
You can't even know that gap's there. It's so hard to see.
There was a couple of others, and we haven't seen them depending
Honestly,
on
if you're playing, you're not even thinking about
that.
If you're playing, you're just like,
maybe Boo didn't want to invest it just yet. Maybe he was waiting for the key moment to call it out.
It's a pocket play, isn't it? It's something
you can't run it again. You can't.
In the 11th hour, yeah. You get one of those every series.
You do. They've got themselves back. Okay, so there was a timeout in that 19th round. After that 19th round, they pumped the brakes, didn't they? 2 rounds now, in quick succession. A lovely pocket play. Mini Boo teed up. But again, Sentinels realize that there's something
What's money
changing.
like here?
They don't want to let this slip.
No money, right?
Pump the brakes for themselves.
They gotta save.
Tactical timeout called here in the 22nd or coming into. Can they reactivate some of these players? Second again, he's on 25 kills. He's having a huge series and one off the showstopper.
Don't ignore this. Yeah, Sentinels on the brink of some huge ults. Problem being, Heretics have closed the gap with those 2 rounds. So not going to be able to, Sentinels aren't going to be able to sit back and wait for these to build up, for that snowball round to come around.
No, you're absolutely
right.
The
finances are concerning, the scoreline itself.
On the
other side of things, Heretics getting closer and closer to the Hunter's Fury, maybe the null command in this round or the next.
It just seems like they just want to keep bullying Sassy and John QT. They found what they feel is the weak point, and they're just hitting it over and over again. This time, it looks far more defaulty. Again, not a bad plan considering there's just been a timeout. You want to temper if there was any aggression, any fact finders, anything untoward that Sen wanted to do. This is what you pause for. Also, they burn a little bit.
They have Zekken's ult here?
So again, you're not going to be unhappy with a slower start if you're Heretics. The Sentinels want to try and get a little bit of a guess as to where they are, and it looks like an early rotation of 10s is the adjustment.
They're almost going to try and fake a little bit off the knife here. That wall up short, a little bit more utility invested towards lamps here. And it's drawing 10s. For a moment there, considering. 10s does commit back towards B site. Yeah,
3B.
3 players. Double stack towards.
John QT and Sassy have to stand their ground here.
I mean, the attention's down long, right? So you'd say 10s is good for 1 here. It is. Yeah, okay, contact. There it is. Should be ringing the alarm bells. They don't know the extent, but they know something's up. John QT. Feeling that. And they've noted 10s.
What?
So they know it's
what if it wasn't, though?
They
what if it wasn't?
The John QT is still here.
Oh
my God. Mini Boo John QT to hold them back. Not the easy side. They don't want to secure a slice of safety for probably the plant here. Let's see if he gets it. The chip damage is good, but they had to get the plant down. There's only 12 seconds. Now we look at where Sentinels are.
Chala damage
Boost spot on the flank.
Oh my God.
The flash is perfect from Sassy. The awareness is there now. They have to dig their heels in.
They're waiting for him. It's going to take a while.
Oh no, the double CT swing.
Looking for a little bit further of a fight.
Yeah, elbow.
This elbow fight is big.
Oh no.
Timing!
No way.
Oh. Hey, save.
The actually save, yeah.
As
soon as they got there, the flash hits. Are you kidding?
Good read in the post plant, leaving these two just trying to play their life.
Okay, good kill.
Gives them an exit. They've got to take it.
Good kills, good kills, good kills.
Keep those weapons where they are.
That fucking flash was perfect timing.
So well constructed.
We're not vibe roll for next round.
Read by Heretics.
All right, bro, we gotta stop giving them belong.
We gotta
stop giving them belong.
Yeah, I think they can buy. Everyone calm down.
Okay, look. We have Razor, we're 1 off by Pro, and we
You
have
couldn't
at
ask
least
for
3
a better
guns.
flash there, could you?
Come on, rocket flash play.
Okay, this is so
They
doable.
buy?
So
They
doable.
buy for 12?
Throwback. What a throwback.
So vault, KOL. This guy's another
this
so
is
vault,
game
bro.
one. A
No.
lot of people saying, you know, SEN number one seed potentially.
Throwback. Come back, fellas. Throwback in.
They're about to rush. They're about to rush.
That top 3-2.
One off
This is
Gecko
the
and
level of matchup we were wanting. Both teams giving us a fantastic showing here.
This is rushing.
Flash.
Are they committing? Are they actually committing?
They are.
Yeah, please commit. Please commit.
Dedicated towards B early this time. Tense being one of them. Turning the flash. Peditech is in.
Yup.
Leading the way with the ult, but they don't check on Tense.
Yes.
Check on
Yes.
Yes.
Keep committing.
Still gotta respect Sentinels like this. Left
Come on,
in
Boo.
root on the site. There's still players to
What it do,
clean
Boo?
up.
Cinema, stay
What
there.
it do, boo? Resin, bro. Resin.
He wants that res, he's not gonna get it. John QT just living his life out in this smoke. Finally trying to get away to safety. They have no idea of this. Surely not. And Boo's left on his own side. Spots a player along. Now they know. You've heard the show start.
Oh
Not like this.
Wait.
Not like this at all.
Ah!
Oh no.
John.
You know you're shaking.
No.
Can you
Okay.
make up for it?
We're good,
Boo's
we're
on
good,
the other side now in a 1v2, 59 seconds. Can he play
Oh my god, it's fine. He made up for it.
It's all good chill. It's all good chill.
Oh my
Nice
god.
trade.
It's for entertainment factor.
IGM లో వచ్చి కాల్చి
We had 2 ults in that round, and all of a sudden we had 0.
ఇందాక ఈడీజీ కూడా అదే చేశారు ఐజిఎల్ లో చెప్పింది బ్రిమ్స్టోన్
Joy, this kill's huge too.
Yeah,
that's massive. The blue sack, bro. The ball sack the guy has.
Sentinels cling to life here. He's hitting
Oh,
the
no.
just on his teammates.
Nah, Zekkenu, Zelsi is good.
He's
Come on, give
caught.
us OT. I want this to go the distance.
He got me. You got me.
lost because
You got me good. You got me good. It was me.
Oh man,
It was
this
me.
is
Yo,
wild.
Gecko ult, Viper
So many
ult.
ults for Sentinels.
We didn't use
One away
Viper
from
ult
Minimu,
yet.
but he can't
Overtime
really have much
calculate.
access to it here. They burnt so much. Down
Yeah,
to
let
the
that
bottom.
put
It's
great.
pacey. It's gonna be 2 Zekken and Zelsis, the big hitters.
Yup.
And
Yes.
Zekken
Ooh.
always
He's
up
feeling
to
it.
the
Good
challenge.
satchel too.
That's
Wow,
Minimu down.
perfect trade.
As well, they're gonna flash right after.
What's going on?
Oh, baby.
Come on.
Take us.
అయిపోయింది
So far back, the Seekers.
ఓపెన్ అప్ ద స్కై
This
Deep
moment
fried,
is
Yeah,
at their
the script.
The script is scripting. The script is scripting.
Players achieve right now.
Fucking go.
A 2v5 here to keep map 3 alive.
Hey, your flash was so easy to turn, but I think he wanted to peek with it. I think he wanted to peek.
తేజంగ్ మాట్లాడు
I mean, Rien's
Crowd war?
mechanic
Crowd war?
capability, good performance here. But this is going to take
TSM.
TSM.
But this is a lot.
They've got a ton of space to work with here. John QT
Shout out the crowd.
Shout out
does
the
have his
crowd.
bit available, but completely
map
disconnected from B site here.
సరే
Not going to get anything in terms of extra
yes
utility
అక్కడెక్కడో
here.
ఉన్నాడు జాన్ క్యూటీ
All 5 members now of Sentinels. The penny has dropped. A 2v5 post plant here.
They split up.
ఒక్కలున్నా సరిపోయేది కదా
One towards elbow and Boo.
లాస్ట్
Rienz is going to give away
What
some
is
of his
this?
position here.
Yeah, I was gonna say no way shot.
He needs to be good for
What
minimum
is
2.
that
Trial. Spray's not going to get it
L.
in.
GG.
What do Rienz do? They know the position. They got 5 standing. Surely it's done.
Easy, boys.
Let's go.
Easy.
Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go.
They throw last round on their own and
జెర్సీ సరస్తున్నాడా
That is a go, bro. He's the only Sentinel there.
What a game. What a game. Let's go. Zach hit 30 there? He was 29, right?
Yeah, Zakin played.
Zakin played insane, bro.
He's the closer, no?
Yeah, Zakin is nuts. Zakin is fucking nuts.
What was your entry? Everything.
He got like he has those 2 TKs as well.
He messed it up.
వినీకు డిసప్పాయింటెడ్
Feeling anything but
That was a lit ass game, though.
absolutely
30 if you
amazing.
include
బాగాడా
Zakin.
వెల్
Fuck it, right?
ఇద్దరు బాగా ఇంటెన్స్
Watching ended on.
And stretching this to the absolute distance.
డబ్బులు ఇచ్చేయండి
Point. That's neither here nor there. Give credit where it's due. Heretics put up a fabulous attempt. It could not have been closer at some points.
No, definitely not. Lots of positives to take away from today.
Obviously, some of the questions coming in around the confidence, the performance. Could this translate to the stage here? Obviously, now everybody together on stage.
Yeah.
I think we squashed that.
Yeah, we do.
Walk away with their heads held high in a 2-1 loss here, but Sentinels, the ones to come out on top. Explosive as ever. Never a boring series, always a storyline here.
Oh, yeah. I guess you got to go buy the bundle now, eh? He brought out the banner. Oh, wow. What a game. I mean, if you look at the series...
A real joy to watch, honestly. Even with what felt like a semi-blowout on map 2, but...
Yeah.
Refresh కొట్టు ఒకసారి.
Genuinely fantastic.
నేను మర్చిపోయా లిమిట్ వచ్చింది కదా ఇందాక.
అవును 2.5 లక్షలు పెట్టాగా ఆయన. అదిగో లెట్స్ గో ఫక్ యు తేజ.
Got OT.
I was ready for it, man. The fact that Sentinels responded like that after the preceding few rounds, yeah.
మూవీకి వెళ్దామా? కుంఫు పాండా బాలేదంట. ప్రేమాలు మూవీకి వెళ్దాం.
And I think the biggest takeaway in my mind that you noted there as well was kind of the resilience that we saw. The pretty atrocious start. We've had a couple of up and down maps. They were able to find solutions.
Yeah, because I mean, there was times we were looking on the player cams and the vibes just weren't there. It was very quiet in the Sentinels camp. So.
హైదరాబాద్ లో జరిగింది ఏదో ఆప్షన్ స్టోరీ రియల్ గా జరిగింది.
Got to say as well, Zekan, what a performance! Come on, I mean it. Zelsis, I want to put right up there with him. Initially, it was more the value of the kills he was getting.
Yeah, because I think as well, individually, there's a couple of times throughout the series where you can question some of the members on Sentinels. Obviously, Sassy being on the third, Zelsis kind of let us off the gas a little bit on map 2, but going to map 3 here, it's Zekan.
Real గా జరిగిన స్టోరీ.
Yeah, no, they were absolutely perfect to witness. Honestly, I can't wait to see how this goes on. Because it feels like, again, it's such a small sample size. Looking at how maybe SEN now match up with the next opponent, how does Heretics match up? Because potentially we could have just seen two finalist quality teams.
First రోజు అన్ని మూవీస్ కి మంచి ఫాస్ట్ గా
So now we have to see how it kind of
in that form as well, to be honest.
Again, you hope the Heretics shake off the nerves. There was a fair amount of nerves in that one. And then on the other side, the Sentinels, you've seen such great capability there. So I just want that's the simplicity of it. Just do, like, for the fun. Just for the fun. I want more. And speaking of more, I do believe we have 10s.
ప్రేమాలు బాగుంది కదా. ప్రేమాలు కామెడీ అంటే నవ్వుకోవచ్చు ఫ్రెండ్స్ తో మనం.
And Sentinels is here. Sentinels está aquí. Y lo primero que tengo que decir es